with the maps, but they didn't go in the way that we were potentially
The Haven,
expecting.
the Lotus,
yeah.
the double duelist, so much ISO.
Denied it, man, just denied it. But what we have here is two teams that were built with purpose, and that purpose is being super teams. Now, whether that has actually materialized is one thing or another, and we're yet to be seeing as well how they're going to be performing across this event, but high expectations of Vitality. T1 got high expectations for themselves. They've been having a few issues themselves, and just in terms of what roster they even want to run, what coaching staff they want even in their ears when it comes to timeouts and whatnot. But we start with Fracture.
And a north side crunch by the look of things too. Trex under pressure early, forced to evacuate.
Yeah.
I'm going to be communicating that to the rest of the team. They can go for a little reaction. And it's actually Carpe, the guy that you were just talking about, that might put up a slim amount of resistance on A. He's got into a hard anchor position.
He is. He's on an island, and he's got to do a lot in this spot. Still with the Thorns to help and supplement. Slows down the approach at least. Still, he is on the site. Solo for now.
He's done a great job of shutting down Durka there. That duel was vitally important, and there's another fight.
Beautiful call by Vitality, honestly. Cut noise, wait for the smokes to dissipate, and the bodies are toppling. Players just walking straight into them.
And look at that.
Them out of the picture.
Look at this discipline. It's so nice to fall back in the 4v2 and make sure that T1 can't cause more chaos.
Ensuring that there are no wins whatsoever for T1.
They even think they've rotated.
Yeah, it keeps them guessing, doesn't it? Look.
It's great calling. And I think that's one of the things that's been so impressive looking at this Vitality roster, because it was a massive question for us. Safe, new to the IGL role. Potential for Stax to make the difference there with the calling, but he's going to have to come out with the pistol shots, and it's just not enough for Stax and Meteor. They got outplayed there in the 4v2.
For the bugs.
Already just seeing evidence, I think, just of that discipline for Vitality. This is a team that have been dead set, I think, and they know what they want. They've been, I mean, saying themselves they've got their eyes on the prize, which is Paris, champs as their end goal, and any trophies they pick up along the way, it's just an extra bonus.
Yeah, I was amazed when they actually won in EMEA kickoff, bearing in mind that, you know, Durka, Safe, they've less even. They've been there before. They've picked up trophies, right? But for them to purely be focused on accumulating trophies, looking towards the end of the year, being the best version of this team that they could possibly be, they were probably the least focused of all of the rosters on the here and now.
Yeah.
Maybe them and EDG over in China.
Long-term growth mindset.
So here you see them prioritizing alt-orb acquisition as well.
A lot of them on the map.
Yitsu takes contact against Trex. Trex has got to play these kind of situations fairly carefully, but he's also only got a ghost, so he's allowed to go a little aggro on this round. See if he can get some information.
Putting it down, he's just spotting out a body or two, and this is going to be fake noise pressure, essentially. See the drone.
And Safe does a lot of this. You'll see this on map 1 and map 2 when he's playing the Tejo.
Just to make the potential site hit a little bit safer, although Vitality not committing over towards B.
And just as Vitality start walking dish, T1 start spreading back out to B.
So much uncertainty in this round. Time might start to get a little bit short, but that's Salvos. Drop down, Izu, It's out of the pan and into the fire, and a bullet to the back of the brain while you're at it. Durka, short work, Buzz is close and personal, but the Classic can't really do too much in that spot, and this is just clean as anything from Vitality. I mean, talk about coming out swinging.
They're looking pretty immaculate. We're seeing some early pieces of aggression. So early round, they go forwards, they take some kind of space, and then we've seen round 1 and 2, they slow things down and they wait for the reaction from T1. And this, I think, is showcasing the amount of experience on this squad. I don't think it's right to think about this team as being heavily microed by Safe as the IGL.
Yeah.
He's in charge, he's the leader, but there is such a wealth of experience and vocal players on the team as well for him to rely on.
Good players and star players at that. One of the big head-to-heads that the desk was alluding to and talking about. Buzz versus Durka.
Yeah, that's an incredible one. They've been to global events, Buzz and Durka, 9 times before, representing Fnatic and DRX. And now they're here for the 10th time in New Jersey, representing Vitality and T1. It's an amazing historic rivalry that we're now seeing in new colors. Here's this push out through tree. This is something that T1 love doing as a reaction off A pressure.
They're going to be meeting a hell of a lot of players, though, as well. Straight across the ropes, that is reinforcements arriving. The Buzz has already taken off the head of Trex. The squeeze is occurring right from behind the Stimmy to try and push this forward. Vitality If they can stem the bleed in and stack some Buzz alongside him, Salvo's around. This is an awkward and tricky spot for Vitality to be in, and how are they going to be surviving it? They're not. Mowed down. Pincer maneuvers by T1. Wins it out with 2 of the players surviving. That's Buzz and Stacks.
Really important there that Trex ended up going down too. T1 took fights. That little push, the duo push out through tree, is something that a lot of the Pacific teams have been doing. Based on a reaction, you hear noise elsewhere on the map and you just double up and walk out. It's unexpected. Normally you expect the B players to be hard anchoring, and then this time Trex falls defending halls and it becomes a full crunch. A beautiful round, right when they needed it.
Yeah. Early pressure into A main.
Looked like Vitality wanted to go quickly, but they were cancelled out there. Itsu using the salvos, maintaining some halls control. And Meteor may end up getting tested here for the first time in his anchor position on B. He used to play Cypher on this map, and he used to be immaculate at working around the cages. I don't know how he's going to be able to stay safe in these spots. I assume Carpe is going to be throwing smokes for him to play around.
Doesn't really have the luxury of those cages, as you mentioned. Carpe on the controller. You were talking him up, Josh, as well.
By the way, take a look at the north side here. Itsu has walked fully out of dish and might actually find them all in tunnel.
Yeah, he's going to be getting a clash soon enough if he's not too careful. This peak needs to be disciplined and diligent, but speaking of peaks, disciplined, diligent, noise and chaos is created. Perfect timing for the peak of Izu. Safe has been removed. Players toppled on the side of Vitality before they even know it. 30 seconds left, 2 players left to stand. Lessing Kits can't really do much in this spot. This is essentially
30 seconds left.
to be boiling down to a save.
And that's now 2 rounds in a row that T1 have found a mid-round timing to push out. In round 3, they pushed out Tree. This round, Isu realizes there's no pressure over towards Dish, takes tons of space, control, information, and then a good teamwork play, just to ping-pong off each other over at Arcade.
Cast your minds back as well. Vitality. A team that we haven't seen bleed too much, but the closest they came to it was the grand finals of EMEA kickoff. That Team Liquid playstyle, a lot of contacting, trying to find the gaps in the play. No guns surviving.
That is rough for Vitality. If they'd kept a couple weapons, maybe this round could have been dangerous still, but there's barely going to be any sting to it anymore.
Yeah.
That's just such nice team play from Meteor and Isu there. Isu's communicating that he's got the hunt on them, he's got the timing, and Meteor's like, all right, hold on, let me play you in. And that's a frame-perfect kill at the end there onto Les. Safe, not happy about how the last 2 rounds have gone.
Vitality, though, they got something cooking here. On the weaker by themselves, that's Molly going to be landing onto the staircase of tower. They're going to be applying a lot of pressure now. We ask questions, how was Meteor going to be surviving against most of this? And how did he survive against that? Showstopper into the back wall. Plus does well enough, at least a trade and a Steel Garden. Lay it down on top. Put a pause into the play, but Steel Garden, they're only working with pistols anyway. Still, Meteor steps forwards, dominates the angle. Back to the site now. Watchful eye onto it. 2 players left to stand against it. Safe gets that trade off, but he's pretty much isolated. Not able to get a rifle in that spot.
Isu's pushed out Arcade again, or pushed out Dish rather, and about to arrive at Arcade. He'll meet Trex underneath. I mean, this is a terrible fight to take with the Stinger.
Yeah. Izu to be highly favored, tapping away, and finally, bullet land into the brain. Spike drop down on. It's just all really an impossibility for Safe at this point. He's locked into tower. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Tiny gap that Carpe's got to play in. But there's no shot for Safe.
No. If he can get 1 kill, then he'd be able to get his
left.
ult online, but even so, there's so many ult orbs around this map. At this point, I think, actually, it's just an opportunity for the rest of the team to be thinking about what's been going wrong in these last 3 rounds. There you go.
Okay.
Does manage to get the kill.
Won't be able to get the spike anytime soon, though.
No. No, the round is definitely still an impossibility. It doesn't matter how well he plays this situation. 3-2. And considering how very, very clean the first couple of rounds were, T1 have done a great job at answering back. The adjustment to go for these mid-round pushes has been immaculate, and that is what Vitality need to focus on. They need to be able to control the timings so that when Isu pushes out Dish, or if Meteor and Carpe push out Tree, they get caught. if Vitality end up losing this round, I think we're going to see a tactical timeout coming out.
Nice!
Major ultimates at work here.
Yeah, they really are.
Smoke's down.
Default line, nice and early here. Durka wants to take some space off the back of it. See if he can pave the way to a bit of access now. And Torb given up. Picked up, kicks. Now going to be one away.
Good break on the flash there as well. They knew where Meteor had been putting it. And here's that double push again. Look, Meteor, Carpe, doubling up, taking tree control as a reaction to losing Arcade.
Pushed back and postured though by that flash.
And leaving Isu to anchor into tower, which is a really unusual defensive setup.
T1 are just rumbling across the map here. They're trying to follow these sound cues.
Isu's been so isolated, but it's such a weird position to have a defensive tail in.
Yeah.
I wonder if Vitality even think about this.
And Carpe's already found an opening. Smokes, drop down, gives him a bit of safety, but with the salvos, yeah, pushed out into the open, so pick your poison situation for Isu. Kicks up onto the site, whips it around. Carpe, attempt to try and push them back. Once more, that aftershock is just a bit delayed. The wraparound by Buzz needs to find value. Sees it. Back to the side, shoulder beacon out, and there's the one. Nade rebounds. Hoping to isolate the fight. Now he's got the ult into his hands at that rocket. Let's see what he can get done with it. Showstopper. Just a bit of tickle damage, and Les was tucked to the corner himself. Snappy. Meteor doing quite a bit there. Time is still going to be ticking, and the aftershock was had to be expended nice and early here. And getting a move on up onto the site. Damage has been done to Trex here, but a Rolling Thunder is that immediate insurance policy. It's going to be buying that time, a window of opportunity, and Trex right from behind. 3-3.
And a good one to get on the board for Vitality. Like I said, they needed that. Their economy was going to get broken if they lost it. They were looking like they're losing control of the game at that point too. What went on up here?
Oh, just forced into it.
Yeah, just forced slightly into that little sight line there. It was a really strange position to be holding, honestly, from Itsu. But he'd done a good job in previous rounds of being able to find those moments to push out on defense. Oh, a bit of frustration there from Stacks too.
Yeah. Looks like another B split, yeah, from Vitality. Thorns are going to be slowing down this approach. The reaction from
Here's the push.
There's no way you're taking this peak alone. Jump spot, oh my god. Just spotting the player, but you don't want to go for this, do you?
They could actually accelerate there. If the Vitality players were quick enough, they could have trapped him with less or safe ult.
Well, fight's occurring. Down into tunnel, I believe. Quick trade though, evens it out. 4 versus 4, up towards drop now, and Isu is in a bit of trouble. It's a good stun. Reactionary! Rifle in hand. Sure work of his opponents, and that's a spike drop down in his lap. Less will be forced to salvage the situation. Rapid on it. Oh, wait a second. Buzz reveals the position. 2 stray bullets, and right into the open arms are safe. So 1-2 combo, but a lot to overcome still if you are Vitality. Ults, thinking about it.
Launching smoke.
Carpe has to just play his life here. Wait, what are they going for?
They're committing it,
oh,
yeah.
Wow.
They want to use ults to clear out this space on top of it, but right from behind, Carpe ends up losing the fight. Armageddon now, offloaded. This is looking manic. Even a molly at their feet, but already the players are up and ahead of all of this here. The Armageddon's going to be pushing them forwards, and a molly as well. Only the tiniest of windows to play in. Isu down on just 30 health. Comes down to these fights, and how do you take it? You've got to think Vitality not favored.
How is it even possible? They'd have to jump up and land an unholy
No
shot.
way in hell, they were waiting for the salvo combo, but again, how do you even get the spike? Man, it's just dropped off into their faces, and there's only 4 seconds left. They need this kill, and Isu knows it. Getting the mad scramble and dash, get the hell out of there, son, and he wins the round out. You're never going to see a round like that again, I'm telling you.
That is a ludicrous round. That one is absolutely bonkers, but it is so fitting that it's Isu who stays alive for the Red Bull clutch, because he has all of the credit for setting that situation up in the first place. These fights, skirmishes over towards tunnel, almost inconsequential when you see what he's able to do there, utilizing the stun and the kill onto kicks as well, denying the trade that was going to come through. At the moment, by the way, it bears mentioning that Durka is having a very rough game on the entries. Almost every single time that Durka is trying to get his way into a site or into an area, he's getting hit by something, whether it be a stun like in that round, just getting killed by a player in an unexpected location, and he's currently 3-6.
He's warming
this is a player
up
that most
too.
people are looking at as the best in the world heading into this event. And Vitality desperately need him to come online. What a wild round, though, and a cacophony of ultimates expended on both sides.
Oh, yeah. It's just carnage, man. Pulls the timeout out of Vitality now. It's all about stamina bleeding and see if you can turn this one around, because you are right. I mean, every time that Vitality have tried to make a go of things, whether it's the B split, there's usually going to be like a smoke in the face, thorns, a reaction from T1. Something to throw a wrench into the plans.
Now this would be a great round for T1 to do something aggressive off rip. And the fact that we're 14 seconds away, and T1 have got 4 players over towards B and a breach ult to work with. I mean, I could see something bonkers happening here. But anytime you come out of a tactical timeout like this, where Vitality are trying to craft the right setup to get themselves back on the board, it's worth hitting with a haymaker.
That was going to be used to try and take that sand control. Now we know no pushback from T1. It's going to be that retake setup, including a flash onto the side, the thorns through main. A deep push through the north side as well, so that couldn't squeeze on any potential player. Meteor feeling pressure. That flash is good with the connection at least, but trying to isolate this fight down towards sand and main. This is brave from him, but he's received the backup. Team's alongside him, and while this is going on, all that noise pressure, Trex might be just working his way into the B side. They're going to be committing the plant though, so not going to go for this one, at least with the roll in front of that does push them back and away, and T1 want to try and flood into this. Tucked into the site, is there any defense in order? Durka coming alive, and no one clearing this guy out.
I said he had to come alive, but they breach ulted him and didn't clear him!
Oh,
They're not clearing him!
They're not clearing shite! It's an 8.
I told you he was roaming it, man.
His whole team smoked off. He didn't give a damn.
How have they breach ulted him as he's planting and allowed him to ace?
Durka.
Buzz is frolicking through the meadows there, jumping around. They heard the plant noise
It's absurd.
and breach ulted the site. Are you not gonna look? We are having some insane rounds here. But I'll tell you what, Vitality needed that one, didn't they? That's got them straight back into things. T1 are now on an eco round.
Durka's earned the ult up. Hello. Gonna get that flash and players into his face. What a skirmish. A classic right click. Tremendous value to be had. Buzz is right there with him though. Rifle into the hands, tries to whip it out, but it's traded in time. 3 versus 3. You got to remember this is the weaker buyer T1, so maybe not quite the exchange that Vitality were looking for, but cut noise. Now is the time for a bit of discipline from Vitality.
The question is, do you defend these guns, or do you try to find the gap and get a plant down?
Vitality want a bit more map control. It's a deep flash to try and take control of sand. Not willing to give up main control, as you mentioned.
Carpe uses his final smoke. That's going to allow this crossfire to still exist. Getting up really close with the classics.
Hold line kicks forwards. Meteor and stacks together, trying to combine their might. One to the side, just one left to survive. Meteor, not long for the world there.
It's risky business going through the smoke like that. T1 was set up to try to defend it. Almost a thrifty, but Kicks comes through. Perhaps we'll get a return to normalcy here. But I doubt it. Rifles back online for round 10. Remember, what's worked for T1 so far is having Vitality pressure one side of the map and then getting a good push out in a different location. And when the sides swap, that's exactly what Vitality themselves are going to do on defense. My eyes are on E2 again, because look, he's droning out through Dish. He's going to see that all of this is safe.
Watched by Lesson, broken. Oh, not quite broken, just expires. Lesson out, taking the ropes to the south side. They're pinging it out. They're aware of the fact that E2 has just been exploiting the Dish push.
Yeah, and the question is he going to go for it? How long do you wait to see if he goes for that push and try to bait it out? Applying a little bit of pressure now over towards the south side as well, as Safe took the ropes. Now Les goes back with the spike over to the north side as well.
A hell of a time.
Kicks has made sure that this is safe.
Carpe going exploring, but he might be walking right into the crossfire, but stays his hand. You're going to need steady aim for what's coming up here. Steel Garden overlaid on top. A lot of util now, putting the pressure down over towards Arcade. There's that molly at the feet alongside the smoke, so Carpe was ready for it, at least to a degree, but how long are you going to be able to at least survive? Not much longer. Still up and towards Heaven, and this angle, Meteor, rifle in hand. And my God,
Down B.
beautiful work from him.
Here's E2.
On high, easy from on the ropes, on the ropes. Getting away with murder there, Les. Peekaboo stacks his time to shine. Him alongside Buzz made this very awkward indeed. Les, just one man, 28 health. Very difficult spot.
He's worried about Buzz coming from the tree, and Buzz has gone through tunnel
10
to arcade.
seconds left.
Great flank.
A lot of discipline on show. Bit of spam, aftershock, and now there's just no time to work with. Buzz knows it. Time to hide. Decent try by Les. It's 4 kills in a round for him, but it's not a round win.
No, it certainly isn't, and I think you credit to Meteor in this one. Carpe goes forwards, trying to find the timing, but got hit by the flash, and it's these 2 kills over here. They also buy time for Isu to come around on the flank, a flank that was, broadly speaking, unwatched for, and yet Les still managed to hit it.
Yeah.
But look, Buzz is pushing out through halls, and Isu is pushing out through dish. At the same time, Vitality have got to be able to trigger those pushes and go back and catch them. At the moment, though, T1 are finding these perfect timings.
Vitality just struggling to get past the smoke, but maybe Brute forces the call. But oh my! You're into the blender now, son. Carpe trying to dominate this position, and he's going walkabout. He's going hunting. Damage softened. Durka not long for the world. What a menace this guy is. Run into the side. Styling on him.
That is a sick round from Carpe. I've been loving watching his smokes util, watching the end of the Pacific tournament where he's been pulled in for T1. I think he's actually improved the roster, as mad as that sounds. He was working as a strategic coach for the team at the beginning of kickoff. But when you watch what he's doing, I mean, look at this. The judge damage and then the swap over to the classic as well. It's so cerebral. Like, he's actually just playing these situations so superbly. And a great read based off the pressure that had come through earlier. Vitality changed things up. They have an orbital strike to work with, and they're looking to take halls.
Trying to take control of this one. A lot of players to meet them. Fault line knows a gap into the corner, and Buzz has just absolutely destroyed and dominated that position. Durka, though, has managed to sneak himself in, but that nade somehow gets the kill. It's going to be Buzz with the ultimate attack, and my God, man! He's just working him into neutral.
I have the spike.
Trex forced to cower into the corner. It's a 1v5. Maybe you can hope and pray that they line up for you, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely, and it's not happening. 7-5 here for T1. They've turned up here to Bangkok.
After Vitality got grouped as champions, I think Safe, Trex, and Kickle have been hoping for some reparation to their reputation, but this is an inauspicious start. T1 are definitely in the dominant position here.
Yeah, just proving, I think, these international events, listen, anything goes, anything can happen here. Who the hell knows?
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all 3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
a match like this, the player quality is off the charts, and we're getting it here and now. Durka and Buzz, as the signs are proclaiming, they're going head-to-head. They're clashing hard in this match so far.
And Buzz, top of the scoreboard, 10 and 8, having a great game. Durka is at 9 kills, right behind. But if you think about it, apart from the ace round, that means he only got 4 kills across the other 11 rounds that we saw. And that, I think, tells the story a bit better than just the scoreboard. Because while he did have that huge round impact, on the attack side, I felt like he wasn't really getting the entry that he was looking for. And Buzz is going to be, I think, anticipating some serious action on the attack.
Les is lucky to be alive. Zipping across the ropes here, trying to contain various levels of it. T1's default looks like they've got the wall just in case there is that dish push. I mean, listen, Easy was doing it enough himself, so they're aware of that being a potential gap with the way that Fracture's being played these days.
And T1 on their attack sides, at least in Pacific Kickoff, were playing really defaulty kind of styles. Not too many of these instant off-the-barrier splits and execs. Fighting halls here, though.
And it's a fight that goes the way of T1. Safe. Cut to the corner. The Salvos, though, point out a direction, and he's got backup. Kicks arriving onto the scene just in time.
Is there any awareness that Isu is taking position towards Dish? Les is being left with the job at 25 HP of covering the B site on his own. And thankfully, there's nobody from T1 prodding that. Vitality have got the stack in the right place.
Easy just pre-aiming in case there is that jump up. Wait a minute. Okay, he's got his wish, hasn't he? Yep. It's not the cleanest in the wall, but he gets the job done. And the players low, deep onto the side. The Salvo is going to be clearing out one level of it, but Stax is way ahead of the curve. And still, almost single-handedly there. It looks like the trade wasn't even ready in time. It doesn't matter. Barreled over these players, leaves it to Les, and as we said, poor Les, 25 HP, essentially from the beginning of this round. He's got it all to do. Now players are low on the side of T1, but it's monumental at this point here for the pistol. It's looking all T1, especially if they've got that discipline holding Util in their hands. Tucked players contact, looks like as soon as Izu sees signs of life, either that or from on high. And there's the swing.
Nice shut down. A pistol that should be setting T1 up nicely for this map. And it'd be a big one to take.
Oh yeah.
Vitality picked Fracture here thinking that they would have the run of things. And it's a nice map for this EMEA super team. I mean, I say EMEA. They're not, they're a global super team essentially, right? With less coming over. But it's one where they can spread out. In theory, it lets them rely on that quality of their roster to take the duels around the map. So we've seen T1 running things.
Let's go, boys!
Momentum is there. They're feeling fired up. Deep molly, nade up and over. Run alongside it. Trex realizes that he has to give up control of the side here. There's no holding against most of this one, so open access, and it will be, in all likelihood, an open plant.
That's actually a really nice nade from Buzz. It pops super high in the air, and it breaks that normal high-low setup that you would get from the guy behind the box and the person in tower. So combining that with the Teho drone, a beautiful idea on the anti-eco. T1 have done their homework.
Looking very drilled. The post-plant positioning is essentially impeccable. Fault line, the only thing to try and supplement this push as well with the classics in hand, and Buzz will make sure to shut it down before it even gets started.
He's been on fire today, hasn't he?
He
He always comes out with big performances, I feel, at these international events. I think same could also be said for Durka, but
Yeah.
he's in a very sad position.
Accidentally right-clicked. I think he was trying to go down to the spike. They knew he was there, flushed him out, and they're going to be looking to hunt down these players as well. Hopefully not giving up too much into the process, and indeed, they won't. A lot of guns surviving here for T1.
Yeah, those 3 rifles, 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom that they've managed to keep in is going to make this bonus round pretty lovely here. We'll see if they have some kind of set play. If they manage to win a bonus, they've essentially just taken the map already. It would be such a monumental comeback that Vitality would have to pull off. So this is a great chance for T1 to stamp their authority over the series early.
Just look at that. Across the board, it's a dangerous buy from T1 considering it's their bonus.
So going for a 4-1. This is what we've seen from T1 a lot on this map. And they normally start off with a little prod and then slow the pace down. But this one may, I suppose, end up going into B.
Very far forward from Buzz.
You have to bait out the Vice wall, and it's a dangerous wall to bait. Using the salvos there to try to break some of the thorns.
just in case they were placed. Oh my goodness, what the hell happened there?
That's a bizarre one. I mean,
Yeah.
no stun came out, so I'm not really sure how Carpe got caught by that.
They're dropping anyway. Meteor looking to contain. Hold some ground out towards Arcade.
And T1 decided to go back into halls.
No drone though for this reclear.
This is where Durka got timinged before, though, right? He took a step forwards, was kind of not caught on the angle. They're in fact pinging the exact off angle he's playing on.
Oh yeah, and the fault line is perfect. Bit of util to respond. His Kick's trying to help him out. Flash into the face of a few of these players. There's 45 seconds left in the round for T1 to work with. They're cutting noise once again.
And no information for Vitality towards Dish. Last time Trex just hopped up here and fed his kill very easily into the lap of Isu.
Here's the util. Again, Golovic trying to flush them out, but there's a volley to the ground. Aftershock alongside it. There's a lot of tools you're going to be using to try and block them out of position. Kick sort of reposition. Try and dominate, control, hard anchor spots. Being held down. Vitality have got the read that this is going to be potentially and probably most likely landing over towards A now. Showing signs of life. Meteor with a drop down. It's perfect timing at that, but time is running short. There's only 9 seconds left. They're going to get themselves onto this site. It's a squeeze from every single direction. And it's all navigated. All by Vitality.
That's an immaculate defensive round there from Vitality. Just a masterclass in terms of how to set up crossfires on the site. As soon as the stun came through, and that early player was pressured, Durka swings on site. And then when Durka's under a little bit of pressure, Les swings out from his position in link. Oh, he got bullet tagged. He got slightly bullet tagged by a little bit of spam there, and that's what caught Carpe at the beginning. It's rough, because obviously, for example, Les's position would be smoked off had Carpe survived. So showcasing the crossfires that the Smokes player couldn't cut. Vitality going for a push-out Dish. This is what they were doing tons in the final map to be able to win in EMEA and lift the trophy just after the super team had been formed. They were pushing out constantly on the north side.
Exactly.
Having said that, though, they've cancelled it, and they're going back over to clear halls. Maybe expecting T1 to go into a B exec that didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they saw the wall being placed down, but Meteor's been doing this essentially as the barriers go down at the beginning of almost every round, just to try and plug up that potential gap.
You don't really want to push Dish until Trex's wall is tripped, in my opinion, because it could be a fake until then.
A handshake at a util, so I thought Vitality were going to go separate ways, but they want to go for exploration. Contacted up.
I think they've got a great read now that it's looking to end towards B. I mean, Durka's got great info in halls. They save this ultimate for some kind of post plant.
Solo contact here. Might pull a couple of players back to try and help him out. At least from Vitality's side. That's the goal of things, but with Izu dropping now and there's a wall into the face as well. Wait a minute!
Oh,
Let's
wow.
land that shot. Right into the face of Kicks there. And he just to wrangle that rifle. Carpe stuck into the corner. What the hell happened there? With rid of that util. Not too sure. Doesn't matter anyway. Cleaned up at the end of the day.
T1 are living or dying based on whether or not they can push Durka away from halls. And it feels like he's starting to get into the rhythm of things, actually. I was pretty critical of him on the attack side, despite the fact that he had 9 kills at the end. But here on defense, you know, we've played 4 rounds, he has 4 kills, he's been able to hold down halls most of the time really effectively. You see here that he's able to deal with Isu, and he's constantly re-pushing into that area with Safe and regaining that information. And the info is just as important as the kills in that spot.
Oh my god, I got jump scared.
Yeah, and Buzz probably should have got the kill.
Weaker weaponry now for T1. They've been knocked down. Peg or two. Meteor
so
is
deep.
Yeah, this guy is just taking liberties.
He's through.
In through the smoke. Arms out with a util, and guess what? Kicks is not ready with a rifle in hand.
Jump scared again.
Here's an ult. Trex got to try and back himself away, but he's stunned up as well. T1 are so damn aware of the gaps and the potential to be played. What a combination. Orbital strike just fries him.
Blinding prep.
And now open side control. T1 with this plant. Need to hold this one down for the smoke stone. They realize it.
Look,
up for the north side.
Look at this nice flash from Meteor.
Buzz taking this fight.
Oh, he played in front of the flash.
Ah, and Durka wins it. Cleans up one of the angles. Yet, okay, util out into the hands. These timings are being found, and it's all T1. Les weakened, steps forwards, tries to take the challenge, leaves it down to Safe, and not long for the ward again. So T1 straight back at you.
And that's a sick read of a gap in the B defense for Vitality. That is Meteor showcasing why he's one of the best Sentinel Lurk players and has been, and got all of that experience from his time in Gen G when they were the best team of last year. He just managed to walk through Arcade. Nobody caught even a glimpse of him, and he's on top of kicks. Rats in the walls, I think you said before.
I mean, I was Team Liquid yesterday.
Duck has picked up the operator to try to deal with this. A fight over towards Arcade, and here he is with the showstopper.
Explosive! And it's an opening. Finally, Dirk is going to be happy with what happened again. Meteor trying to find those gaps and the timings, the weakness in the defense. Vitality not giving it up, though. Eager to take the fight and eager to draw blood. Putting a stop to this. Any funny business out towards the B site. And Stax is left isolated as the smoke to cross back.
So quick, the reaction from Vitality. They lose one round to that gap over towards B. They're like, okay, we're going to fill it instantly with a stack, with an off, with a showstopper.
I'm smiling.
Slightly overcompensating, perhaps, but but it worked perfectly. They limited T1 to only one round from that weakness, from that mistake. And they've also damaged the eco pretty heavily. We just caught a glimpse of it there, but Meteor and Buzz have barely got any money to work with. Dirk having to fire that off just before it got cancelled by the Teho. And then there's an off shot. Look at this buy.
It's all over the place.
Look
I was just
at this
staring at it, man.
buy.
Spectre, Sheriff up and over the top with a nade rebounding. Here's the salvos alongside it. Durka going to be tickled by a lot of this, suppressed in the process, and a flash into your face as well. Showstopper now, offloaded by Buzz. Clears the way. Vitality scramble, drone of their own as well. That's just an attempt to suppress it so that Buzz isn't able to step forwards past that boundary into their spawn, and Vitality setting themselves up even further now. They want to go potentially fast, but the nade's not committed.
Trex on Arcade versus Itsu. It's going to be a really big duel, and Itsu has actually turned his back to it.
Yep, Carpe might be able to try and pick up the slack into that direction.
I mean, this is crazy.
Clearance into the corner. Carpe's only got a Sheriff to work with. They don't even realize that they've crossed these timings up. Still, it's a rolling thunder cuts it up. Trex finally wins it. Return of the fire. Happens again, but tower control still maintained. T1 have got it for now. Can they hold on? Abundance of util, cacophony at that. Aftershock into the corner. Les tanking it, but he gets half. And then maybe that potential win con. Is it what Vitality needed? Rifle in hand. Safe wins it out. And a 1v2. Time ticking. Kicks. He's bought that win con. It was paid for with blood. But it gets the job done for them. And so Vitality trying to scramble it back to an equalized game that we see here on Fracture.
That was a serious risk from T1. They decided, we have the ultimates to be able to get in. It doesn't matter that we have weaker weaponry. We'll be able to win the post plant here. And because of Vitality being able to respond with their own, like, for example, that orbital strike, you get to see it there. The value that Les got from those players in tower, unexpected. And all of those weird wraparound timings through tunnel. Vitality come out on top. They're still in this game.
Money flowing for Vitality, as you said, still in this game.
And Trex has adjusted his wall. He's trying to make sure that Meteor can't lurk through Arcade. So even though they've got that triple stack over towards A, and are leaving B a little weaker, the gap has been shut down.
Kicks. Shores to shut down the drone, so... T1 now opting into a bit of contact plays, but flash repeat, Durka, rare whiffage. Missed that shot, still posted up though.
It's not really fair for Buzz, is it? He's only got a Marshall.
Jump spot does not connect either. Aftershock to push them back and away. There's a minute left into this round to work with. T1.
They've been doing a ton of these kind of rounds where they try to go 4 holes and 1 lurk through dish. And it has worked about 50-50.
Natural through, trying to swing and take the fight straight to them. The doors were open wide here. And there's kills flooded on either way, but still the weaponry is not ideal. Clicks, what the hell is he playing at?
What's going on
he's
here?
Run out of gun, I think. I think he's run out of bullets potentially. I'm not too sure.
He just didn't want to reload,
No,
but he was picking up weapons that only had 2 or 1 shot in them. It's a good job he didn't take a fight over there.
A little bit insane that's occurring here, and that operator was handed over to Buzz.
All missiles away.
Thorns activated.
13 health. Flash forwards, dodges it with the timing, misses the shot though, and that was a critical one. Good fight to win out for Sapir. Tap it away, what the hell is occurring there? Trex is just bunny hopping into the site.
I do really like that. It's a great little team combo
And
play
they got
to
the
take
back.
the first contact with the jump, but Safe was already taking the fight. Safe was already taking the duel and Trex was jumping around. We are getting some chaotic moments in this game. And I think that's pretty important to think about because Vitality, we have discussed them as being a super team. They obviously have players with huge amounts of experience, but they also have players that haven't been able to perform when they've got to big events sometimes. And eyes will be on this Vitality squad to look at how clean they look.
I mean, listen, the spirits seem high, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like a fun game to play. They're at 10-10 right now, back and forth all over the place. And for Vitality, actually, the mental should be in a better spot because you look at the rifle rounds that have happened in this half.
It's non-stop.
Yeah, they're 5 for 6. T1 managed to get the pistol. They were out to a big lead. 9-5 up at that point. And now we're back to 10-10. It definitely feels like Vitality are in a position to win the game. T1 lost their vice grip on this.
We'll be able to get the bye to give it over this one, but it's so damn important. Doesn't quite break the bank if you T1 end up beating out Vitality in this upcoming round here, round 21. Silver lining for them, I suppose, is there's not too many ultimates to work with either for Vitality, so potentially a fair fight.
No, I mean, you can take a look at it here, see what's going on. Trex has got his ultimate to be able to work with, didn't invest it in the previous round because T1 were on an eco. Can Isu get something done with his? I think there is a genuine idea of Meteor going and playing for an ult orb and then pick that up over towards tree, go tunnel.
Don't want to rush us here, but we are going to be getting into the round in 4 seconds as an operator facing potentially 4 players. So might be seeing some early signs of life here immediately, letting it loose, and as players stuck into the corner, Durka himself as well, so just tuck to the side there just to avoid that stun, but still,
he's so bold.
Yeah, unable to avoid that bullet. Less right behind him. Over the shoulder fire. It's lead raining down and a 2-player advantage now for Vitality. They're not stopping this ball from rolling.
T1 realized that there was a stack over towards B. They're trying to react A, but it's a long way around. Trex has already got backup. Safe. Here to support.
Garden forced out of Trex as he's pushed forwards. He's scared, I think, of being jumped on.
Yeah, it's a nice play, actually, because it just neutralizes what could have been a 3v2 attack. And now he's got extra reinforcements. Here comes Durka. Instead of being the weak side of the map, this is now the strong side. And T1, they've lost all information towards Tree, Arcade. They don't know if there's people about to crunch them.
Yeah, they're just scrambling at this point.
It's tough to play these kind of spots, but you have to take a risk. And I think the risk is going to be, don't worry about the flank too much. Just see if we can run some kind of slow siege in the next 30 seconds.
From the looks of it, maybe.
30 seconds left.
Play positions, yeah.
It does feel like that at this point, doesn't it? Especially with Stacks having the spike all the way back here in spawn. That's gutting, but probably, yeah, probably the right play. You look, they've got 3 rifles. There's very little point, I think, trying to do extra damage to Vitality's economy at this stage because we're getting to the...
it's booming.
Yeah, the tail... Well, we're also just getting to the tail end of the map.
I have missed Fracture, though.
It's a great map.
A lot of coin flip fights at the beginning.
Well, yeah, and I suppose you could call this one of them. But at the same time, when you have a coin flip fight, we normally mean it's anybody's to take. And I think that certainly could have been T1's to take. And credit to Durka for having the composition in that situation to, even while stunned, still go for the Opry peak. He wasn't pushed away, wasn't coward. And this looks like T1's 4-1 default, where they go over towards B, try to draw a player A, and then end in that A exec that we've been seeing so often. Vitality have never really punished the north side player, even though they know that Meteor or Itsu is lurking up here.
I think they've seen this wall going down now twice. Now looking to contact past this point.
It's tough, though, because if you bait it out, you've just lost the timing. So what do? Triple push past it? That seems very committed.
Durka's just going to commit it.
He's got the blast packs to escape, so it's not the worst decision in the world.
Meteor, okay. Going to be regretting that one. Needed the info, though, just to ensure that they weren't pushing up, but yeah, it's a bullet to the chest.
They also just haven't been doing that. It's really unexpected from Vitality, because that's the first time I remember them trying to push north side on a mid-round timing to punish Meteor.
Vitality are in full control, honestly. They have been this entire second half. Flash into the base. Armageddon, but there's that gap. Tiniest of margins, so Durka to just play around. He's a menace with this operator. He has been the entirety of his half that he's had it. Safe
Safe is so smart.
shuts him down.
Carpe.
Carpe, yeah.
Has he got a free one?
He's being hunted.
Oh.
He's being hunted.
Tragedy.
12 now for Vitality.
And what a resurgence in this half from Durka. I mean, he's just been on fire. 12 kills, currently sat at 21. Picking up op kills, being the tip of the spear in so many spots, holding down halls with team support. He's been exactly what his team needs.
It's an event where honestly looking to cement himself at that GOAT status as well. Obviously up for debate, to a certain degree, and it's not even the sole goal of Vitality, as we've already mentioned. You know, the eyes on the prize, which is champs, that's their focus, essentially. It's a very long-term growth mindset, which, you know, I respect. It takes a lot to try and get that and instill it into a team, but along the way, if they pick up a few trophies, listen, I mean, the accolades will be piling up for a player like Durka.
And I do think it's important that we point that out, because Durka, if he does win this event, and that's a possibility, that's something that Vitality are going for, then he would tie Chronicle as the winningest player of all time in Valorant, with trophies at Lock-In, Tokyo,
Wow,
and now
that's
potentially
crazy.
here.
Conjecture this day.
If they did win, Les would also join Sassy as the only player to have won a Masters and a Champs trophy.
Yeah.
Jorgamo and the rest of EDG are also going for that.
A lot of elite groups that players could potentially, and with reasonable chance, to join.
Yeah, there's some serious chance of history to be made here at Masters Bangkok. But for now, to focus on the here and now, T1 have taken this tactical timeout to try to adjust something and win 2 rounds in a row. Meteor died before he could get value out of this Steel Garden. And he's going to be starting the round again, isolated from the rest of his team, but this time on the south side of the map. T1 going to run something quick.
Just a drone to try and set the pace. Tone for the round moving forwards. Clears out most of Arcade. Wall going to be dealt with. It's an essential round for T1 to stay alive in this map. For Vitality, they're looking to deliver the death blow.
Carpe, 1 away from Orbital Strike. If they give him the plant, that's a powerful post-plant tool.
Smokes to cut them up. At this point, getting a bit of a read as well. There's been no re-clearance out towards A main. Vitality have full control of this one, so Les should be aware, but now he needs to step up to that challenge, and it was Trex the one who was really tested into this spot as well. Les needs to dominate it. Went out that shot and just back himself away. Tucked to the side, didn't know if he was compromised out towards Jenny and Ralph from the side. What a shot from Durka. It's a showstopper. Swapping around the
and they
rifles,
give
got one
him
more
the
satchel to play with, and this is it. They're going to be applying that
freaking
pressure,
Vandal.
turning up the heat, and T1 are in trouble.
He's gonna
Isu,
hurt,
I
I'm
think, has got
going.
to be the playmaker for T1 right now. He's in tunnel.
It's perfect. Flushing them out wide. And as Les is the one who steals that kill down and around. It's just Isu. And Durka's already on the defuse. Half forward, not planted for him. He's going to land these shots, but he can't get there in time. Vitality dominate the second half.
Nice going,
Sail
bud.
it away here on Fracture for that early lead in the series.
What an awesome recovery.
Yep.
What a great example of a team that's able to rely on their experience, dig deep, put a lot of the responsibility onto veteran people that they've signed this year. Les and Durka topping the scoreboards and looking great to win their map pick.
Composure off the charts of Vitality. We'll see if they can carry that forwards into Bind. It's going to be T1's map pick. Definite chances for them as well to bounce back.
How do you unequip a gun, buddy?
Sorry, this is first time.
I don't really play Valorant.
Let's lock in for kickoff!
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops there. I'm taking off like a rocketeer, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
I'm standing here right now with Faded from Vitality. Congratulations on that first map win. I think there are a lot of questions though on why you guys didn't pick Haven and favored Fracture instead. Was there something on T1's Haven that maybe you guys were trying to avoid? What was the reasoning on not picking Haven?
I mean, to be honest, like, we have a very strong map pool, and we're confident across like pretty much all our maps. I think there was a couple holes that we saw on their Fracture and thought, why not? Let's take a shot. You know, I think we have a lot of confidence on Haven. You know, we've definitely showed very strong progressions with it, but I think it's like, let's just do something different. So, yeah.
Well, judging by that, it was the right decision. So good luck to you.
They saw something on that Fracture, they took a risk, and they come out winning on map 1. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Achilles and Mimi. Oh, you gotta feel a little bit bad for the side of T1, maybe the second half. They could have had it, but in the end, Mimi, something about Durka today is just, he's just on fire.
They couldn't figure out getting past him. The second half was just kill Durka challenge and 99% fail. T1 could not dislodge him from A main at all, and he cooked them with the op.
Yeah, I mean, he conditioned them nicely. Okay, we're not using Operator at all. Suddenly brings it out and boom. From every single round pretty much after that, finding value with it. The wheels really started to come off here for T1. Just going for these ego peaks. Meteor swinging back on that north side after his wall gets tripped outside of Dish. You have to know that Op is going to be waiting for you.
Yeah, well, let's move on to our HyperX reflex moment of the day. It is Durka's ace. He has these almost once a year at global events, he'll get an ace. It wasn't with the op this time around, but when he did buy the op, out of the 6 times he bought the op, he got 7 kills. Maybe he pretty much won the game for them.
Yeah, it's insane, and he was putting up rounds for them in the first half. I think that we saw T1, who came out with a really good start to this game. They took a lot of risks, played players in positions Vitality didn't expect, took them off guard in some moments, but then these key players started to come online, and to me, this was the round that was the turning point to get Vitality back into the game.
It really was, and this is where you can see the T1 was kind of starting to get frazzled. Yes, they were able to, you know, finish the half 7-5 and then go on to get up to 10 rounds, you know, on that second half, so it seemed like things were getting readjusted, but this is where I started really seeing the cracks in the play. That first kill from Durka, honestly, shouldn't have really come through, but they don't check default as Buzz goes strafing across, ends up jumping, can't plant his feet fast enough, and then Durka pulls off an ace. He gets online, gets that momentum behind him, and then it just kind of falls apart from there.
And despite T1's curveball with coming out with their own Vice, which they had not shown before, I think that Vitality did a really good job navigating around that utility, finding the soft site in these mid rounds, and T1 could not get through the door on the retakes in that first half, really.
I mean, we set up this duelist matchup before the match started, and let's take a look and see how they're doing after map 1. It is Durka versus Buzz, of course, in this head-to-head, and Buzz, by all means, it was not a bad performance, Achilles, but it just felt like the rest of his teammates just struggled so much against Durka.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz, you know, there was some critical, you know, missed kills on the entries, but that's never really been that big of a concern for Buzz in the past, because even if he does die on entry, the info that he's able to gain, the rest of the team's been able to play off of that, and that was something that we weren't really seeing come together here from T1 in certain key moments that ends up with them, you know, losing after having a pretty staggering lead.
Yeah, but that second half was all about Vitality. I wanted to look at one of the rounds that they brought out in this one. And to me, that second half was all about the way that Vitality managed to hold on to A main control the entire time. This round started off, as it almost always was, with Durka taking that space, the Teo util to support him. But Vitality did a really good job of picking their timings to take risks in A main. fight forward, quickly push out these flanks. This one is one such example where they activate that trap play. Durka takes the timing to get a kill, and then immediately Vitality's in a position to pinch through as this Vice util is full stalling out T1, and to then go on to win this round. They play around that Vice so well. They're so willing to take those aggressive risks when they need to. This is why that teams or players or people in general, we're calling them a super team. Whoever it is, people are calling them a super team.
Me. Yeah, I was. I'm people. I think I belong in that category. I'm people. But I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. It is not all doom and gloom because we will be moving on to Bind next. And Achilles, if it's anywhere that you expect T1 to make a comeback and to stamp their mark onto the stage, it will be this map. Surely.
Potentially.
Surely.
Potentially.
All the reps in the world.
All right, look, like I said, T1, they have favored this map throughout all of kickoff. This is one they were consistently picking, but one that they really struggled until near the end of the tournament cycle to really start finding value on and really start looking like themselves on. So I have that concern. You know, especially coming off the loss, considering how far ahead they were on Fracture at certain key moments there, are they going to be able to get that mental reset, jump back in, and then focus up for this bind? Or is it going to be a bit of a repeat from what we were seeing in the past where they're like, we feel confident on this, but they can't get the gears turning and they end up crumbling?
Well, we heard from Coach Faded already, so let's hear what Coach Autumn had to say ahead of Map 2.
I'm here right now with Autumn of T1 and Jen Lee to help with some translation. Now, Autumn, that was a very, very close map, and it felt like it boiled down to like little small tendencies. I'm wondering, was that enough time for you guys to get familiar with Vitality as we head into the second map?
감독님 상당히 팽팽한 경기였고 이제 서로에 대해서 조금 알아가는 탐색전이 펼쳐졌던 것 같은데 1세트가 좀 T1에게 있어서 바이탈리티를 어떻게 상대하면 좋을지 배울 수 있었던 기회였을까요?
네, 확실히 게임 패턴이나 이런 거는 어느 정도 분석했던 건 비슷하긴 했는데 반대로 저희가 결국 덜케 선수의 오퍼레이터 대처를 못 해가지고 졌다 생각해서 두 번째 맵에서는 만약에 똑같은 상황이 나왔을 때 그 오퍼레이터 대처를 잘할 수 있도록 노력을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
So yeah, the tendencies and their play patterns were kind of as we expected, as we analyzed. But I think one of the things that really gave us a tough time on the first map was Durka's operator, and we weren't able to adapt to that very well. So going into the second map, which is Bind, we kind of talked about how to adapt if the similar situation with Durka's operator were to happen.
Definitely a very scary player. Well, good luck to you guys, and thank you very much for your time. 감사합니다.
I'm glad that they have a plan going on to Bind because that is definitely something that they're going to have to adapt to. If they don't change any comms at all, I don't know if we're going to see that. But also, at least on the pistol side, Achilles, there was some improvements on the side of T1.
There was an improvement that they got one of them. And pistols were something that were plaguing T1, and a big reason why they were dropping certain maps where, you know, it was close, and you're like, oh, if you had just gotten that pistol, if you just got one pistol, maybe you would have been able to close it out. You see here, 37% win rate from kickoff up until this map that just ended. It has not been a strong suit here for the side of T1. And it's something that needs to change, not just for this map, but for the rest of the tournament while they are here. If they're not going to be able to get pistols, they're just always giving themselves a hard time.
Interesting to see a bit of a change coming out from T1 in the agent select here. They were playing the Gecko KO before, very popular. Last year, they've moved over to the Fade instead. That scan util is pretty powerful against other double smoke comps.
Yes, a bit of a double util grab here. I mean, Stax has really still been favoring the KO. He's one of the few that still runs it here on this map, at least over in Pacific. Hasn't really been too popular. People still kind of lean back on the Sky when it comes down to Bind in particular, but Stax has avoided that for the most part. But I'm curious to see what this ends up looking like. I mean, you have some decent overlap utility with that Fade Raise combo. Perhaps that's something T1's going to look to pull out.
Yeah, and I want to see how Team Vitality deals with this. This is something they struggled with against KC back in EMEA. So, Saisho and Bren, take it away.
We're going to be getting all sorts of answers, I think, to a lot of the questions that we've had, in particular as well. I mean, I want to put a bit of a focus on T1 as a team because this is a squad that, you know, they've kind of mirrored, I suppose. There's parity between them and Vitality in terms of the intentions of building as a super team. Buzz and Stax, for example, as well. They wanted greener pastures. They left DRX to escape the cursed 4th place that was always just chasing them. And so they want to come out strong, I think, here for Bangkok. They want to prove that perhaps it wasn't quite a mistake.
Well, that's going to require them to turn up here. Buzz did not have a bad game whatsoever, but I think Stax is going to have to outcall Vitality to come out with the win. It's an interesting smoke that was wall, sorry, from Les immediately. It's great on eco rounds. Allows you to do a waterfall out of hookah, but it also allows you to go from B long into elbow. So this is going to put pressure onto Isu and Carpe to hold this one. You see here the crossfire just doesn't exist. And Vitality on their attack sides do tend to do a lot of this. So they'll take B long early, leave someone there, deposit somebody. In this case, it's Safe. And Safe will look for info, and then he can go through the teleport and he can drone his team in through showers. They do a ton of this kind of stuff. Now they're actually going to go for the drone on B, make it feel like this is a B fake as they walk up short.
Knife only tags one though, so the jig is up. But still, Meteor only just getting reinforcements and he's unaware of the lurk up. Les has already posted up onto that position. Buzz is rapid onto the scene again. Sheriff in hand with Vitality. Cleaning them up, filling up the feed. Plants down for them. Full control.
And that's a massive loss there. Not being able to keep track of that short lurk. Durka goes for the swing, super confident as ever.
I'm timing up with a util. Pays for it with his life, but you can't imagine there's too much more trouble. What is that from Tregs?
Oh, that's absurd. That really is.
Okay.
So normally in these kind of rounds, you'd be expecting there to be a vice wall at short.
Yeah.
Or something that's going to be able to give them information. Usually it's going to be the wall. This time it's a flash. And that means that if you dodge the flash, and Meteor didn't find the right timing to use it there, Whole of Vitality is on top of them before they have any idea. I mean, they were pushed up to default before they even realized that they were on the A site. So that's a great pistol round, a really phenomenal one from Vitality, recognizing a weakness of T1 instantly. And I do think that the T1 defense on this map is pretty lacking. So I think it's going to require something special from these T1 players to be able to win here. And I think one of the big reasons is they don't run the Viper, so you just don't have good smokes across the map. Carpe just gets stressed out in these situations. You have to maybe help with a smoke over towards A short sometimes, and then you have to smoke off long, smoke off hookah. Well, that's it, done.
Playing off sound cues most of the time. Running wherever the action is to try and help out with the defense. Vitality's game plan against this eco as well, it's pure discipline. Just make sure they can control the orbs. As I say that though, footsteps are heard by Buzz, so he realizes that there's potential for the timing here.
He's got a great timing.
A bit of damage.
Well, they're just looking to slow him down, aren't they? Because Buzz is the playmaker in this round.
T1 dicing with death at this point. Nido swinging out wide, finally Meteor be paying the price.
There are 3 Phantoms in this round, by the way, just to point that one out.
Stax does get just a 1. Pretty essential for Vitality to keep these guns to the next coverage. Okay, it wasn't quite there, but Kicks just gets off the plant anyway and rapping from behind.
This isn't even a Phantom.
Okay. It's not the gun that perhaps Buzz was looking for. These players are weak. Economic damage is quite important. He's not getting anything now. Buzz can do damage. Be lovely to build up towards one step closer into the ult. Force forwards into a tight corner and Trex watchful eye onto that avenue. So Vitality's economy.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, it is.
They've got 3 Phantoms. They were allowed 2 deaths because 2 people came into this round with Ghosts. I mean, it's perfection again, but this is exactly what we saw from Vitality on Fracture. They looked immaculate in the pistol round and the follow-up. And then they kind of lost it a little.
Yeah.
There was a serious run there where T1 came back into things. So, listen, don't write off the Korean team just yet. We've got the classic Vice setup over towards short. Wall, flash, thorns. And T1 maybe looking to try to take a fight B long. This is not something that they usually do. They certainly don't do it with more than 2 players. But they're trying to apply as much pressure as possible because if you give this area of the map for free, it's so difficult to play the defense macro.
Okay.
Wait, is the sound issue from them? Hold on. Oh yeah, they have a sound issue. The sound issue is like on the stream. It is not from me. I checked. Unlucky man. Just gonna plug my headset. Boom. Okay, bonus round for Vitality. Good shit. Sending T1 in Nico. No timeout.
Excited about?
Yeah,
I suppose.
yeah. I suppose
And
that,
the
like your
sound is like-
identity.
Yeah, this is a rough one, especially behind as a map. I mean, it's so damn important. You're playing defense side. You've got to slow the momentum of the attack side team down, make sure they don't build up too many of these big critical ultimates.
Yeah.
They failed at that. Dirk has got the showstopper.
And that's just one of the ways of keeping momentum going
Have
like
one
crazy.
He might not
for Buzz.
even use it.
Buzz has got a hero rifle here. And one of the big things that actually got T1 a win on this map late on in Pacific Kickoff was that they made the adjustment to have Buzz push out showers a ton. And that really helps because it gives them enough information to stack B. And their B defense is generally quite weak because they
Yeah,
don't
but
run
it
the
was
high.
against.
It's an angle.
Might be
Durka
taken.
not
Yeah,
quite finding it.
tough one.
It was against Genji, no?
Steadily backing away.
Or DRX. I don't remember. I think it's Genji.
3 players.
Where they were
defending
pushing
over towards B.
shower a lot.
And here's a little bit of pressure coming through over towards Itsu.
Nice timing
Buzz
on the
looking to
horns.
try to make the hero rifle play. I mean, he is walking forwards on short right now, and that is where the Vitality block is going to end.
They're just holding for him as well. Still finds the kill.
He's got one and he's got out.
Yeah.
You got their kill
Could be
too.
surviving. It's good information to be gathering, but
And now they know B
This
is
could
fake.
get really dangerous
could
here.
get dangerous.
There's 35 seconds left.
time is of the essence. Less forwards as well. Another fight. Oh my god, he held his ground. No itchy trigger.
He's pulling the defenders. He's actually doing such a good job here, Les.
It's a beautiful job at that. So maybe made it more winnable. Still Izu, he's got the one. Yuto's going to be expended. That's a siege that does connect. Kicks is forced to drop the spike off to the
They're going back through the teleporter. They're going back to Les.
Bro, you've only got about 11 seconds
Wait,
left.
what are they doing?
What is a call to be made? The players are out in the open, man.
I mean, that is a ridiculous round. I don't think they were expecting Les to literally win the 1v3, I think it was, over towards the A site. He cleared out the A site completely on his own, and T1, the rest of the players on Vitality, sorry, are thinking, well, do we stay on B? Do we try with 15 seconds left to go through the teleporter? I think someone made the call to take the telly and then got counter-called in that spot. What a 3K from Les.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Operators out on both sides. Durka has gone for an attack side op here for round 5, and they're looking to try to take the fight.
Still no
they
time
have looked
out.
at this economy so
So
heavily.
Buzz and Durka are going to be
Probably
taking
don't
that
have a
head-to-head.
late
That is such
timeout.
a sick ante from Vitality. They knew for
Vitality
a fact
wins
that
this
Buzz
one.
was going to be there with the op. That's something that he's been doing a ton in T1's games on Bind, and it was the major win condition for them being able to get that win on Bind towards the end of Pacific Kickoff. He was taking the angle over towards Showers and then pushing out, giving his team full information to be able to stack on B, making up for the weaknesses in the composition. Vitality are just, they're just completely in control at this point. T1 need some change, some shift, some flair. They need a hero.
Yeah, right now looking lost. It might seem a bit doomer from us here,
And the
but
Brimstone
honestly,
cap
so much
rotating
of Bind just
towards
comes down
A.
to stopping the snowball potential in Izu. Now going to be
Leaving
challenged,
Izu alone.
tested into this spot as a rapid approach by Les. There's no trade in sight here from Trex. There's a stimmied up Viper running into your face. Izu still going to try and isolate some of these fights potentially. That's Durka, alt, offloaded, showstopper, round to the side, collects the kill, Izu. It's got a lot to do. Damage was done, softened up Durka. Follow-up damage was there, stacks from behind, the best chance the T1 have had in a long bloody time. And Trex left alone here with only seconds to spare. He will topple.
Damn.
I said they needed a hero, and Isu, he was that. And he was completely alone. T1 utterly beefed the macro there. There was 3 players over towards the A site trying to defend a non-existent hit. Like I said, it's a great idea from Durka, but here you're seeing the replay through the eyes of Itsu. He gets one in hookah. He manages to get out. He buys enough time for reinforcements to come through, and he manages to pick up 2 more kills. Crucially important to get T1 on the board. Buzz again picks up the same op. Going over to Showers, same angle.
Getting the bleeding. T1 have managed it for now. Like I said, same angle. Not going to be getting too much action for now.
Yeah, remember what I was saying though, Buzz was pushing a lot based off B pressure. At the moment, he seems pretty content to just sit here. But the T1 A defense relies so much on him staying in control in Showers. He's less going to try to swing this.
Okay, well, Izu's been dropped. Quick nade out as well. Durka backing away. He's kind of done the damage here because he's going to be pulling players away.
Here's the push.
Here's the push. And in through the wall as well. An attempt to punish by Les. Swinging out wide. Doesn't get a damage up. Oh, he's locked into the corner. Stunned up. Satchels, though, back to safety. And now there's the response. Vitality. It would be rapid here. Up through the main choke and still finds their shot. Buzz, where are you nailing that one from?
He's one away from Showstopper.
Out through onto this site. It's Vitality. They're poking. They're prodding. Bullets are flying. Tapping away with Plan, just trying to bait out some of his util.
Wow, there's so much impact.
At least through the smoke, that's just raw spam as well, following those sound cues out, but Meteor's still alive and kicking. And a bit of damage through the box, not enough to get the second kill.
Yeah,
needed. Match TP, it's an evacuation. Time to run the hell out of there.
Trex, they've given him the spike so that he can get the orbital strike off the end of this. Didn't have the molly, so Meteor's going to be able to cross, get into sight on a quicker timing.
Damage done to the safe though. Still potentially winnable, you got to imagine.
That's just gonna play long.
As you said,
with safe doing...
And the salvos too.
Salvos, and safe is already rotating all the way around.
Rotate.
It should be a checkmate for Meteor. He's going to have to pull out something unbelievable to win this.
As he takes out Trex, can't give up onto this fight. Nice and early, but it's an off angle at that still.
There goes the orbital strike.
Good precision. Salvo's forced out. Time is going to start to tick here. And it's running short here for Meteor to try and make a play, try and get that win con.
He threw the salvos from hookah, so that's where he thinks he is.
And now he's wrapped all the way around, but he's finally shown presence. But this time, the circle is shrinking and Safe delivers. Bullet to the dome. Meteor is no more.
That is masterful from Safe, man. Throwing out the salvos, using the fact that you can see them flying through the air to bait his position. And Durka managed to get that opening kill as Izu was going for more info in hookah. And that shows you, I think, just how much they're missing on the B side of the map. The defaulting working so nicely, and what a play from Trex. He got 3 from that spot, by the way, pushing over towards Lamps. He was the hero early on. Tactical timeout here, though, coming through from T1. Yeah, and composure. That's the word that we were talking about so much with Vitality in map 1, actually, when they were able to get the comeback. I think they've really settled into the game here, settled into the big stage. T1, they're going to be forced onto an eco round, most likely. There's a few players that might be able to scrap together a bit of a buy, but the tac timeout was desperately needed. They need input from Autumn. And if you haven't been following the drama behind the scenes, actually, we've seen quite a lot of stuff. For example, Meteor doing live VOD reviews of some of his matches during kickoff, talking about how Autumn wasn't really giving them the support that they needed during some of these tactical timeouts. And then that process, they've actually given a lot of transparency and insight into what's been going on to make this T1 squad perform like a super team. There's an opportunity for Autumn to have his impact in the game. Let's see if he can make the adjustment necessary for them to win in round 8. This one's just going to be a wild push-up short.
Potential for a brawl less.
On days.
Pressing forwards.
And now T1 needs
Just
to play.
holding to this potential push that T1 might be opting into themselves. Steadily as it goes. Creeping forwards onto the angles and the wide swing. That is going to be explosive. Okay, let's not ready for that.
Reaction should be coming out here from Vitality in through B. Isu required a lot of. He does actually have the Nightfall to try to slow this down if he wanted to go crazy with it.
He's just going to be playing his life for now, though. Will be that retake, even though you don't quite have the weaponry. You probably need the kills still.
Nobody committing to the flank for the retake. All coming through CT.
Yeah, that's an old committed. Orbital strike to try and cut up this site, but nobody's ready to even play off of this one. It's an unusual one by T1. They want to try and go for this once more. Trex,
Steel Guard.
Planting, Steel Garden. Sidearms out. Time to shine.
It's a pistol round.
They're being absolutely offloaded in terms of, I mean, every single piece of util ultimates all being used. Nightfall on top of it. Durka cut up into the corner here, but the rifles are back out and ready and waiting. Trex, he's found himself too. Drifting in and out, they need to time these fights correctly. 1v2, safe, almost monstrous for Meteor. He just saves the day.
T1 have managed to stabilize, getting some rounds on the board. It's requiring a lot. But there you go. I mean, tactical timeout finding the value already with the MasterCard Thrifty. You've got to imagine that most of what they were talking about is probably to do with the rifle rounds like we're about to see. But a calculated risk there, investing those ults and getting good value out of them. Durka got absolutely destroyed in this spot. I feel like Isu's having a really good game here. He's been put in a difficult situation defending the B site. I don't think the strategy is great from T1 on their defense, but he's doing what he can.
Yeah, and we're straight back into the fight once more.
So a little jump peek over towards Hookah. An op fight from Buzz.
Just 12 seconds missed. No big deal.
Well, thankfully we didn't miss a kill, but it was a lot of damage done to Trex.
See it now. Les trying to tangle.
Oh, Les is holding like
inside the footsteps with the rifle play. Stacks. That's good work. Straight down through A short. Durka, okay, he's gonna make a go of it.
He's just walking straight through. He has no idea though about bench.
Yeah, Meteor's off angle is perfect.
what the fuck are they doing?
It feels a little similar here to Fracture in that first half where Vitality were totally in control at the beginning. Now, admittedly, on Fracture, that was only for 2 rounds. They just went clean for the pistol and the follow-up. And then T1 started getting into the rhythm of things. But there's a definite feel here that T1 are getting back into the game.
Yeah.
And it's not in the same way that they have been doing at Pacific. This is more proactivity. You know, like, for example, that triple push down short in the prior round. Here, proactivity again, actually. The start of the round, they go for a jump peek sand and then swing in with the operator to try to catch Trex at the start. Really mixing up their defensive setups nicely. But T1, how many rounds do they need here? If their attack half is going to be good, and normally it is pretty solid, I still think they need like 4 and a pistol.
Yeah. They've done well to stem the bleeding, as we were mentioning, and part of the battle is stopping the snowball from playing off, but just looking at the state of the economy, I mean, investment with the 2 rifles saved, Vitality might be able to get a buy together, scrambled, potential. They're definitely thinking about it.
Buzz is taking the operator over to B again. This is not something that he's been regularly doing, almost always going for that showers play. But looking to really mix things up because it's working against Vitality. Vitality have clearly seen the tape. So you got to do something different.
All grouped up, and there is that investment. Goes off to the side here. Horn broken. He's expecting signs of life, but the squeeze is occurring as well straight through Hookah. This is a rapid approach. Durka deep into the smoke. See if he wants to explode out into the site. Trailblazer dealt with. Hot on the heels though, and the smokes to cut this up. Partitioning into the site!
How did he get 2?
What is occurring there? Just a shorty in hand, and making sure to clean up the stragglers now. T1 hot on the scene, making sure the sub pushing forward.
Oh my god, the sound again.
And it's there.
Vitality are definitely pulling some strats out of the playbook here, but that's one that I think probably needs to be saved for eco rounds. where you need to close the gap, where you need to get value out of stingers or something, because here, they're just causing chaos and carnage, but Buzz did a great job of surviving in the midst of it. This is a player that didn't have a rifle. He was out here with an op and a shorty. He gets a double kill with the shorty in the end. This is now 3 rounds in a row. Vitality have got a problem, a big problem.
See, deep sky flash, gets the connection. He's going to be blinded here. To take the lead, he's got at least the safety coverage with the smoke.
It's a deep wall as well. It's pretty difficult to bait this one out without fully committing to the showers fight. As soon as you swing through, you're taking this duel against Meteor. And in the meantime, Buzz getting posted down B long, and Vitality's attack side defaults are structured really heavily around them having B long and showers control. They're not really a team that likes to do big, short pops, but they're forced into it.
Walking all the way out, Thorns at their feet. Nobody ended up breaking that one, but out into the open. That's Durka. He's a sitting duck at that point. There's an Armageddon that's even expended. Vitality got to try and go off with this one, otherwise it's just going to be wasted unless it's the one to pave that way. Forward to the flash. Refight against him. Stacks. He's dropped down to his knees. He's going to be able to see all, and Izu is rapid with the wraparound. Vitality themselves looking to flip the map all the way around. Here. Running rings around each other, and it's all about this game of timings. Who's going to be spotting it first? Bullet to the side, and now an instant retreat.
That timing was perfect. I mean, they had to wait until the KO had actually died, because if they stepped in front of him, they would have been spotted.
18 seconds left to play with here. Nade rebounding. Safe. Well, he's onto the plan, sticking it. Damage done. Weakened, but just with the operator. I mean, Buzz is going to need an absolute miracle. The flick of the wrist does not hit. And Vitality found a round in the dark there. They were struggling for quite a while.
Again, utilizing that kind of mid-rounding that I think has been so good for Vitality on their attack side. They take a bit of a contact play down short, they lose Durka, and yet they still commit to it, trusting their teammates to be able to trade out, and then realize, okay, T1 have overstacked onto A, let's make the pivot. Morale still pretty good over there for Vitality. And these last few rounds they've been focused on early on, trying to take the fight over towards showers. Durka once more with the attack side operator, hoping to find the pick onto Buzz. Buzz is not home. Buzz has made the adjustment to fight B long, and it has been doing it for the last 3 or 4 rounds. Does Durka want to take a fight against Meteor? Maybe with the showstopper online.
Yeah, gives him a bit of a bump, I think, into the upcoming fight. Swaps around the weaponry anyway.
Rex with the op. Haven't seen that one.
There. We'll see. Might get explosive pretty quickly here. Triggered the wall, but still got a lot of thorns to contest with.
It's dog into showstopper. The dog getting information, finding the victim.
I mean, it's a hard committed angle as well. You might as well just use it now. Yeah, with the let loose. And still, to pre-fire into the smoke, drifting in and out here. Meteor's way ahead of all of this. My God, it's a secret to his back, and he's spotting players. Just maybe ships in the night. What the hell is occurring here? Feed is built up this way, that way. Meteor still alive. 25 health to his name. And he's done the damage, surely. Less forced to pick up those pieces, but he is no more.
That is now 2 rounds from T1, where a player has been a smoke criminal. We saw earlier on with that double smoke hit onto B, where Buzz slipped in with an op and a shorty. Blast, and it was over. This time, Meteor, under crazy amounts of pressure. He had a Trailblazer in his face. Showstopper was being thrown at him, and he works in and out of these smokes, showcasing all of that experience from being a top-level Sentinel player.
Play with the TPs or some shit. Like.
He comes out of it looking good. T1, I think they've done a great job on this defense side. 5 is more than I think they should have expected.
Straight into the op though. Dog's going to be broken nice and early. Not sure if it's spotted. Buzz got to respect the util though. Down to his feet. Showstopper of his own as well. He wants to try and take that fight forward. Dodges the flash, but he's suppressed. Can't offload the rocket even if he wanted to. Seal Garden's going to be used to see if they can push back this approach. That's a solo TP with a spike in hand from Safe.
Yeah, that's a strange one. I mean, they do actually have pretty good map control right now. Safe survived on that teleport.
Yeah, they used
which,
all of their fucking util to get
but
beat
now they can go for the B hit, or they could group up and go short. Durka can join them and turn it into an A split.
through A. Flash is good. Not sure if there was any sound cues to accompany it. Keep flashing the nade on top of it, so...
They pulled 4 people
onto players back. TPs though, they want to go back up towards A, and now it's all on to Buzz. See if he can be the playmaker. Here it is, showstopper, around to the side. No targets found. Damage done, just softens up a few of them, but he's only got the operator, but the Thorns enough to potentially slow it down. Shooting with the shoulders, it's a wall to bait out, an orb into their face, and everybody going to be skipping and hopping up and over it, but time has been bought as T1 are back into the fight, back into the fray. Izu back to the wall. The rifle into hand at that, tap into the side, a plant online, it needs to be a defense in order. Buzz, he's found his mark, off to the side once more, but a shot missed, going wide. Vitality, just 2 left to stand, Lesson kicks, and there's a pit. It's gonna be smothering up this site. Bit of a blight onto it, but it might be able to help them out now, unless, I don't even want to go for a peek of his own. He looks like he was considering it. The pit doesn't stretch far enough.
The pit is so good for Kicks to play around with the Stinger. They're trying to get value inside of it, trying to get information from the horn, from the knife.
Full dodge, but a decay damage kicking in. And listen, just scraps is really what T1s are working with. And the time standard tick here. Bodies to the side, jumping into the fight. Kicks. Takes control around.
To salvage that
but a
one.
final hurdle in our first half of Bind.
It was difficult for Vitality to maintain that level of momentum that they got at the beginning. That first quarter was lovely, and yet T1 made a resurgence and might still have done enough.
Still could be anyone's map at the end of the day, and we're going to be finding out on the other side of this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's get to it then. It's going to be the second half of buying between these two teams here. And Vitality managed to get a couple of the rounds going towards the end here, even though T1 were, you know, stemming the bleeding and more, bringing it to that 7-5. Listen, anyone's game, to be honest.
It is. 2 out of 3 of the pistols have gone the way of Vitality, and that's actually been their record all year. They've been winning about 66% of their pistol rounds. So let's see how this one goes. If Vitality win this as well on their defense side, it's going to be so tough for T1 to get back into the game. Their attack side, though, from T1, I think generally looks a little better than their defense. They've already managed to navigate that difficult situation where you don't have the Viper to be able to control the B angles. What are they up to on their attack side?
Pausing the timer. I'm getting worried. Are you worried?
Maybe Autumn is going for a tactical timeout.
Yeah, round 13, never before seen.
No, the timer's ticking down now. It must have been a very, very minor tech issue by the look of things. Okay, let's have a look at what the pistol round strategy looks like then for T1. Previously, they've been doing stuff where they go for a bit of a fake over towards B and a short push. That was the last pistol that T1 ran this time. Looking very much like they're going to go for genuine pressure over towards B and then maybe hit a teleport. I mean, they're playing both extremities at the same time here.
Double face as well. Less.
With a headshot.
Yeah, bullet to the brain, just through the wall, and that's what saved him. Still going to be weak, but oh my god, he is hard committed onto that angle and even wins the fight out as well. It's going to be a dog flying forwards, TP engagement. They're trying to put the pressure down and applied onto B long. On top of it, Vitality winning out the fight onto the other side of the map. Still putting a stop to this. Trex, Tananka Smoke is going to be layering this one down. He's going to try and dominate it. At that still, Carpe just steps into it, and Salvo's avoided for now. Plant still needs to go down, and Carpe does liberties taken, and risks in order. He's made it even. 2-2 now. Definite chances. A boombot kill right from behind. Carpe not anticipating, but what a shot from Izu. Round. Damage done. Softened up prior. Izu set up for that 3-piece.
What a play from Carpe and Isu. Carpe plays that situation pretty well. They heard the teleport coming through behind them. They knew that Les was somewhere on the flank, had to go for an aggro play, caught the timing wonderfully, and that was after Carpe already won a duel. Isu closes things out for the Red Bull clutch. And I feel like you are getting really good performances from Isu. I know that I said it earlier, but it's impressing me because he has been playing on the Gecko on this map, and it's not a player that I'm really looking towards on the kind of Gecko Fade initiator to have enormous impact, but I think he's been great today. And that's a pistol that T1 really needed.
Rather broken. Trex is trying to posture like there could be a lot more presence, even the TP as well. I mean, Durka's straight there and around. He wants to try and farm up this orb, deny it from the attackers.
They're trying to make Stax think that A has now been heavily reinforced, when in fact the stack is on B. So they're trying to mess with Stax's head and lure the attackers back into this stacked B site. It does appear to be working.
Cheeky play. Vitality though, creeping forwards here.
If they get too aggressive, too proactive, they're going to give the game away. But otherwise, Itsu is just going to wander into his death.
Yeah, I mean, giving a game away, he might just be giving a gun away, but no, the Prowler gives him confirmation, acknowledgement. Players are tucked up tight onto the corner here, and Meteor spamming away. Could have been a ghost moment, but still secures the kill, and wow! I mean, he's sharp.
Nice shot.
Surgical, precise with that gun in hand, and they are cleaning up the stragglers.
Yeah.
What a nice awareness of what the defensive setup looked like there. The Prowler gave the game away.
30 seconds left.
Isu again delivering that info that his team needed, and Meteor finding the timing. Durka, if he can find one, would actually be able to get a showstopper online for the anti-bonus, which would be pretty incredible. But he doesn't. It's Trex that actually ends up getting it instead. But yeah, Durka is now one away from showstopper. I wonder if that's going to be something that Vitality fight around here. You know, see if he can pick up a cheeky quick one over towards B long. That might be going through T1's head as well. You might want to do some early B long control on the attack side and then go back into whatever your game plan is.
Sound?
We'll find out if T1 are at least thinking about it as well. Holding tab, seeing how close he is, because...
Yeah, I think you'll probably see Stim Beacon here trying to run out B long, anticipating that Durka's going to be playing for this orb.
Shutting them down.
No,
easy to contest.
No Stim, but they're definitely setting up the high-low.
Cheeky peek, like you said, with a high-low.
Durka in the mid-round might have an opportunity to play for the Showers orb. Or you know what, he might just go for the rotate, play as the float, and hit ahead.
Okay.
That's disgusting.
What was that from Gix?
That's disgusting.
Lands it. Sights over towards B long, and flashes dodge. There was a snake bite prior. Slowing down the approach of T1 up through B long, and they're drifting into different directions on top of it. What a kill to be found. That's a bulldog in the hands of Izu. Cleans it up. Trailblazer not quite broken. I wonder if that's giving away a bit of info here that Stax is alone. They could call for that refight. They're hard committed. Off onto the corner. Stax has got to be incredibly careful.
He's so alone.
Yeah. Just with the Guardian.
Then again, so is Trex on A.
Unless going for the peek, not anticipating it, because why would you? Oh, Stax is just here. Solo was anything, pulling players around when the plant is going down. I mean,
Trex got out.
Yeah, okay, still alive. Weaving in and out, using the smokes as cover, but as it blooms down, he spots out Isu, and a follow-up onto Buzz. This is disgusting gameplay, and Durka knew exactly what Stax was up to.
Trex is on an island there, playing around the smokes and gets 3. The fact he isn't traded after the first kill is criminal from T1. But then
Trex
to get another 2 in that spot is amazing from Trex.
Massive game.
He plays around. I mean, he literally sees the bloom of the gun to be able to get the second kill here. Throws the smoke back. Just for a moment, I suppose, a frame, he spots Isu, but you could also see the flare coming out from the bullets. Well, there's an individual play to put Vitality on the board in the second half. And now they've got massive ults, actually. These are incredibly good plant denial, re-clear ults.
Same could be said potentially for T1. They're one away from a few themselves.
But both sides of the map, Vitality are trying to deny ult orbs.
And Durka is taking out Meteor. Meteor has been a bit of a pesky player for them. I mean, he's been finding the gaps well enough.
Isu's going to look for another gap, hoping that because Durka is not fighting showers, he can walk in.
Goal. It's lovely. Slightly ajar.
Yeah, they're one step ahead in this round. Anticipating the Meteor lurk, anticipating Isu's lurk as well. This might even end up being a bit of a save here. There's still a minute on the clock, but if T1 don't find another pick, you don't want to allow things to run away.
Slight jump spot. Maybe if Stax was able to get a kill, we'll consider going for it, but
they are still going to be slow playing and looking for another opportunity into the round, but don't know whether Vitality are going to give it.
No, jump spot. Should be playing Durka in, especially with the shot revealing your positioning, and Durka going for that slider of swings, even with the old Stimpy to get the hell out of there, and look at that timing. Buzz a straight round to the side. It's a showstopper, and intuition off the charts. But that game sense, securing a kill onto Trex. There's an in, there's an opening, but there's 13 seconds left to play with, and a smoke has to be used across. Kicks late with a spam, but it's elbows. Carpe, how are you managing this one? Tiny window, stun connects, spamming away inside the smoke, and Kicks. He's gone away with it. Buzz steps forwards. They need another one, can adjust it in time, tried to snap it up to heaven, and it's all down to Stax. IGL 1v3. Pressured, 8 bullets left.
Wow.
2 bullets left. 1 player remains. Upgrade obtained. Flash over the top. And Stax, you absolute beast.
Vitality is fucking clouding.
He lights Bangkok up. Incredible 1v3. Buzz opened things. He created the opportunity with the 2K, finding that timing through, but what is that? Spray transfer or just taps? I can't even tell. It's ludicrous though.
On his feet.
The Red Bull clutch from Stax, but that's worthy of a mouse kiss for sure. It's gotta be.
What?
A bit of smooch, just for old time's sake. And it's the two DRX players, former DRX players I should say, now representing T1, that make that round a reality.
Hey, yo.
And that should never have been a possibility.
No.
That was a round that Vitality had signed, sealed, and delivered.
1v3 like that? Get the hell out of there. Hell of a transfer. Pulls that timeout out of Vitality.
Yeah, because this is now a brutal one. Their economy's just been ruined in a moment. In 30 seconds, they've gone from feeling like they're in control of Bind to feeling like T1 have an opportunity to get some momentum underneath them, because if they get a clean eco here, a clean anti-eco, I should say, then they're going to have null command, then they're going to have orbital strike, and the next rifle round is going to be so difficult. This is a serious inflection point in Bind. And Buzz and Stax have offered it to them.
Insane plays all around. Knife up and over the top here with a Prowler, just for that extra addition. Maunt over the shoulder. They're trying to set Buzz up for an easy fight out towards it. Trex is toppled. He was the one with a hero rifle at that. Jump spot not quite punished, but a lot of damage done. It's going to make Les think twice.
Les is taking contact a lot down B-long, and he's also taking a lot of damage on these jump spots. I wouldn't be surprised if Vitality decide to fight in a future round. I guess they can fight this round too.
Yeah, but it's important for T1 to not give away too many more of those, and safe close quarters combat. Nightfall connects, they rebounds, he's right in their faces, man. Gets the one. Supplemented, I think, just from that nade that Durka sent flying, but the sound cues are cut away. The flash through into their face as well, an attempt to deny the plow. What a shot by Kicks, and Durka's still here, man. Won't be removed. Stax left to do it again.
In the same spot.
Boombot in your face, damage done to a few, lining them up, but this time not getting done. What an answer back by Vitality.
How have they managed to come back into this one? I said if T1 get a clean anti-eco. And if was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, apparently. They do now still have big ultimates to work around, but it's another MasterCard Thrifty. And this time, it goes the way of Vitality. And this all from a 4v5 too. How on earth is Meteor losing that? This one was an unintentional great combo play, but then Kicks finding a beautiful flash. I mean, his flash even set up Durka for the other kill over towards Showers. Immaculate timing on that. And Economy flips completely on his head the other way. Can T1 pull off their own? Double satchel and a judge from Buzz. Could see them go for that eco round play that we saw from Vitality, actually. Double smoke, waterfall, out from hookah.
Heavy face for the players. They are looking to flood out, at least with Buzz, but he's flashed up. Sky high. Best was tracking him.
And no ability for the spam on the Haunt.
Thorns placed down, re-clear, called here by Vitality, and damage is being done, at least by Izu, but the trade led fired through, and that's going to be Izu dealt with, leaving it down to just Meteor. Spikes drop down, but it's a 1v3.
Yeah, and look at Vitality. They're grouping up in the 1v3, determined not to let Meteor do what Stax did to them.
Tap, Meteor, to try and force the issue. Pushes place forward, that's a team flash! Oh my! It's all gone to pot! And another chance! The tracking's just not quite there!
Man.
How is that? How Durka decides to play that 1v1. Oh my god. I thought it was written in the stars, another 1v3. Stax having his Meteor with an insane opportunity. The first two, tiny micro adjustment to be able to get it. What is this?
Go. I mean, it's just the outlaw that he's working with. Doesn't want to take the fight with it, so he's trying to satchel in his face. The frustration shows.
But this is now the round where T1 have massive ults to be able to work with. Les popping his off preemptively, knowing that T1, their economy's on the line. They're the team with the ultimates. Vitality also need to invest to try to keep things equal.
Kicks just spotting the heads out there. Flash up and out, and over with a Steel Garden, lighting them up. Nothing to deal with that one with the Haunt. Easy target, still as an orbital strike is used in response. Tempting this one, Buzz is still forwards onto this angle, perched up.
The
Find out, Trex just dominates it. Out and over now. Thorns alongside it. Players are scattered, and T1 looking for options, looking for answers. They're not going to get it.
Yo, chill.
Spam in the right place on top of it. Stax just can't dish it out, man. This is 11 now for Vitality. They found their footing.
The combo play there between Durka and Safe stun, rattled off the wall. Safe still finding impact despite the fact he's only got 4 kills.
Yo, what the fuck is happening with the sound, man?
T1, that was the round that they needed.
I'm
surprised they didn't try to invest the KO ult. Where was the null command in the midst of all of that? I don't really get it.
Yeah,
it feels like that should have been the tool to stop anything that Vitality were doing.
They lost the vision.
I can understand saving the orbital strike. That's a post-plant tool. I get it, but am I missing something? Where was Stax's ult in the midst of all of that? That was a must-win round for T1. They're going to need another Thrifty. You can't rely on those.
Yeah.
When Vitality are 2 rounds away from being able to win the match.
It's not consistent. Don't think you want to force into this one either.
No, they've got odds and ends to work with.
Yeah, you're essentially playing to just drag this one to OT.
And it's something that T1 have been able to do before. Certainly when they've been able to go up, for example, against DRX, 4th map. They were even able to put 4 rounds on the board, drag it back into OT, win there. They've been in situations a little like this, but you can't ask for miracles every time. T1 are getting set up here. Maybe to go for some kind of short pop. There's pings all over the minimap. It certainly looks like Safe and Durka are going to be under a lot of pressure.
Durka not one to shy away from the fight. Buzz really just matching that as well. Straight in, through onto the site, like a rocket, flash into the face of Meteor, and they do deal with him. It just couldn't quite dodge it in time. Vitality cleaning up these stragglers.
That's such a nice protocol from Vitality.
Here comes the drone, leading the charge and away. Skipping a hop. Molly in for the smoke. Stacks. Blinder of a shot, just can't quite connect the next one. Durka happy to clean it all the way up, and this is just a bit of spam on smokes just to make sure that they do clean this up nicely.
If T1 had maybe applied a little more pressure, had not been caught quite as quickly, maybe they would have dragged out a showstopper, maybe they would have set themselves up for a better situation, but this, it feels inexorable. T1 are marching towards an incredibly tough situation here. They need 4 rounds in a row. They need to be able to win the next and probably save enough ultimates to keep some kind of snowball going.
Look at that
It
timeline.
is such a difficult ask.
The second half is just mirroring Fracture. Almost
is.
bar for bar.
It is, yeah.
Like you said, difficult ask. There's ults online at least. The only silver lining that T1 have got to work with.
Bar for bar.
Goes both ways though. Durka's earned himself up. Kicks with the Seekers if it's forced to use it in case they need a bit of that mid-round information. But for T1, it all lies here.
Last time T1 had a must-win round, we didn't see Stax use the null command, so that's what I'm looking towards here. Does he want to try to use it to cancel out Durka's ultimate? Does he want to try to use it to initiate and then save a knife to cancel Durka's ult? What's going through the mind of T1's IGL in an attempt to outcall Vitality?
Scout destroyed.
Drone through and broken. Gets the info. Kicks as well, just jiggling. Spot on presence across the map here, so going to be a level of awareness here for Vitality. They know that it's going to be a slow default, at least for now, but could rapidly change into something else entirely. Safe is just ahead of all of this. Trying to play ahead of the underhanded flash, but he's blinded up anyway. Can't land that kill. Stacks forwards. Buzz is the one there. Tip of the spear. Showstopper in his hands. Again, smokes.
Again, Stax is not using the null command on the exec. He's saving it. Got to find the right timing here, though.
Possibly for Durka's ultimate.
There.
Here and out. Good flash dodge. Buzz tries to swing into it. Durka's still alive. Could be a problem. Nade. Not sure if that was meant to go in that direction there. Defensive positions by T1. Everybody backing away. Rolling retreat. Spike is down. It's one of the best positions they've been in quite some time here. Forwards.
They have Molly after this. They have Orbital Strike. It's essentially checkmate at this point for T1.
And just dragging it down the time. T1 needed it. Les is going to try and do some damage here on either side of things. Make sure you can take away the guns, which is important.
I mean, that is brutal for T1's economy. What were we saying at the start of this round? They needed to win, and they needed to win cleanly. Now, we were framing it in terms of the ult economy. And on that front, it's still not that bad. They still have null command. They still have the Nightfall to work with. But
it's over.
In terms of the rifles they're going to be able to get online, oof, it's not going to look good.
No.
They're scrapping together light armor, Guardians, and they're not even able to buy full util. I mean, Buzz does not have his boombot this round. Stax has to make a choice between buying a rifle and buying full util as well. He ends up opting for the Guardian.
T1 are between a rock and a hard place. There's no getting out of this one. Has to be mechanics.
Well, they know where Durka is now.
Yeah.
They know where that showstopper is, where that op is.
And so, avoidance probably going to be pretty key. The playbook of T1. They are walking their way up through B long. They've been struggling to get any sort of foothold so far in this half.
And it feels like if Durka just holds this showstopper, Stax is never going to ult.
No. Never going to use it. They're going to take that initiative. It's a flash through, but Anti played, kicks. Okay, just backs himself out. We'll get at least a trade-off. Equalizing it in the process. T1 feeling that heat. So Nightfall expended now and another flash forwards. It's kicks. Taking the initiative. Backs himself away now. Wants to try and dominate the position and make sure that there's no easy access in through Hookah. Drops down though with no sound cues. It's a difficulty. The smoke's going to be fading. Fight one out. Kicks is a menace to society. Vitality. Clean it all up in the end. 13-9. 2-0 Almost as clean as you can get it.
And they were in control of both of the second halves on our maps today. Fracture and Bind, they put on a clinic on defense. Try as he might, Stax was not able to outcall against Vitality and make his impact felt. They've talked about the road to Paris, and that's one step closer. Being able to collect the trophy at Bangkok here is exactly what Team Vitality are hunting for. This is a team that was built as a global super team, pulling in talent even from in the South American powerhouse of Loud. And we got to see it on display today.
Yeah, we definitely did. Shaky moments, honestly. T1 had elements where they were testing Vitality. I think we had some big questions of whether or not Vitality could answer back, and even some questions I think leading into the series about whether the core of this old Vitality squad from prior years could step up to the challenge, get off to a really strong start. They've showcased it.
And this is a team that's hunting for so much more. I mean, a good start of the Swiss stage is exactly what they're looking for, but their eyes will be focused forwards. And this is where the game really changes for all of these teams, because you could put a lot of prep into your opening match. Vitality don't know who they're going to be going up against. It's not a standard bracket format, it's Swiss stage. So they, as with all of the other teams, are going to now have a very different feel to the rest of this. And same could be said for T1. I really feel like T1 maybe missed a bit of a trick here, taking us to Bind instead of taking us to Lotus.
Yeah.
I want to see that Lotus come out at some point and get tested on the international stage. They're 3-0 with it, a really unconventional Raze ISO comp, and they didn't bring it out today. And then Vitality banned it in the second round, so we didn't even get it as a potential decider. Not that we went there. Vitality were too clean.
Yeah, well, T1 will have some time to mull that one over. And as you said, I mean, Vitality just too clean with it. The label of a super team, sometimes it's a heavy mantle, breaks a lot of teams. Egos can potentially get in the way, but for Vitality, it's just been clean sailing.
These are two teams to take a good look at as they advance further forwards. They have high expectations, and with high expectations, you do tend to look at any potential failure a little more critically. And I think T1, they've got that eye on them right now. It's an insanely competitive tournament. There's a lot of talk in the community about the fact that, you know, there's only 8 teams attending, but to frame that differently, that means there's no free games at all.
Every game should be competitive.
Match is insane right from the beginning. It's like jumping straight into the playoffs of our other tournaments later on down the road.
Yeah.
And
like it's
that's
super
a tough
hard
spot.
to get
I mean,
in
two
because you
teams
only
are
have 2
guaranteed
spots
here
per
because of
region.
Swiss to go 0-2. That's how the format works.
Because there's so
and as we said, still chances, of course, for these two teams. But we're going to set it down to the floor for the Verizon post-match interview. Durka is standing by.
สวัสดีครับโอ้โหเป็นไงบ้างครับโอ้ทุกคนพร้อมมากเลยวันนี้นะก็จะต้องแปล2ภาษาแต่ก็จะอยากขอความช่วยเหลือจากทุกคนอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับผมวันนี้เราก็มาอยู่กับผู้เล่นที่ยอดเยี่ยมของเราเลยนะครับในเกมเมื่อกี้นะครับผม Ladies and gentlemen please give a round of applause for Durka First of all, congratulations on your win. It was an amazing performance by you and your team. I do have a couple of questions though. สำหรับคำถามแรกนะครับผมอยากรู้เหมือนกันเพราะว่ามันมีเนื้อเรื่องอยู่นะเมื่อวานถ้าเกิดว่าใครได้ติดตามนะครับก็จะรู้แล้วนะว่าเมื่อวานเราได้สัมภาษณ์คังๆไว้เขาบอกว่าดูเลสที่เก่งที่สุดในเนี้ยถ้าไม่ใช่เขาก็น่าจะเป็นคนนี้นะครับผมน่าจะเป็นเดอร์เกอร์นั่นเองอยากรู้ว่าเขาคิดเหมือนกันหรือเปล่า So the first question for you is I'm not so sure if you've watched the interviews yesterday. I interviewed EDG Kangkang, and he mentioned that one of the best duelists in this competition is Durka. What do you think about that? Who do you think it is, or do you agree or not?
Feels nice. I mean, I'm kind of friends with him. He's been always saying that he used to watch me since like the first Reykjavik, so it's kind of nice that he pops off now. So I'll also say that I think it's him. Because, I mean, he won a championship before me too, so I'll give it to him.
Got it สำหรับคำตอบของเดรเกอร์นะครับก็ถือว่าน่ารักพอสมควรเลยบอกว่าเอาจริงๆคือรู้สึกดีมากเนาะที่คังเนี่ยให้เกียรติเขานะถือว่าเป็นไอดอลหนึ่งคนเลยเพราะว่าเห็นบอกว่าดูมานานแล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเดรเกอร์ก็บอกเหมือนกันว่าคนที่เก่งที่สุดในนี้ดูอลิสที่เก่งที่สุดในรุ่งอรุณของดูอลิสของเรานะครับก็คือคังเองชมกันไปอวยกันไปมานะฮะก็บอกเลยนะว่ายังไงก็น่าเป็นคังสำหรับเขาเนื่องจากว่าก็คังได้แชมป์ไปแล้วอ่ะเขายังรออยู่เหมือนกันนะครับผมสำหรับคำถามที่ 2ก็อยากที่จะถามต่อนะครับว่าเมื่อกี้เนี้ยคือเอาจริงๆนะแน่นมากนะครับผมเล่นเป๊ะจริงๆเลยอยากรู้ครับว่ารู้สึกกดดันบ้างไหมอ่ะเพราะว่าเอาจริงๆถ้าเกิดใครได้ดูแมปแรกเนี่ยคือแทบจะไม่พลาดเลยนิ่งๆแต่มาแน่นอนนะครับก็เลยอยากรู้ครับ Durker for the second question I really wanted to know this performance the first game of Team Vitality you really outperformed a lot of people's expectations I mean you were very clean I wanted to know were there any pressure for you at all I mean it seems like a walk in the park so I would love to know if there were any pressure as well as what's on your mind at this point in time
No, I mean, I don't think there was any pressure from us. We just wanted to play our game and see how it goes because we didn't have much time to practice, of course, because we were coming here like a few days before the event and we have like a lot of stuff to do. But I think we just knew what we need to do, how we need to play, and we kind of like remember how we did in kickoff and then like just be together, just be with the boys, and it doesn't matter if something goes right, just like be together and it's all good then.
โอ้โหก็ถือว่าตอบดีนะครับถือว่าบอกว่าเลยว่าเอาจริงๆก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกกดดันเนาะเพราะว่าการที่เขาเนี่ยได้มาที่นี่เขาก็ไม่ได้มีเวลาซ้อมเท่าไหร่นะเพราะว่าเนื่องจากเรื่องต้องการเดินทางด้วยต้องมีการถ่ายอินเทอร์วิวเยอะนะครับแต่ว่าอย่างไรก็ตามที่สำคัญที่สุดก็คือว่าอยู่กับเพื่อนๆอยู่กันเป็นทีมก็พอแพ้ก็แพ้ด้วยกันชนะก็ชนะด้วยกันนะครับผมทำอะไรก็ตามอยู่กับทีมสำคัญที่สุดครับก็เลยไม่ได้รู้สึกกดดันก็ถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมไปเลยทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ก็อยากที่จะไหนๆแล้วก็อาจจะมีเวลาเหลือนิดนึงนะก็อาจจะอยากให้ฝากเดอร์เกอร์พูดถึงชาวไทยอีกนิดนึงนะครับผม the last thing just you see so many Thai fans behind you screaming look at that reaction do you have anything to say from all the Thai fans or all the fans watching around the world back at home just say a word or two
yeah I mean thank you guys very much it's really loud out here we can hear you guys every round and it's really awesome to play here for one of the best crowds I've ever played so thank you guys
Alright นะครับและนั่นก็คือเกมแรกของเราครับเดี๋ยวเราไปพักกันสักครู่นึงครับผม and ladies and gentlemen that is just our first game we still have more coming so please stay tuned don't go anywhere and we'll be right back
What's up? Hey, also familiar with that heat.
Pasta for a pig, flicky flicky. Hopped up in the truck, I'm too messy.
Oh, hi. G2, let's go. And trades.
Welcome back to day 2 of Masters Bangkok. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk here once again with Mimi and Achilles to set up the stage for our final match of today. It will be G2 versus Trace Esports. Now, so far, the seed ones have been going through one by one, and Mimi, on paper, you gotta be also favoring G2 just a little bit here in this matchup.
You do, but Trace is the ultimate upset team. We've seen it from them before. We've seen it from guys on the team. BNK never lost to an America's team before, and I imagine he doesn't want to start today, no matter what the odds may be.
Yeah, certainly not. Like the G2 actually did catch up. I got to chat with them a little bit. I'm like, where's the meme t-shirt? You know, we bring something prepared for their tournaments, but they have them here. It seems like they finally got those in stock. But yeah, this is going to be a difficult one. Right now, G2 looking like potentially the cleanest team. Depending on how this match goes, they could walk away looking like one of the cleaner teams at the tournament, because there have been some muddy moments from everybody else.
Yeah, but it also feels like, Mimi, since the inception of these group of players, you know, the core, they've always looked like the favorites no matter which tier, which tournament they're in.
Yeah, I mean, it was true as of a couple years ago, but there was definitely a time back when people doubted them. This is the same core that was the guard that went on their crazy run. They didn't make partnership, went down to tier 2 together, grinded things out, finally made it to partnerships, and now they're here in their second year as an Ascension team. And not only have they made it to another Masters tournament, but I think in a lot of people's eyes, myself included, they're coming in as probably the favorite to win Masters Bangkok, and that's from a squad that qualified into the partnership leagues because of Ascension.
Yeah, I don't think that
Thanks
is
to Ascension.
at all, you know, getting a little bit too flamboyant with your words there. I think that they do come into this being very much the favorites of the tournament at the moment. And what a story it would be if they could go from getting their first trophy, first Ascension team to be able to get that trophy, and then get a Masters one on top of it. This would be an incredible journey.
And their year last year was already incredible, making the run that they did at Masters Shanghai, showing that
Are we
they
gonna
can
have
be competitive
Benzica still?
internationally there. And now, like you mentioned, Seth, getting that very first trophy, breaking that second place curse that they had last year in Americas as well.
Isn't she casting with Ender or
We're
some
going to
shit?
talk about the dog in a second, in just a moment. But even before he joined this roster on the global stage, they also looked very, very good.
Because Achilles...
All last year, an incredible run for them, always getting so very close to having the opportunity to go for that trophy, the run at Masters Shanghai, to then fall to Heretics. They were always nipping near the top. This team
Achilles and
is
Mimi on
incredible,
the
but they have
desk.
absolutely leveled up with Jogger.
And keeping 4 players into this year, the system has continued through. Valen has such an incredible level of trust and coordination built up with these boys, and of course they
so
added a
it's
world
like-
champion into the team. Jojimo
And I
has been a
think
perfect
Tenzi
addition to this
is gonna
roster,
cast with
and feels like the
Ender.
easiest one-for-one upgrade
I
you
guess.
could make into a team that was already a contender at international events.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% with you guys. I think they're definitely looking like one of the
So
favorites.
tech
And
post
speaking of,
coming
let's
in.
have a chat with the IGL G2 Valen with Mika Fabs.
Standing here right now with Valen of G2. Nice to see you here. Now, you're up against Trace Esports, and they surprised everybody last year, of course, taking down Leviathan and Vitality.
those glasses.
How did that affect your prep for them going into this first match?
Yeah, I think they had good performances last year, but last year is last year, and they're gonna have to do it again. So for us, we don't feel intimidated by it. We just go in and play our game and see if they can do it again.
New year, new event. Best of luck to you guys.
I feel like that applies to them as well, you know? New year, maybe some things are still the same, but they do have to come out here and prove themselves again. But how easy or difficult, Mimi, will it be for this G2 squad?
I think there's high expectations, but I think they've already lived up to that in their own mind. Being able to win back in Americas, you have to come in with a lot of confidence off of that. And I think they come in with a meta that they're super comfortable with, players in great form.
Yeah.
They feel set up to meet the
We've seen
I fully agree.
a lot of other
I
teams,
love that.
especially
She's the expert
Asian
coming over from
teams.
America, but yeah, she's
And even
nailed it.
I mean, okay, let's just
Tier.
hype up
They've
the
all
Jogger
picked
here.
up the
Let's just hype
GN
up
meta
why
with the
all
tail
even
bleach
the
and
other
stuff.
players, you know, we had Human here yesterday, and he was like, yeah, I've been watching a ton of Jogger.
So-
Seth, I'm going to keep yapping for one more second, because I just want to play this
G2 is
round,
clearly
which to
like...
me is the difference between G2 with Icy and G2 with Jock. He's ulting through B. into heaven alone on Yor. The team then takes the side, and look where his teleport is.
Is
It's
G2 in a
their
good
spawn,
G2 is fairly in a
behind
good
them.
spot
Jojimo
for this
is so much
tournament.
more of a player who's
Kinda
willing to
like how
take his agency,
Sentinel was,
take his risks. Here he
last
hears
year.
the Sobalt, TP's behind them, gets a 2K, and that's the round that wins them kickoff in Americas. Icy was a player that fit into what G2 wanted, but he was very much a player who was, you know, just doing what the team asked of him. He wasn't taking those risks, he wasn't making those plays, and despite G2's successes, he looked like one of the least individually powerful, heavy-hitting duelists out of the best teams in the world. And now you're bringing a world champion in Jaw, who just adds immense levels of aura to this team.
I feel like we did have those moments from time to time with Icy, but what you're talking about is just that consistency.
He wasn't a
from Jaw.
superstar, though.
Yeah, he didn't have the agency to just say, okay, I'm going to look to just try to take over this round and hope for the best. Jaw is willing to go for that, to really roll the dice and go for that gamble. More often than not, he comes away with it because he's still just so mechanically gifted.
And to me, that's adding something that
facial
G2 lacked in the past.
recognition
They're more
on the
willing to
camera.
take risks now. They let Jojimo make those plays, which adds a bit of spice to their
What
play.
the fuck
They
is
can have
happening,
to
man?
decide.
I also feel like that's elevated everyone else's performances too, right? The way that we've seen Leaf. My goodness, how great is Leaf right now? But we do have a tweet here from Jonah P talking about his teammate Jogamo and what he feels like he's been bringing to this team. Again, we've heard him from the daily teas as well. We've heard him doing lots of content, just literally gassing up his teammate. And why wouldn't you? Because Achilles, I feel like Jogamo is not just a great player on the server. He's just vibes off the server as well.
He really is. And like I was fortunate enough to meet Jaw back in 23 when we were over at Champions. And even though he was getting ready to go up against Paper Rex, I couldn't help but love this guy because he just exudes a positive personality. He's so damn chill.
Yeah,
and
he's
I think that is a huge
carefree,
boon to
I
have this
guess.
guy who's
Like-
there to just continue to gas up the players when you're already doing so well, and you have this guy that can be the tip of the spear, go in, absolutely clap, but then also set up the rest of the team simultaneously while keeping the vibes up. It's the overall package here with Jaw.
And America's Valen has talked to us about the fact that he feels like Valen is like adding the vibe, the just the energy to the team. It gives the rest of them confidence when Jojimo is coming in, being the good vibes that he is, bringing the swagger that he has, and you see it in their play now.
I'm not gonna lie, he gives me confidence. When he walked past me, I'm like, what's up? Yeah, you alright? Because they spent a lot of time in Europe, so we had the pleasure of getting to know them, and you know, I can understand why you guys love this team so much over in Americas. However, over in VCTCN, there is a team that they also love. It's not EDG, it is Trace Esports, returning once again as well. Achilles, they have been here before. We did see them at Champs, and they surprised everybody.
No, they really did. I mean, it all started with that victory over Team Vitality, who've been able to go ahead and net themselves another international win, so that's a big W for them. But Trace, they caught us off guard with that victory. Hebe had talked about his idol and Aspas and how he was kind of nervous but excited to go up and play against him, and then he was able to slay him. He was able to just go ahead and jump that hurdle, and they completely caught us all off guard. People who paid very close attention to China, yes, they'll say, of course, Trace was always going to be this kind of contender team, but they were always that dark horse back at Champions, and my God, did they deliver. They didn't make it too far into the playoffs,
They
but the
fucking
performances they
ruined
did
my
have
pick
were
in this
so very
year.
entertaining, and I'm very happy to see them back on this stage once again, because this guy in his own right, also a bit of a vibe merchant.
Yeah, how could you not smile when you look at him?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the reaction when they won that first match, the shot of him crying on stage, what it meant for them to get those wins back in Champions. But I think they're more than just an upset team now. They've proven how good they can be, and they proved it back in China this season too.
They did, and also they've stuck together. You know,
all five players.
They've managed to stay together. They managed to overcome one of the demons for them, which is EDG, of course, at kickoff in their own tournament. And Mimi, the way that they did it too, the things they were playing and how they managed to beat some of the teams was really fascinating to see.
Yeah, if you didn't watch CN this season, you might think I'm a psycho for saying it, but in my mind, Trace was the favorite to win the finals against EDG. The first time they played this season, Trace smoked them 13-4 back-to-back maps. And EDG only really started to look like themselves further in the lower bracket. This tournament was all about Trace. The only game they dropped was the final.
Oh, this was ridiculous, this clip. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this was silly.
Just to reinforce that, I mean, I think that pretty much all the way up until EDG had even gotten into the grand final, you were kind of favoring a lot of the other teams that they were playing against because they didn't look like themselves. And it was that grand final, as you're saying, where they were able to hit that stride and get that kind of revenge match victory over EDG in 3-1 fashion, but Trace the whole way throughout, which is absolutely coasting, tearing people apart during their stay there in VCT China. So we knew from the outset, like, yep, this team's going to make it to internationals, and it was that second slot that was always the question mark.
And this is such a cool tournament to watch Trace in now, because the Chinese teams had a month off after finishing VCTC and lots of time to come in, prep new stuff. And Trace's thing is, they're not all about the individuals. They're the thinking man's team. They play together really well. They always come up with interesting gimmick comps, interesting ideas to come out and anti-strat their opponent. And with that level of prep, even against a favored team like G2, I trust they're gonna have some interesting map prepped that could catch G2 off guard.
Especially when you got a player like Feng Feng on your team. He's standing by right now with Mika Fabs ahead of this match.
I'm standing here right now with Feng Feng of Trace Esports, and I have Veer to help me with some translation. Now, Feng Feng, even with Trace's performance last year, even with EDG winning champions last year, a lot of people still underestimate the CN region. What is your message to all of those that still underestimate both teams, and even those that have Trace at the bottom of their tier lists?
即使去年 EDG 拿到了冠军，并且 T 也有不错的表现，你是否认为现在还是有一些人会去低估 CN 赛区的实力？对他们有什么想说的呢
We want champs.
在我看来，24年的冠军就是最好的证明。然后，在大师赛开始前，大家都很不看好太平洋和我们赛区，然后他们昨天都拿到了首胜。然后我就是想对他们说，不要纸上谈兵，然后比赛见真章。
I think we did prove ourselves, like with the 2024 trophy. And before yesterday's match, I don't think there were a lot of people expecting EDG and DRX to win, but they did. So I just want to say, forget about those theories. Just like look at the fact.
Expect the unexpected. Good luck to you guys.
He's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong. And what I want to talk about when it comes to Feng Feng is we speak about the MVP potentially having a contender, somebody being the best in their role on their team. If Trace were to make it all the way, I think Feng Feng will be a huge MVP contender. And I will go as far as to say he might be the best Raze player in this tournament.
I mean, I think it could definitely make a strong argument for that, but I'm right there with you. I think if they could go on that run, he would have to be in that conversation for MVP because he's not just sticking to the Raze. We've always seen him kind of swap back and forth, you know, Kai coming in to play on jet maps, etc. But he's been picking up this Vice now that it's in the meta for the team, and he's really been stretching his flexibility.
This meta really lends itself to creativity, and I think that's where Trace shines. They have great flexibility in their players. Multiple guys are going to swap around and pick up the duels. They're even buying some stuff that went out of fashion, still locking in quite a few neon comps. So there's a lot of room for them to experiment, to play their own unique style, and they execute on that so incredibly well with the talents of players like Feng Feng, like Kai.
Is that how you beat a team like G2? You throw things at them they've never seen before?
I think that's what you have to try, but I don't think it'll work.
Oh, give me some hopium.
No, I think if you can throw some curveballs, some things that they're not really ready for, especially at the early start of rounds, get those early advantages, that's how they're going to need. They're going to have to snowball this.
Okay, I feel like I'm on the more Kopi side of this. We'll see, we'll see. But for now, it's time to send this down to stage and bring out the last two teams here. It will be G2 Esports taking on Trace.
Trace Esports พบกับ Day2
two contenders of Masters Bangkok. G2 Esports, the team that won it all back in Americas, and the ultimate underdogs in Trace. But Mimi, you hit the nail on the head. Bianchi has stood before a lot of Americans players before, and he has never lost against him. Will the streak continue today?
Trace is the ultimate upset team. You can never count them out completely, and they have had a hell of a lot of time to cook and come up with something special to catch G2 off guard.
And I think that is the biggest advantage that they have because China wrapped so early on. We saw what that kind of meant for EDG in their matches just yesterday. For Trace, how much have they been able to study G2? I guess a hell of a lot.
But they're starting things off on a map that we haven't seen a ton of from G2. They only played this Lotus once against Cloud9. I think they looked quite good in that map, but this is definitely comfort territory for Trace. They were playing a Fade Vice comp on this map last time they came out, but going into the later stages of this Veto, and it looks like really comfortable territory for G2. Having both the Abyss and Pearl in there, I have a hard time imagining how Trace wins those two maps.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I think if Trace want to win here, they have to 2-0. I don't see a world where they can beat G2 on Pearl, and that is a tremendous amount of pressure.
It is, but the Abyss already is going to be a very big challenge for them. But if they can get that, or even if they just trade maps, who the hell knows what we could end up having on that Pearl. Like I said, Trace, they have had an immense amount of time to study G2, to figure out what their play call system looks like, what they can anticipate round over round, and then try to find something, whether it's in the comp or in their own playstyle, to counteract G2. It's time to find out if all of that homework, all of that study can pay off on the stage.
G2's biggest strength is how they game plan ahead of time. When you watch them play into a map, it's almost always the first part of a half is planned out. They have a set pistol round, they have set gun rounds to go for early on. Josh RT and Valen are really good at coming up with the right read, and the players really buy into that system.
You plan your opener.
They showed they could bleed in the Americas finals, dropping a couple maps to Sentinels. And the way Sentinels was playing was honestly just disrespect, fighting into smokes, taking risks, catching the G2 players off guard. This is not an unbeatable team, but it's a strong one, and they still won that final.
And I do wonder how they're going to react in a situation where they've been under a microscope. Every other team in other regions have stolen stuff that G2 have come up with, their comps, their strats, everything under the sun. So what more else can they give? Because Trace is not really the type of team you guys already spoke about that like to do that. They have their own style. They have their own thing going on.
Yeah, we saw them just kind of sticking to their guns back at Champions, and it was good enough for them to be able to make that run to get up into the playoffs. I'm curious if there's going to be some additional iteration, because a month's time is a lot to find something and then make it your own. Find your own identity within a composition that might be borrowed from somewhere else. So I'm curious if there are going to be these pivots. But you're talking about how Sentinels played against G2 in that final, how they were able to get some wins away from them. I think Trace are going to be capable of that, especially if you're going out on Lotus here. I'm expecting to see Feng Feng on that raise. You want to disrespect, push some smokes, Feng Feng, that's your guy.
Well, taking a look at the agent selector, we will not get any changes.
Yeah, it's going to be sticking to the same comps, and I think this is a really good position for G2 to be in. Playing on this Yoru, they do a really good job at dealing with Vi's setups, using that clone to bait stuff out. Honestly, I think with how slow G2 can play on their attack side, baiting out that util, going for late round executes, it almost feels like Trace is going to have to play into a lot of flood defense type rounds.
Yeah, I might have to just try to get back into it before G2 can fully get entrenched, but this is kind of what I was talking about at the beginning, and what I'm hoping to see here from Trace is a way to counteract this Yoru as it goes up against that Vice. Have they solved it? Have they found the formula to break this Yoru down and make it look a little bit less indomitable than it has been?
Solo initiator with that fade means there's not as many tools to set up Feng Feng that the Raze on the Yoru on the other side is going to be able to have here.
Well, we have a very exciting match ahead of us and a very exciting duo. Join me and show some love for Panda.
Thank you so much, Yinzu and the desk. Yeah, a fantastic game here, and a lot of people kind of feeling there's something about Trace in this matchup. There's a potential for an upset. There's something that has got them worried or potentially excited. But they're against G2. Do you believe the hype?
Honestly, I do believe the hype. I feel like they're almost kind of a fake second seed because of how well they were doing in the regular bracket up until the finals where they dropped to EDG. But at the same time, it's hard to believe in that magic in game one against so many people's tournament favorites in G2.
Spot on. Now, we have a couple players that have had those couple upsets, obviously for Trace, but look, the Veto, at least they got Lotus, right? We start here. This is probably their best opportunity to stake their claim. If this goes sideways, put a fork in it, it might be done. But for now, we start with the pistol, and it has to look good for me here for Trace. I have to have some faith from this map.
Yeah. It's going to be a brawl soon, too. That baby door has already been chipped down very low. Two players ready to fight out off that. Look at it go.
Yeah, Valen's the first to fall, so already drawing first blood. Perfect for Trace. G2, a quick reminder and a pause now in pace.
Interesting that Trace have now backed 3 players over into the B site, so leaving a very weak Bianche alone on that site for now. And it's going to be up to G2 to sniff that out, because if they go into a B pop, they've lost B main control. They're going to have no chance.
And that question mark he wanted to find an answer to. Already invested in the utility, but gets no reward. But I guess there's some info in the lack of. It is going to be that flood towards B. The trades are there. Nice positioning towards main, at
Crosshair
least from some
placement was
Trace. Going to make this
questionable,
difficult. G2 not finding what they want on the way in.
Yeah, got a couple of kills, but it's not going to be enough, especially because Bangokok still back there towards stairs. That's going to be the first kill, and Trace with an excellent pistol to start it.
I love this. Bangokok, the ultimate America's killer, is just holding this down, just resolute to move. Perfect start for Trace. Calm and collected, didn't feel phased by G2 there, weren't to be bullied around,
Yeah, I mean,
held very nicely in all of these pivots throughout the pistol.
Exactly, I think it was that
G2's weak side on Lotus is their T side actually, which is weird because Lotus has always been bigger T side than
G2
not.
fell exactly into the trap. Trace were
But G2 is
trying to lay
insane
there.
in
It was layers
defense.
on layers. The thinking man's Valorant team that Mimi was calling Trace already showing up in round one.
That's lovely to see. Now, again, we want to see this being kept clean because I think every man knows, any viewer knows, the rest of this map ball does swing quite nicely towards G2 here. So for me, I want to see Trace being clean about this, looking composed, looking in control, because, you know, G2 can get under your skin. They are an explosive side at times. And Hebe looking to farm up. That's the controller one. They have slipped through, so he could actually be pinched here, and he does go down. They've got, I don't want to say site
They got a
control,
weapon
but they've at least
too.
got the foot in the
Gunning is
door.
very
It's
low.
awkward too because Kai is the only player going into sight here.
I'm worried he's going ahead here. There was no trade potential. That's far too risky for far too little reward. G2 given a chance. They pause the tempo.
Yeah, G2 have plenty of time. A minute left. Trace right now is still a little bit scattered. They're worried about G2 actually just running through the C site, but G2 have to comfortably grab the spike with the smoke and get out of there.
And I like what Jorg's trying to do as well, get a little more space over towards that CT side, kind of play
Oh,
off
that
site, play
timing
the
is gonna
timing.
be-
I don't know how it's going to work out. Timing is going to be awkward. Yeah,
You hate to see it.
Wait.
No way.
Oh, you might love to see it. I don't know. This is just gone completely topsy-turvy. Gorgeous flash. Jorgamo's being a
He
nuisance.
turned it, so-
Time's being bought, and look at Valen joining in. It ain't a one-man fight anymore. They have no idea about this additional body, and Valen can just hold this down. But they still have to control the site, which they might be doing here. Hold on, it's a 1v1, but the defuse is a problem. Bangokok is going to sit this. He's not going to get off this one, surely. Not actually does. He has to. Read it so well. Valen had to rush back towards site. They keep
a lot
it in
of
check
damage
for the
for
second
Nico.
round, but hey, this is G2.
Yeah,
That's a rude awakening right there.
Look, Trace losing 4 players on that round is kind of crazy. The fact they only got 1 for 1 on that initial site hit. G2 then sort of switching up those players, right? Jogamo initially taking the fight up against Loking in Waterfall, only to then have him go over into the site with some really nice mid-round or post-plant decision-making from G2 that genuinely gave them a chance there in the eco.
I just think for Trace, you've got to get real tight on some of those opportunities. Giving those options over to G2, they're going to make absolute mountains out of molehills there. You can't afford it. And that was up against Classics, maybe a Ghost at most. We go back in here into the bonus for Trace, and of course G2 now with that nice purchase to come up with.
Yeah, G2's prep will have told them that Trace leaves C-Site very weak. Usually it's just the Viper or Kai on the Vise hanging out here. Hey, hold on, there's a clone right underneath him. He's not fooled by that.
Dirk is not in this one. There's no problems. We're all good. Trent just going farming. But an early opportunity, kind of pressuring that C-site, pulling over the rotation.
Yeah, I think it's important, though, that G2 do this early conditioning in the half, that they're going to show a couple of full-on C aggros, because Trace so often will be full fighting over towards that rubble space. Then you put a pause in the mid-round, you re-clear into rubble, and all of a sudden Trace will get a little bit less comfortable around their information. They don't really have that hold right now or any real space on that rubble side.
Yeah, just need to start clearing some question marks. You can see the flash coming in through B, maybe just trying to get the info, but we can see where this is likely ending for G2. Very meticulous in approach, still holding that default for quite some time, about 40 seconds. Tree pressure and tree control gathered. And it's going to be there's no situation that Bangokok is going to stick around too close on site. He's got a Ghost. It's time to fall away from this. Let them get the plant and play retake.
30
We'll
seconds
see even
left.
how committed they go into the retake, whether or not they try to deny some ult orbs or something like this. Bangokok is actually going to find the ghost shot. And hold on now, because Trace have 4 players ready to go.
And that's Trent gone from a post plant as well. We know what that Teo can do, but already you can see that pressure mounting. Almost that quick retake coming in, but they get stopped at the gates. Hebe going down makes this trickier, but an opportunity made out of nothing. Still need to chip away at the last 3 if they really want to make a go at this. Bangokok does well. Expects the counter swing, but it's Leaf holding that back line, taking away Kai. Pretty much tips this completely into their hands. This would have to be monstrous from Fang. I don't think it's going to happen. It's not. G2 just about get across the finish line there. very close.
These rounds are really tight, though. Even with bad buys for these two teams. Giving you a little preview of how intense these rounds could end up playing. We'll see this again from Young K's perspective. The sole side anchor. Good for one there. But really, this sets up for a very interesting round 4 because just about everyone in the server is 1 or 2 points away from the ultimate. Playing for those early ult orbs is going to be really important.
Just warming in. It's a long road ahead of them here.
Now, Valen's one of the cooler IGL heads out there. Keeping it calm for G2.
Kind of need that as well. It's something you want to be seeing, keeping that composure. Very early rubble control this time.
Especially with such high expectations for G2 coming into the tournament. You know, we're in the last 3 finals, lost the first 2, finally win kickoff, finally have those huge expectations. For now, can just bait out this wall as they again show that early presence towards C.
This feels like consistent conditioning, but Kai's got himself a little bit of a pocket to play from here. I do want to see them be very diligent and clearing towards site. He's tried to make something of it. It didn't really go well. Now the follow-up is there for Hebe, but this still feels a bit brawly to me. I'm looking at the rest of the map, and everyone now having to rotate over. We're seeing them get control. That's C-site now under the G2 banner. I don't see much pressure coming back in, but they're still looking to have a fight on this, and they do have the ult there as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Trace need to find some kind of a pick, but also the spike hasn't been planted, so G2 are going to have to walk into some of these angles. They have no flashes left on Jonah P. Maybe waiting for the refresh of a fault line, something like this. Because they don't even feel like they have control of the site right now using the blast of their back.
Yeah, Valen, they're just going to be investing the smoke. Ooh, it's going to be in a little bit of chip. Decent amount of chip, but still no kill, and it's unconfirmed damage, so it's not going to be enough for them to really want to springboard in on there. It's still quite comfortable here. 4 players to get through. I think you're calling a save on this.
Yeah, especially like Fong Fang Hei's got the regen shield going in on that one too, so even though he gets chipped, going to be totally fine to go ahead and save that and go into the next round. Although that said, one thing that G2 will do is if they notice that the teams they're playing against are buying a lot of light shields or regen shields, Leaf will just buy an outlaw. And it doesn't matter what agent he's playing, it doesn't matter if he's on attack or if he's on defense, like that guy's just an outlaw demon. And something you have to keep in mind if you're trying to play this econ game where you have a lot more buy rounds but are never opting into the heavy.
For G2, that's got to feel good. 4 standing. A clean round for them, kind of getting past that C puzzle as well, not getting too phased by it, even with all the Viper utility on it and then kind of the Vice playing on it. They still made it through. So that's a pretty big tick in the box, I'd say, going into the rest of this game.
100%. And G2, they're sort of... They're set up well, as we are going to be jumping into a quick timeout here. G2 are set up well into this matchup versus Trace because they're playing the Yoru on Lotus, which is not something a lot of teams do, but the Yoru clone just bullies the Vice utility that Kai is going to be setting up towards C. And if you watch Trace play this map over in the Chinese scene, like Kai is set up on C pretty much every single round for them. So G2, by opening up strong into the C side of the map, throwing out a Yoru clone, even if they don't exec, they can just eat up those walls all the time.
And I think it even speaks kind of to the bigger picture of Valorant in general at the moment, that Yoru just feels like a must-have. It just feels like it has so many answers across the board. I'm a little bit worried if I don't see further adaptation down the line, maybe in the next maps coming out from Trace, because they've had a little bit of time off here. I'd like to see them coming in refreshed and up to date with the meta as well. Like, at least we're still seeing Vice in here. Like, we're seeing some parts of it, but I still would like to see that step up throughout, right? Because otherwise I get a little nervous here.
Because the main thing was with China playing so much earlier than the other regions, they weren't really quick to adopt the Taeho, but we have seen EDG, they had the time and they implemented the Taeho, so it's certainly a possibility that we get it moving forward, although Abyss Pearl maybe not the most Taeho-heavy maps to prove it. Lotus would have really been the chance to show that if they had put in the work.
Would have been nice. But the other thing that would have been nice would be a decent buy, which sadly for Trace they're not getting here. We do have at least Fang Fang still sitting towards the Phantom, still has the ult there, still has a little bit to play with. Lau King as well, going to have the Vandal, so there's a little bit of punch to this. I'd like to see them try and be proactive here. You've got a round where you're going to be trying to play around these hero rifles, the remains of that previous round. Let's see if we can bring it in. But already it looks like G2 is expecting this after the timeout. Very deep default.
I like this though from Trace because they show the extra presence towards A, but very quickly Fong Fong and Lo King moved over into front B, looking to trap into sand. Now unfortunately, G2 read that like a book, so they're now going into the very absent A site.
Yeah, and you're going to get a little spot here. Jorgamo's hopefully going to find a corner to play. What on earth? Jorgamo.
He's alive?
Yeah, I don't know how you're getting away with that. I really don't. Jorg just gets away with daylight robbery to keep his life on 40 HP. But now, Trace can now start flooding over here. They can put bodies on the side. This cross is not secure. It is certainly not safe. It's going to be punished already. A 2-for-1 trade out. Kai absolutely unleashing from the back of the site. A 2v3. And Trent now has to try and make his way over. Stunning from Trace. And a bit of a fumble it felt from Jorg there.
Yeah, honestly, like that entry sort of collapsed. Jog has to go out without really creating any space for the team. And then Trace just boxed G2 up in tree. They're ready to come out through Link. They've got players bunkering down on site and even committing the Fatal to it. Even with Sheriffs in hand, it doesn't matter. They're winning the round.
Look at this again.
It's just the quick calls coming in too, right? That smoke comes down, so now how are G2 getting out of there? They've sort of lost the Yoru. He's way in the back line now. It's very awkward for them. You can see G2 are not thrilled with what just went down.
That's a rough one to lose, and that's a confidence builder here for Trace going forward. This looks like a very explosive piece towards that B site. I don't think you're getting out of this alive. Wait, they managed to hold it at the door. Jorgamo, though, from the back line, going to take away 2. This is his site already. Maybe a third. Yeah, it's a third. He's going to make up for the last round by basically getting you another. Jorgamo!
Oh, the clone, that thing.
Shreds. One away from the ace, and a stark reminder of what that man can do. The stars don't even need to align. He can make it all himself. And it's a formality at the end. Maybe you're going to pull off a miracle here? Prove me wrong.
I'll tell you what, it is nice to see Jog back on the big stage. But Low King with so much to do against him. Trent's got his number right on the side. That'll tie things back up for G2.
Oh, what a round. Give me that again. Give me that again.
It was so nice as well, right? Because you've got, you know, the jumping in, going down with a, what was there, a judge trying to run him down in Jonah P's hands, then the double flash, Jaw's behind it. By the way, Jaw then, with a paranoia going up towards Heaven and the ultimate going into Link, takes the fight into Waterfall. Then as soon as Link opens up, he's flashing in there because he knows that A player is going to be flooding in.
You love to see that. That's a bit of magic from the man, but it's broken the money of Trace, and it feels like they get scrappier in these rounds and take higher risks, which is fine. This is rough. Actually, it's Valen to go down. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. This positioning is wild. They have to evacuate. They have to pull the cord on that. That felt too threatening over towards Rubble. They've had to pull away. Maybe to hold this default a second longer, try and cool down the jets of Trace here.
Yeah, a bit of a mess there. I think Valen got caught by the C's and the nade combo, just trying to blitz out into the open. But now, because Trace are so heavily stacked towards C, they're expecting G2 to move over there. They have little info, so Byung-K's got to step forward into front B. It's being held, and somehow he's winning that fight. That's the spike and spawn.
Uh-oh, Trent. And hold on, he didn't get stunned here. Jorgamo actually has more of a fair fight than he would have wanted. This is really messy. What is going on here? Trace being super slippery about this, and he has to get out of dodge. It's a bit of a ruse because they're still heading towards A. The bulk of G2 is still working, and somehow it feels like they've accidentally tripped into the right outcome.
Yeah, G2, they want to buy some time, I think, for Jaw to rotate back over, but look at this pit going down. Jonah P playing right up in the front of it, too.
Oh. Reveal. Oh,
wow.
Baby. Jonah P gonna get the wind knocked out of him on that. Jorgamo is now making it back towards this A site. They're not taking any chances on this. Ult gonna come on, but it's still gonna be Leaf. He's got the shorty, and he's ready for it. Noting Kai on the way through, gets a reload, and slips a little further back. Leaf is playing this really well, but he does get found. It's all on Jaw. And again, it feels like almost an impossible situation, and they're running ults here. And Bianca was so ready. Trace in these rounds are scrappy, and it works for them. I can't believe we're seeing this now back to back. I mean, Trent having an absolute stinker of a round there. Yeah. Jorgamo on the other side of the map. This feels really out of sorts for the G2 I expected.
Oh no, and here you see it, right? Teleporting directly into the C's nade. G2 hadn't shown that fast of a look towards Rubble, so he thought he could get away with it. But then here in mid, what's going on with that? You hear the pit go down towards stairs, so you're expecting the aggro against a team that's down in numbers. I think Trace just sort of had G2's number there. Even the shorty coming out at the end was nice, but he gets taken down. Then there's a paranoia making it impossible for Jaw to play the round.
Now, this is kind of what I wanted out of this game, though, because we do have a timeout now coming for G2, right? We've got a super scrappy Trace. Now, they're willing to get kind of dirty in these rounds. They're willing to take these aggressive fights. They're willing to scrap, almost over-rotate at times, like really take the bait almost, and it's working. I love that. I'd like to see them find stability in a gun round or two, because it feels like, hey, let's pick up the pace now we've got Sheriffs. Let's, go for these crazier fights. I'd love to see them find some stability. I'm a little surprised at G2 being as volatile as they are. We've seen, a bailout round from Jorg, right? That's great. That gets you 4 kills. We love one of those. But beyond that, do they look this stable in your mind? This wasn't a high map in their veto, right? I think they played it once.
Yeah, they played it up against a
Cloud9
C9
or something, right?
It looks really good then, to be fair.
But it's certainly not high up in their veto. This is opening up for that conversation that if Trace can find stability here, they've already forced a timeout of G2. Maybe we get a game. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm hoping. I'm praying.
When you're winning ecos like that, you've got that sort of surprise factor. And honestly, when I think about G2 as a team, I think they do much better in controlled round states, right? When they've got time for balance, sort of figure out what's going down. It's usually when teams are sort of blowing up the pace right from the get-go that they can run into some trouble.
Okay, well, let's see what G2 can kind of do with the similar hand that Trace was dealt not too long ago. A broken purchase, Stingers coming out, a Guardian or two, and a Sheriff. Kai needs to play this composed. He's got a lot of pressure on his...
Okay, full stun.
Yeah,
no problem.
Yeah, it's all good. No sweat. The wall goes up. We've got control. There's no problems here. G2 not getting away with anything they want in this round.
The half buy for them just completely falls apart. The oldest trick in the book, half buy, so you force into the B site, and Trace were absolutely ready for it. Actually, I think I really like how Trace have been sort of controlling with the early fights towards Rubble, being able to break Baby Door, go into Link, sort of move back and forth between the B and A sites. It's caused a lot of problems for G2, even on their bigger buy rounds.
No fuel. Now, do they get a little bit of a read on this? It's gone real quiet on the rest of the map. Now there's going to be this explosive approach towards C. Again, high pressure, high tempo, stunning, clear. G2 just shifted gears, showing some real pedigree on this one. Supplant's going to be in.
And Jonapi has the Rolling Thunder in the post plant. Trace have to sort of bait that out somehow, but I'm not sure they have the utility to do it outside of the paranoia.
This pivot to the C site was absolutely heaven sent for G2. It's still rough though, but it is that ult with Jonah P, right? That's the backbone to this round.
And Trent's just gonna be a little rat on site, playing off this perfectly.
Yeah, why not? But a very early investment of the ult, and now hold on. This may not go the way they wanted. Leaf!
Damn.
Stunning from him. 2 quick kills, and the ult in the end does find the impact they needed, and G2 stabilize.
Beautiful, beautiful post plant coming through from G2. Again, a messy round at the start, but I think they've really pinpointed that C is going to be the weakness for Trace consistently. When they've been able to get onto that side, it's not been an issue. I also think the C anchors from Trace have played it the same way every round. They've played back in bend, and then they push up onto top site and try to look down on you when you come through the wall. And G2 have been very successful at picking off that player.
And now for a team that we've kind of given the credit of being quite a thinking man's team at times, I want to see if Trace can adapt to that. Do they now start thinking about this? Do they have something in mind how they want to approach it? Because for G2, they can kind of set and paint the scene however they want. Early, we've got pressure. Hold on. Does this man get to live? No, he does not. G2 draw first blood. They take over Rubble control, and they've already put a problem towards that A site.
Now, Trace are still in the area. 3 players ready to go with a delayed refight for them. Putting up the wall right now to see if G2 overextend into that space. But G2, it's very rare they'll just get a pick and over-accelerate into you. And especially after, I think, what they remember of the pistol round with that second layer of fighting. I think G2 were almost waiting for Trace to play their hand or overplay it even.
And it's a very fair shout, right? That pause. You get a man advantage, just pause for a second, see if maybe Trace do try and get that pick back. It would be the death of them if they do. Now, I kind of like that they pushed out towards Mound on the C site. You've got an early warning system there. Maybe it's a little tricky for Heibei, obviously, on the Viper, but that's fine. I don't mind it. But still, it allows them this security to keep 2 players on this A site, at least.
But you think about it, it's when those individual players from Trace have pushed forward, whether that was Bianca into front B or whatnot, they found success. Here, a little 1-2 punch setup. Jonah P, looking high, finding 2 kills.
He's made something out of it. It ain't over yet, but it's a long rotation for Heibei. The first on the site will be Bianca. He's going to get it. At least...
Silent drop.
Yeah, they have no idea. Hold on. He's close enough. Hold on, he's got one. A 1v2. Heibei, have you got it in you? Have you got the capability to pull this one off? Trent, though, again in the post plant here. Down a little low, but that's fine. Leaf the one to really do the damage before. First attempt made. Doesn't care. He's going to have to care. Yeah, that's going to force you off, but he's actually made this feel a little doable. Trent was just like, hell, I'll die for this one. No worries. Okay, all good. G2, I'll do a little bit
You know what? I respect it. I respect it. It takes some guts to get up there and intentionally die to the molly to get the timing on the defuse.
Bless him. I mean, they are making G2 work for this. We are seeing that throughout, but I do have to give credit here to G2. That nice pause of the tempo reset, still effective trading towards tree. Like, they're managing these fires that keep breaking out over this map.
It's also G2 realizing that they're not just supposed to instantly fight into trouble. They wait out that Seasonade combo, then re-clear it. Do well with Low King, but once again, it'll be that same volley of utility sent by Trace. This time, though, on the light buy, Almo's getting right up in it.
He's clearing this so far. He's got a pocket to play from. The Prowler gonna still note attendance here, but it's Hebe on the other side playing further forward. I thought he had a shot on that one. Not to be, Valen clears through diligently. Next in line, Kai. Hard to make the Sheriff's work here, and unfortunately the worst target to find out the pack. So he has to respect this and back away. This looks solid from G2.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep that going up in the post plant, but the early chip damage down. Feel a little bit confident. G2 played pretty heavily sight in these post plants. It was a little bit different. Usually we see them fighting more aggressively. This time making sure there aren't going to be any flanks coming in, anything like that. They know that Trace have shown quite a lot of flank looks domestically, and especially on the eco round that could be coming in.
I'd quite like them to revisit that almost, kind of lean back a little heavier on trying to pressure those backlines, because Leaf, I know it's only Sheriffs and they're like, you know, barely half HP, but he looks kind of stylish with what he's doing here. Just farming them up. Why not? Get some confidence builders. Work towards the ult. Pretty close.
You know, I don't know if Leaf is lacking in confidence necessarily.
That's a fair point.
This guy was tearing it up in America. Is really the standout player for G2. Kind of stealing the show a bit from Jogamo, because obviously like the hype was Jogamo's coming into G2. This is like the most stacked roster we've ever seen on paper, but in reality it has been Leaf, whether he's on the Viper, perma-locking in the chamber, just dominating servers.
We do have the starting to hit here as well. There's not two, I mean, you've got one away from Kai's there, you've got two away from Fung Funks, but on the other side, you're looking at Trent having theirs.
Yep.
And I'm just kind of like waiting to see if they have something in mind with this for G2. I'm still waiting to see at least one good Teo ult.
Yeah, I mean,
didn't feel like I've had many of those, but, you know, I like this stack. I like the proactive approach towards B as well. This may be the adjustment for this C lean that we've seen consistently coming out. A proactive and an aggressive Kai to kick things off. And with Trent gone, it does remove away a lot of that utility late round that G2 would have loved to have had.
I love how mobile Trace are here too. After they get the first pick, they're actually kind of abandoning the C site. Very happy to play retake with that. You look at the Nightfall, you look at the Vise ult. Sure, you can play that retake. Bolstering up that A defense, because Bianchi on his own with the Odin, maybe not the best, but if you can play that sort of crossfire, that bait and switch setup with Fung Fung backstairs, you're going to be in a great spot.
We have Leaf is going looking.
Toxins going up.
I could see a world where Valen tries to get the ult online here too, just to blow up the round in the post plant.
Here we go. Plant gonna come down, and the ult now primed. Kai waiting to instigate this retake.
You could even try to dodge the Visal with it.
And I love the deep smoke coming down from Lao King as well, kind of creating that pressure through towards door. It kind of makes them fight forward, which they're willing to do. It's G2, they want a bit of aggression, but it's Leaf to try and draw the blood, but it's a 2-for-1 trade out. Trace have the numbers, and they have the round. They manipulated G2 from start to end in this.
That was just gorgeous. Had all the ults they needed to go in on that retake, or flooding in from every single lane into the site. G2 were not ready for that at all.
I'm impressed with Trace. I really am.
Genuinely. This is also like defense side Lotus. They put up 5 already. Still one more left to play.
And this is G2. Can we just put in context here how good G2 have looked? They have looked outrageous coming into this. The new meta suiting them well, the map pool looking good. Yeah, they had their permaban, but that's fine. Everything else looked brilliant. I want to see them look dominant here. This was the best opportunity, though, for Trace, I would say. This Lotus map pick was always going to be there. This could completely change. But if anything, it's shown that they can draw blood on G2, but they have to keep it going. G2 now sitting at 6-5, still with the lead. Hebe under pressure early, and that pressure is coming fast.
Yeah, a little bit of a delayed stun there with Valen's TP to see if they can catch that early aggro. Well played by Hebe to not overextend, but he's in a whole heap of trouble now.
Certainly is. TP gets taken. Valen's in there. No idea! Perfect pinch, perfect use of the ult. I wanted it, I get it! Oh, but they're fighting back! Trace! They don't care! They just barrel into the site and bring it back to a 2v2. No right to do that, but somehow make it happen. And now G2 want that plant. They want the time on their side. Some advantage. Leaf is prowling, patrolling in the ult himself. Bianchi praying that some of this spray works. They're going to walk this. They're absolutely going to walk this. Oh my god, that was so close. Trent's the one to get it, and now Just one man against the two. A brutal altar walk in.
Hello?
What are we up to? That drops the pit. Suddenly this becomes so much more doable, and Trent left in a world of trouble. The cross ain't pretty, and this is now getting messy. This is looking like composure's on the line. We've got the utility coming out, and the pressure is there! Trent goes down! Unbelievable, but does he have the time? Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. That is gonna look close, but I swear to you, he's got this one.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. I lied.
No, he doesn't.
G2 just about getting away with it. Bloody hell.
Unbelievable. He was on a tear too, sprinting back towards spawn. Wins the fight, but can't secure the round. And I mean, look, this started off beautifully for G2, going for the fight in the back, but to win it like that makes you sit on the edge of your seat going into the second half.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon. Red Bull gives you wings.
You don't see me like I see you. I could tell from the nights that we argue. You don't need me like I need you. I'm the lamb to your shepherd, I follow you. I know that you count your sins, late nights and you sneak back in. While I just wait like the fool I am. Trinkets in the contraband, strange gifts from a stranger's hand. Why the hell are you hiding? Trinkets in the contraband.
5-7. Is it enough? G2 were pressured here. They do come out at least with a scoreline lead, right? They've got a couple rounds to play with here, but these were really volatile rounds, right? These were up and down the whole way through.
Especially considering that 2 of those rounds Trace got were just on ecos. Half buys, Sheriff somehow still winning out here. Trace now moving on to the attack side of things, but G2 can often be more deadly on the defense side than on the attack. We'll see how it starts, because already G2 are ready to fight early into this A side.
Oh, that is indicative, isn't it? Look how deep that util goes. Jorg straight up just towards rubble now. Gonna be just sitting towards this as long as he fancies.
Valen just trying to see if he can get some shots through this one way, but he's kind of sticking out in that area for now. Notice that Jonah P has rotated over on the B side and didn't use stun in that opening volley. So if Trace try to exec into C, that could be every single player stunned up and ready to fall to this high-low setup G2 have going.
Are they trying to contact in on this? Like, there we go, okay. They were real close on that smoke, and they do get to beat the utility. So managing to make it towards that C side, Heybei's punished Jorg on the other side of the map. Jorg was over there for a long old time. Now, I don't think this is going to pull anyone away. They've had almost too much success towards this C site. There's that stun, and there's going to be almost the pre-take here. Leaf walks in, knocks down the door. The plant's in, but what does that matter?
Wow.
Heybei, the last one to try and do anything, and he was noted a million miles away. Yeah, he took down Jorgamo, but you ain't going to get this round. Valen going to be sitting on this defuse, and he's dealt with. Trent's there. G2 somehow make that look easy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Leaf is the player to watch in this event. Man is on an absolute tear. I think he's, what, 16-7 right now on his opening map? And G2 know, right? As soon as Heybei hit that door over towards A, look, they're down in numbers, but we have a 4v4 on site right now. It's time to go, go, go. And it worked perfectly for them.
Yeah, this just unbelievable. Leaf just, in any of these situations, he looks so clean with it.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
feel like Valorant right now is just a mini game where it's trying to get timings through smokes as often as possible. At least finding them right now.
That's got to feel so good to pick up the pistol in that fashion as well after such a, like, I don't want to say muddy first half, but it was pretty, like, volatile, right? Very much up in the air, some messy-ish rounds coming down to get a nice, clean start to things. Got to feel good. That should open up the gateway for a couple more rounds here as well. We've got the Stingers out, we've got the Outlaws coming out, Guardians, bits and bobs, and nothing invested from Trace. So, hey, if they can get a plant, they get a kill or two. Brilliant. I like the idea. Oh, look at this crunch. That's so well made, so well crafted. And it does put Valen in a little bit of a predicament, but that's a spike. So they do need to go on a recovery mission, and Valen's got to play this right. He doesn't want to fall here. Get overwhelmed, doesn't, keeps composed the whole way through. Sadly, it feels like kind of a bit of a cursed chalice. I like this from Kai, though.
Yeah, Kai's the guy that could just blow this open. G2 have no idea he's on the way. Trent turning around at the exact right time. You gotta be kidding me. And yeah, we're pushing through smokes, but at the end of the day, G2 just high rolling on luck there and taking down Trace, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely nat 20ing the whole way through. This is nice from G2. I like this already, seeing what they're coming through with. There was a little bit of danger. I want to talk about what Trace did with that nice crunch towards Waterfall there. There was so much threat towards that, which they were able to navigate nicely. Valen just impossible to pin down, super slippery towards CT, keeping them guessing, and that spike being dropped where it was just felt like that poison chalice. Whoever touched it just met that end.
You just instantly go down. We're trying to throw smokes and whatever. It's not going to work. Yeah. Trace now, though, they've got to bounce back into this round. Otherwise, it is falling apart. And importantly, with buying a few pistols there for Trace, they've got 2 players on regen shields coming in. There's an Outlaw that stuck around. So I don't know if I love Trace forcing 5 rifles here instead of a Guardian heavy.
It could be an issue. Let's see if it becomes one. That's yet to be decided. Right.
Not ready yet. Good hit.
Not the one to get punished yet, but he knows that there's pressure now to the backline. Seeing that Util and Jorgamo just caught sleeping. They were way deeper than he expected. Yeah. That's the site open.
He got the shot on Feng Feng, but heavy armor only down to 10 HP. Now this Ray's playing super aggressively up towards Heaven.
10 HP. He's going for this on 10 HP.
And fully cleared out as well. I don't know.
I mean,
okay.
I'll shut my mouth. I'll shut my goddamn mouth. I'm so sorry. Play where you want with your 10 HP. Get aggressive.
I wasn't familiar with this game.
And now we are. It is getting down to that kind of, deeper end of the round. Valen's position could still get the pressure going, but you can hear that clock ticking. Time is running low, and the 10 HP Demon is still striking. Valen just, I think he's trying to achieve maximum damage at this point if he can. Take away these rifles, because the round isn't going to be really going his way anymore.
Damn.
Bloody hell! What on earth is that man made of?
Steel? I don't know. The bro's unkillable. He was on 10 HP for 3 different fights.
Whole time. What on earth? Like, look at this.
Oh, that was even a refight after he'd been tagged. Getting the kill on Jog.
Just didn't care.
Fair play.
I guess if you just hit the headshot, what does it matter?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, look at this guy. Just light work for him. He's so cool under it. Okay, Trent's got any others nearby. Nothing massive here.
Yeah, just Feng Feng on the other side.
Okay, nothing they can bank on straight away, but this is the round we want to be really focusing on, right? The buys coming out for both teams, looking in a much better position. Real quick tempo coming out here, too.
G2 sort of showing this ultimate, going for a refight.
Okay, and they're trying to go for this one, but do they clear it diligently? Yeah, they do. Trent's on the case. Quick double picked up. That's me, Feng Feng gone, that's Lauking gone. That's some big players removed from this. You've lost the ult. You've lost your smokes, kinda. You're left down with Kai, Hebe, and Bianca. This is not an easy round anymore.
Yeah, especially with Leaf taking that forward position on B. These players are boxed into the A site. You either have to walk into Jog with no HP, and not going to work, or you walk into an Odin, or there's a flank coming in. There's just nothing you can do correctly in this round. It's all falling to pieces.
No good outcome. There's no good death. There's no good death. There's no nice way to go here. It just feels inevitable.
He's stunned,
oh, man, this
he's
is horrible.
blinded, he's flanked. Yeah.
Yeah, that was beautiful from G2, though. I was a little bit worried about that ult initially, but then the follow-up util coming out from Trent was stunning.
Absolutely. And to me, the thing that's really interesting about watching how G2 structure their defensive sides is how they'll sort of play similar rounds back to back. You think to the pistol in round 2, they showed 2 very active looks towards the A site. Then round 3, it's nobody really on A, it's just the Yoru, and they're pushing out through C. So this round, they only show the Yoru at the start, and it comes with that refight that Trace just aren't expecting at all.
Oh my god!
10 rounds, you can see the smiles starting to break out. They've made it to double digits. They forced the timeout for Trace. That's kind of when you start knowing you got him on the ropes a little, right? That was the big round, right? That could have been a pivot round in my mind, and you literally have Trent just running through him. There was nothing that they could do about it. By the time they got out of that massacre, they were down to 3 and half of them were half HP. So now let's kind of like take pause here. We were kind of, I was holding G2 to very high standards, I think. Because they are coming in as one of the teams that a lot of people were tipped to look the best, at least in the start of the year. A lot of people were really rating them. The start of this half, they're now living up to that a little more in my mind. The first half was still very much anyone's game, I felt. Trace very much in touch here, but coming back in, G2 look way more in control.
Yeah, again, G2 on defense is just a different beast. They're so good at controlling rounds, but I want to see what the pivot is from Trace coming in, because I think the big thing they have to be concerned about is how Jonah P just holds onto his stun so frequently for those refights. That came into play with the Teo ult in that last round as well. So Trace needs to do maybe a better job of not overcommitting into space and trying to see if they can maybe bait out that ability. Otherwise, they're going to keep running into these sort of delayed trap pieces that G2 like to go for.
Spot on. Bit of a split to start with, however.
See, the irony is they show the stun immediately here because they're not actually playing on this side of the map. And so now Trace come out of that timeout, they don't really have that space over towards A. And now they're walking into a potential trap with that double flank coming out through C.
I am worried about the flank, and I'm so glad we're seeing G2 explore this. I kind of wanted Trace to do it, but on the hunt here, I'm just going to put that in the pocket of Trent. Lovely. That's a man on the side, man to the good. And now you can see if that post plant holds, but this flank is still on the way.
It's the flank and Jonah P over on A. Those two fights are what could get G2 back into the round. First one goes their way, second one doesn't. Trace still with a great chance here.
Yeah, and Giacomo's now in no man's land. He's a million miles out from this one, but he's going to get through back by door. They've kind of split over towards that blue room, trying to take over some security towards CT. Trace almost exchanging paces here, but G2 do need to start going. They see this get moving. Giacomo going to take that step, start getting towards the site. Hey, being a problem. We're starting to see them really heat up here. Trace, it's getting messy again, and they win out. That pivot to B could have gone absolutely topsy-turvy the whole way through. There was so many opportunities for G2 to, I don't know, turn the screws a little more, but somehow, some way, Trace win out in so many of those situations.
Bang Bang was just an absolute hunter here. Heat-guided missile to take out Trent at the start of the round, but really it was this shot onto Jonah P from Heibei. It turns into a 3K for him. But it also just opens up that extra angle into sight on the post plant. That was just too much for John Valen to deal with.
A little frustration, but a good step for Trace though. Get back in this game a bit more. Bangokok's got to wake up a touch there. Almost got a touch. Easy, Tiger. But it does at least allow the ults to start coming through here. That's going to facilitate Giacomo to get his. It's now ready if necessary.
Sort of tempting the space right now. Again, there still is that stun ready to go, but G2 often will play a little bit softer towards this space. You see Jaw as a TP ready towards stairs. Decided to fake that one and send another one back into the site instead. G2 are going to try and hold on to Tree in this post, or in this actual site hold once Jaw leaves the area, but we'll see if Young K can actually find him here. Defense wall goes up. Jaw playing right on the other side, takes his timing through. That is perfect. He gets his kill, and he's out.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was dreaming of happening. Now going back in with the ult as well. He wants more. This man's hungry for it. He's going to see so much. That's everything you dreamed of. Giacomo, nothing short of divine intervention could save Trace now, and maybe they're going to get it, but it's Trent. Take away Heibei, and Giacomo in the back line is going to, again, keep them crunched here. Trent's the one to kill him, but it's Giacomo seeing all of them as well. Fung's gone even just one alive. A 1v3 required. No easy task, no spike. They're ready for him.
He's ulting for it.
They're trying to block.
But he only has 20 seconds. He still has to fight these players.
He has to go back for this, and they're waiting patiently. G2, all too aware of the plan.
That's exactly what they needed for that A fight right there. Jaw taking this timing. Again, Valorant is just a game where you push through the smoke on a timing, and if you get the kill, you win the round. It's exactly what it meant for Jaw right there. And then having the ultimate as well to, again, just have full information of what Trace were doing on the map. So they can get those walls starting to close in.
It just feels like this whole map is closing in here for Trace. It's starting to capitulate a little under pressure. 11 rounds now for G2. This was your chance, boys. If you wanted to make a go of this one, this was the stand. Fall a little short, looking a little desperate there though, Val, and Leaf going down. I'm a little surprised, but Trent is still trying to keep this competitive.
Jonah is really trying to bust a move over to that C side as the A-Lurk again finds the kill. Jonah P blinded up, can't hear anything. He really needed to take a timing into the site, but now all eyes fall onto Trent here. That'll be the first one, and still no spike planted.
This could be a monstrous round for Trent. He still has util. He has a nice bit of positioning to play from.
2 flashes on Jonah P as well. Right now, Trace just buying time so that Hebe could actually regroup with the team, and the whole while, G2 are concerned that that flank could still be coming in.
Trent take this moment. This big opportunity here. Smoked off though, here. Considering the util. Ult gonna come down, denies plant on this, and he does get a little closer off the flash coming out from Jonah P. Trent is now very close by, and they have no idea. Trent is just a step away.
Well, they only have a pixel to plant with.
They have so little. And a jump spot. Very diligent from BNK there to double check on this. Trent is so close. He's looking for a kill. He's looking for a pixel out of place, and he's being given nothing. But Trace looking hesitant, trying to walk through the ult. They get the reward. Jonah P goes down, leaving just Trent alive. But this man looked good, but it's not good enough. Lao King's there. And even in all that hesitation, they keep their cool and stay in this game.
Hebe took a beautiful time there. He heard one player reloading, so knew he had a 1v1 on site. Wins that one and secures the round, because that was so chaotic. I mean, the Viper's pit on site. Don't forget, he also found that kill on the A side of the map. But there you go, here's that reload. And doesn't waste a moment with it.
Okay, okay. Step by step, they've broken the money now, but there we do have an ult here for G2. If you've got anything creative to bring out, just to checkmate to 12. Maybe go for a bit of it, let's see. Trace, you're gonna give us a game here. Big gateway round for them. Jorgamo would be the first to be challenged. He's trying to stick around on this one, at least for a moment longer, and you can see why. Valen there, and nothing to really force him off this. Trace, what's going on? You've just lost 2 players. You haven't made it past the starting blocks.
It's just a mess, and with where Fengfeng's body dropped, Valen now has a rifle in hand. Trace are still spread apart. I mean, if they want a way back in this round, they almost need to ask Hebe, hey, can you go get a kill over on A side again? Do something.
Those steps are pretty useful, I guess, but there's still obviously the threat of Leaf here, but he only has that frenzy, so maybe they can start building towards this A site.
If anything, falling back there sets up G2 to win this round even more, because now you've got a potential crossfire going from stairs and out of baby. G2 are trying to play as together as possible here to abuse the fact they've got numbers.
This is so goddamn tense, though. Trent here, waiting. Angle's good, shots better. Still controlling the spike is there! Trent! Back-to-back impact! Leaving just one alive! G2 with a flawless round to get to 12.
Yeah, you'd think G2 got bored with Trace winning all those ecos in the first half. Coming in here with a fire under them. I mean, Trent absolutely popping off with the Sheriff. Started off great with that C fight as well. Not sure what happened with Fengfeng dropping off of that perch from him, but that just cooked the round completely.
Starting to show a little bit more of that pedigree there, that potential with G2. Looking deadly, and they near on have the full hand of ults as well to depend on, barring Jorgamos. They've got everything they need. A broken buy for Trace, but hey, this is what happens when you play up against some of the best in the world here. You got to deliver where it matters. Trent, very deep with the utility. This map feels tiny for Trace.
Trace, they've got the Visol to play with, but Jaw's trying to get right up in their face. He's going for a fight.
Oh, this man's looking nasty. This is the moment that Jorgo seems to
What?
shine. How's he getting out of there? How is Trent alive still? What is this bloodbath we are witnessing? Jonah P, he fancies a go at it. This is a mental round.
Q Rocket Man as Fengfeng goes flying into the air. G2 are still hanging around though. They're still fighting for this space beyond K and Fengfeng. We're gonna take them down and open up this site.
Force them back into place, force them to heal a little. That's too far. G2 wants to remember there's some fire with these Trace boys.
Look at Leap though,
Oh,
hanging
God.
out here. He gets one, he gets two, and he's still looking for more.
Unbelievable from Leaf. And Even in the back of his mind, he read it right. He buys the time, he reads around, and Kai from high hopes to what could be a corner with a shorty in it, Leaf.
25 seconds.
Oh, just that taste of potential for Trace there. Maybe the game could have continued, but Leaf, I think, might have crushed this one. Look at the spike, and Kai has to try and fight. He does. 13 seconds, you gotta go now, Kai. It's game on. Oh, no!
Wow.
Heartbreak for Kai, and composure for Valen. 13-8.
Leaf is just an animal in the server. What a beast. Taking down 3 there. The round was completely lost from G2, but he keeps his head high and carries it through.
Water? Why'd you say it like that? Water. How do you guys say water? Water. I say it with a D as well. Water, water, water. Can I get a bottle of water? Water. Can I get a water? Water. Can I get a water? Can I get a water? Dude, I feel bad for our voice comms editing. We're just stupid.
Do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
I'm standing here right now with Josh of G2. Now, the boys look very calm. They look very steady on stage. I've heard many coaches say that, you know, high emotions, whether good or bad, can sometimes massively impact judgment. I wanted to ask how that, you know, balance, that calmness on stage is able to help G2, especially during rounds that look like at first it might not be going your way, and then you guys manage to turn it around.
Well, as a coach, you always want to get like a temperature check on your players, and knowing that this is the first game on stage in front of a massive crowd, like I knew like energy is not going to be an issue, and it's more about being calm. So the advice that I've been giving is just, hey, let's be calm, let's have like a fighter's mentality when things go wrong, and let's just correctly diagnose problems, just solve it. It's just another day in the, you know, another day in the office, right? We just take care of business.
Another day in the office in Thailand this time around. Well, good luck to you guys.
I am so glad Josh RT was calm through that map, because me, Achilles, and Mimi were not. We were screaming because what was going on, especially in that final round.
Final round was absolutely absurd. The way the 1v1 goes down the steel. I don't know. It was crazy.
It was muddy throughout. There was some crazy moments on both sides, some crazy clutches. Very limited actual like full rifle rounds from both of these teams because of how back and forth it was. But it was certainly entertaining, if nothing else.
It was super entertaining. So let's revisit some of those entertaining rounds, around 4 and 12.
Yeah, I think that G2, these were some of the rounds that highlighted what their game plan was going in. You're playing against a Vice comp. The strength is how powerful that Yoru clone is. Here, Bates had all of the utility, then G2 goes into a late execute, Trace tries to hard anchor, they lose a couple critical gunfights, and, well, the round falls apart for them. And I think we saw that game plan manifest in a few of these rounds for G2. But the issue was, in the late rounds, like you said, Seth, things were getting muddy. G2 had to rely on their individualism, on players stepping up to go for individual clutches quite a lot, but they were able to do so and still win out these rounds, even if it wasn't the most beautiful gameplay.
Yeah, but I like the ideas that they're bringing to the table with this composition. That play here at the very beginning in particular, kind of using that Armageddon as cover for Valen, then TP into the site, gets that backstab. Things get very wonky throughout, and it nearly goes the way of Trace here at the end to make it a 6-6 half, but just narrowly not enough time to be able to get that defuse off. But so while there's some things to tighten up for sure, I like the direction, the creativity that's being brought forward here by G2.
But for Trace, this was a tough one because they were really struggling in the even rifle rounds, right? They had a lot of situations where they were in man-up situations and players made individual mistakes, got caught out of position. G2 capitalized and they kept on losing those key rounds, and what was at times a winnable game kind of snowballed out because of these late rounds.
Unless Jogomo was alive, because when he was alive, it was always winnable. Let's take a look at this in the Verizon high-speed moment. Right off the bat as well, he had some crazy moments certainly in this match.
Yeah, and this is off the back of kind of a failed entry attempt that had happened over at A, but John just kind of shrugs that off. He botched it over on that A side, and he just says, right, I'm going to go ahead and break open this side. Gets a gorgeous flash into the TP. Just go ahead and absolutely just assassinate everybody. Gets himself the 4K. Can't get the ace. The crowd was chanting for it, but unfortunately, shut down there by Trace, but he certainly got G2 the round win.
You saw in the opening tease, the Trace players were talking about how impressed they were with Jogomo when he went on his champs run, when he was playing the Raze. He was taking over games constantly then. But that wasn't the case in this match, or really much of this season at all. Playing the Yoru, he has to be a lot more sacrificial, take risks on teleports like that. And sometimes it looks amazing, like it did in that round, and other times he's just dying early on. But that's the territory of this read that G2 is leaning into.
Yeah, and I think that it's still just a huge boon, because the biggest thing about Jog being the one to make these plays is that he never gets bothered when it doesn't go his way or when he messes something up mechanically. He's able to just go ahead, brush that off very quickly, get the reset, and then focus in for the next round.
Especially when you have Leaf and Tren as your teammates. You know, you can afford to have a few rounds here and there, Achilles, when you don't necessarily do what you want to do, because these two will just pick up the slack.
I mean, from the very outset, Leaf was pretty much dictating this entire map off the rip. I mean, he comes into this tournament, I rated him as the #1 player at this event because of what he's been able to do at Americas. But somebody that we didn't get to talk about too much leading into this series was Trent. And he's another one of those players that last year on G2, the runs at international events, was having a bit of a rough time. We weren't seeing those highs that we were getting from him when he was on the guard, but this is a fantastic way for him to kick off this series.
Well, Josh RT was pretty calm, so let's hear what Trace's coach, Destroyer, had to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Destroyer of Trace Esports and Vera to help with some translation. Now, there were so many rounds from Trace Esports that time that were so good. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for G2. What did you tell the team in order to help them adjust going into the next map?
图一还是看到 T 有很多精彩的回合的，但是最后还是遗憾的没能拿下来。那在图二开始之前，你和队员们都说了什么来帮助他们做调整呢？
因为我感觉图一还是有很多局数可以拿下的，我觉得他们还是第一次就是有点紧张嘛，我只是跟他们说，放轻松，一定要做好自己。
So for map 1, actually I saw a lot of like stage nerves for them. Like there are so many rounds that could have taken. So I just told them to chill, like be yourself.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and we'll see if Trace can make a comeback.
I think he was completely right. We saw moments there from Feng Feng where he just looked so nervous, a little bit shaky. Hopefully that was a warm-up for them, because we are going to go to Abyss and Mimi. Things get harder from here out.
Yeah. G2 lost this map in the finals to Sentinels, but other than that, it has been outstanding for them all season long in Kickoff Americas. They're playing a composition where they're bringing out the chamber on this map, as well as the Yoru into the mix that they've become known for with Jaw. And this is where Leaf, your #1 player, tends to take over, especially on defense. He has so many rounds where he is trusted to solo anchor on this chamber and makes magic happen.
Yeah, I've been watching clips of him throughout the Americas kickoff, and he just gets away with murder round over round. The number of lurks, the timings that this guy is able to find are immaculate. And for Trace, they need to have a solid understanding of how Leaf likes to play the map if they want to be able to shut him down. That's where we've seen success in the past, like last year, where teams were able to take out G2.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select here, because for Trace, they're going to shake things up a little bit, because Feng Feng will not play the Cypher. He's going to play the Omen here instead.
I really like this comp. It's caught on with teams. I think of Sentinels and Americas, who's running this double smokes comp. Biggest strength on attack is constantly being able to have 2 smokes up on mid and threaten lurks into that area. G2 in the final looked like they were having trouble sometimes dealing with mid control against Sen, so I think this is a very good pivot.
I just want to iterate that it's Feng Feng on Omen. This is so crazy. I don't understand why.
Even in the context of what we just witnessed on Lotus, I still really also like this pivot, because this allows Feng Feng to play something a little bit more passive. Kai was off to a hot start there on Lotus. Now that he shifts over to being the entry duelist, this could end up being a big boon for him as long as he can carry that performance forward now on Jet.
Crucially, he will still have agency to some extent playing on the Omen. He'll have opportunities to make plays into mid, so excited to see that one. But this is a comp G2 is familiar against. They've beaten it before.
Well, it's definitely not familiar for Feng Feng. He has never played the Omen before. He will be making his debut on this Agent against G2. Pansy and Ender, what do you make of this?
I'm a little worried, but I hope my worries are just swept aside and they look fantastic. I'm glad there's adjustment, Ender. I'll say that much for sure. I'm happy that they've adjusted coming into this. Is it enough to topple G2? Contextually, I'm a little worried.
It's hard. I'm worried based on the results of game 1. I think in terms of the agent select, I really like this direction.
Absolutely.
Coming into this, because Feng Feng had been playing the Cypher on this map with Kai on the Jet, I'm like, it's a little bit 2024 for my liking, you know? I'd like to see more Vi's, some Yoru coming in. So to see them not go for a Sentinel when Giacomo is going to be on the Yoru, which is just a Sentinel buster of an agent, I do like that Trace have mixed that up at least. By the way, Leaf does this all the time. The quick double hop can TP out, but Trace have done their homework.
Good, good. This is good. This is good. Homework being done. And there's recent tape on G2 here looking like this as well with this comp in this map. And they get to kind of, you know, approach this well here, Trace. Again, I'm trying to sell the picture. There's a real opportunity. And we're kind of seeing the double smokes towards middle, something that Desk was leaning towards, Mimi highlighting that was something that put a lot of pressure on G2. So now can Trace, though, live up to what they now have to do after these smokes?
Once again, forcing a teleport out. I really like how Trace have paced their way in here. Valen, though, look at that triple stun, and he is just feasting.
Oh, the theory in the world is lovely, but the execution is not there. G2 reading them like a book. They've been there, they've done this, they felt this pressure not all that long ago, and that spike could not be further away here.
I feel like G2 just have their few agents that they love, and they abuse them every single map. Like Yoru and Breach for just this global pressure of the stuns and the teleports. They kind of can rock your
it's
world
just the
when
fucking
you're just
meta,
not
man.
ready. Like how
it's
often
not
are you
like
getting
they're
Breach done all the way on
agents.
top mid?
Yeah, and I think this is where we are going to. I'm going to keep a real close eye on this. And Choco just, they're so confident in this too. You're seeing G2 looking kind of. Again, I don't know if you guys caught it on camera, but walking back out on stage, the crowd's behind them as well. They're kind of being a little bit of a showman here. They're starting to enjoy being on this stage too.
Valen was up there hyping them up, giving them the hearts. Definitely play that angle. Get the crowd on their side.
I like this. Good info early. Okay. See your odds at that? Don't fancy it myself. So Trent there willing to kind of puff out the chest a bit, show presence. In this one, it feels like trying to just farm up those old orbs as best you can. See if you could. Oh, very good.
All good. Part of the plan. Bye-bye.
The crowd is absolutely baffled.
Do you think they slipped?
Would you like to explain that for the people at home?
No, not really.
Someone might need to explain it for the crowd, but it is just to deny as much as possible away from G2. We move on, nice and easy. There was no real opportunities there. It was just kind of classics. They gave it a little bit of a look and went, nah.
Yeah, I don't want any piece of that. Now, the important thing is, again, Trace have seemingly found themselves in this position where they consistently have regen shields going into round 3, and G2 have an Outlaw, instant kill. Guardian, I think, is another absolute light armor killer. That's 2 shots to the body, instantly going to be killing these Trace players. So they've got to be really clean on the entries, and importantly, Kai and Feng, the first people taking fights, are going to have Heavy to try and get into this site without being shot down.
One silver lining, most of them aren't where those weapons are. So, all good. Uh-oh. See how Leaf does here. That's a nice little angle to play from.
Can't imagine Feng goes too aggro here before the smokes come in. At the same time, I do think it's important that... hold my breath for a moment.
What was that?
Yeah. I do like how Trace have sort of defaulted open into this A space.
You're being absolutely baited by watching this.
Leaf is cooking me right now. He was doing that in map 1 too. Not to me, but to Trace, but still.
God, if they head mid. You shouldn't be doing it in this round. So it looks like they're drifting back towards this A site. Super deep hold as well from Trent.
It's a bit odd. Trent very deep, but again, Jonah P actually now getting caught offside, so that stun will not be in range. If Trace snap on this exec, which they will.
Just instantly evacuate site, no worries. I like this really, really heads up work. They're going to get the information about this, that's fine. This should be a plant, and we're looking at the post-plant utility, we're looking at that retake potential. Yeah, then this is where maybe the Outlaw does get a little bit trickier, but Leaf's got about 40 weapons he can bank on, so no worries.
Yeah, I think it's most likely Leaf just goes and plays containment here, unless his team can find some openers into this A site. He's going to bust down that vent and try to find some way in.
Yeah, they're already getting pretty close here. They've made it pretty far out towards site. Kai needs to be ready for this. Trent's already got the trade. Kai does well to pivot around and turn on a dime, but Kai wants more, and that's a little too greedy for my taste. Trying to play out as best he can, potentially call up his own number, but now G2 have step on the site. Now we've got to look at this post plant. Where's that utility? Where's the pressure? Where's the kills? It's now down to just one. Jonah P in a 1v2. Surely Trace have done enough here. They have. With 2 alive, they get their first on the board.
Yeah, and Feng in the post plant there, finding a couple of kills on the agent swap. It was pandemonium in that post plant because there's just so many smokes going down onto the site. Actually allowed G2 to find a half stick, but Trace did a good enough job there playing off-site with those players in order to stop that one from slipping away.
Did get a little nervous when they made it out to backside so freely, but well played in the end between Heibei and kind of the swing on site from Kai. It was enough to at least get into this deeper post plant.
And you're going to end up seeing that a lot from Trace, sort of, sending Kai in to find these fights into backside with the KO flash. But quick into this next round already. Trace trying to test the space into mid. So far, since the pistol, they've shown these smokes, but they haven't really moved into that space for fear of getting stunned and absolutely murdered again.
I think it's a fair fear to have.
You generally want to avoid being murdered.
Thank you.
That's the optimal play.
Oh, got it.
And he's going to be fine. I do love that, though, jumping off the mount just to scout out window, because you never have an angle into window apart from that.
That's a lovely idea.
But G2 really try to abuse the double TPs they have on this map with the with the chamber and the Orium.
But also, you're talking about information here. We had that drone just coming out towards A main. It looks like a rinse and repeat round somewhat, at least if it continues towards its trajectory from Trace, right? It looks like an A finish potentially with, hopefully, in their minds, Trent getting away from sight. There is now an extra body here, though, that could buy time. I'm looking at Jonah P. a little closer, dedicated towards Heaven, and Heibe's the one. Trent gets caught out that time. Surprised that he went for this. I thought he could have shifted back a little deeper, played like he did last time, but maybe they wanted that bit more space.
And now Trace in the post plant up numbers. King has that late round insurance into mid. I'm still looking back towards spawn. Will fall off after being flashed.
Kai, rinse and repeat, but it's Funk, who is the new body here, the new player, and what a position from him! 3 back-to-back, big impact, and he can just drift away now. Leaf's got nothing to do in this one. As good as this man can be, a 1v5 post plant with a kind of lingering around, you got nothing more to achieve.
That was a gnarly fight there. Funk's full blinded after the first kill. The second he gets vision back, instant headshot. Takes him down, spam through the smoke, no problem.
Hop, skipping and a jumping away from this, trying to keep what he can. But a really nice look from Trace so far. I like what we're doing. I like what we're seeing from them. They found room to work towards A here, right?
Yeah, and especially after that first round of playing A where they fell pretty much all offside except for Kai. Then to have this look where Funk's up in your face and they're just recycling smokes back towards spawn, playing right up flush with it. It's a really nice adjustment round to round.
And we were kind of, I don't want to say discussing it, but we were kind of highlighting Jorgo getting that info towards window, and then we saw kind of Trent opting to use the outrun over towards that A main side, and it still feels like they just didn't have the information. How deep Trace are sitting until it is that site hit time, there's just so many question marks.
And the big issue is, I honestly think Trent choked it a bit on that site hold, right? The shots didn't come in. Jonah P had actually stunned out Kai, who was diving into his back site, so Trent was supposed to have that timing to catch those players coming into site second and third, and he couldn't find it.
And again, Jonah P was the new body on the site. Last time around, it was Trent quite isolated from the others, and he had to fall back, as far as possible. I like the addition of Jonah P there. It's a real shame to not see it find that value, sadly, but I don't know if that's enough of a cure to the woes right now. Clearly, it's not, at least in G2's mind. They have pumped the brakes. They want to find a bigger, I guess, answer back here, but I don't know what the holistic answer is. Is it trying to get aggressive somewhere, take away some of the question marks, trying to... I don't know what they want to be looking like coming back into this, but this round's probably not where we're going to see it anyway.
Yeah, truthfully, it's just a B full-on fight. Leaf's got the hero rifle saved over, but I'd imagine Josh RT, he's very effective in the timeouts for G2, and I think he usually comes in and will plan out the next 2-3 rounds. Notice those trends he's seeing that G2 are going to try to abuse.
Okay, well, this could be the third, and I say that after the first map being back and forth the whole way through, half buys, ecos, all going, the way it shouldn't. So maybe I'll have to eat my words again. Maybe not. Lauking, that's lovely. Looking beautiful. Clean stuff, not getting threatened. That's what you want to see in these rounds. It's sheriffs against you. Something we didn't see in map 1 was that sort of composure.
Oh, no dash, Kai. He's going to run it in, do it himself.
Good. Good. I'm glad I brought up how clean this looks. They do manage to clear out Trent, and it should be 5 standing really nice. That's lovely for them. That's kind of what the doctor ordered, right? We want to see them looking good in this, like having a good opportunity to build some buffer to themselves, because map 1's got to have stung. That was the map you were meant to do well on, the one you had in your pocket for Trace. They need some stability here.
100%. And, now seeing that aggro look from G2, shutting that down. After playing more controlled early rounds, they've seen a lot of different styles. But now is where that timeout is going to come into play for G2. It's interesting to me that G2 didn't try to save up and get an operator online. I thought that was going to be the first thing they were going for. Instead, maybe just playing this A space a little bit more aggressively. G2 have been playing pretty deep on site, so this round, Jaw creeping into mid, Leaf creeping into main. Josh just said, hey, boys, take your fights.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it at all. Kind of want to allow players like, if you've got Joy out there, if you've got a Leaf out there, you kind of want them to be able to call up their own numbers as well, make these bigger plays. And you can see they've already identified, though, that Trent is clearly not on that A site anymore, right? They've just pinged him on the knife. They now know that he is certainly not where he was before.
But the knife's not in range to catch Jaw here. So Trace has to be real careful working into mid. First time they've seen G2 play it super aggressively, though, so I think they've got to know something's up.
Well, let's see how they kind of problem solve then, right? They've seen a different look here. This could be the kind of final blow to it, though. Does Leaf get cleared?
They've got a drone for it.
Does he care? No, he doesn't! He still takes Kai with him! Zero respect and a perfect play between the gaps on it.
And look at G2 seize this space into mid. 2 players walk out there. Jonah P is ready to reinforce. Leaf, who's now repositioned back into sight. Trace have nowhere to go but in.
Yeah, just spammed on and on and on here. They are still trying to go for this one. They've made it out towards sight. Heaven controls there for Jonah P. You're looking at the back of the site with Leaf, very passive, waiting for that lurk to come in.
Bangokok has to be ready for it. They don't have Cypher, they don't have flank watch. They've got to win this fight back in main, or they're just going to get crunched.
That's 2 players. That's going to be so much, and Trent so aware. That's the backbone broken for this round. Now they try and fight forward, take the space towards CT, but Leaf heads up work. Really hard to dig out of that deeper position. He's just going to hold it safe, force them back on the fight, and G2 clearing house. They've had their answer. They found their cure to the woes, leaving Hebe as a formality to the outcome. G2 find the answer they needed.
I mean, that's just gorgeous, right? Leaf finding that opener, but then you watch it, like, G2 back away from the aggression. They read you like a book. 10 seconds before you think of the next play, they already know what you're going to do. So their weak side retracts, their aggro side speeds up. It's just that cross-map macro that I think G2 have really mastered. And that comes with keeping 4 players of your core roster year to year, bringing Jogamo seamlessly into this team. It's what allowed them to dominate in Americas and really volatile offseason. And now you're seeing it on the international stage.
Now, I love seeing the operator coming out, though, for Kai. That's something I want to keep my eyes on. That's a big investment here. Because they've got to answer back, right? This is the game of kind of chess between these two. You've now got G2 showing the answer, and you've got a Jogamo being confident. Middle has to respect it, though. Falls away. Leaf. That's a high-low swing coming here on the 3-2-1, I'm sure. And oh my god, he still divides and conquers! Where was the spacing on the second player up the ramp?
He's completely unstoppable. Doesn't matter if you have an op. I mean, that was supposed to be the trump card. Take down Leaf with the operator. Surely we can do that. But no.
You've got to be gutted if you're Kai as well. You still had, your owl drones. This was meant to be just purely to deal with the aggression coming out from Leaf that gets them that one-man pick, and it goes completely askew.
Yeah, now the problem is Bangokok might need to throw the op off the map, right? Otherwise, either Jaw or Leaf could be taking that into the next. Your life's not going to get any easier.
G2, no. It doesn't feel like that A hit anymore. Already sitting ready for this B approach.
Yeah.
Jonah P very prepared here.
I wonder if they're committing all their ults. Trace, that's 1 down. Maybe another to send in a 4v5. It's just falling apart.
But G2 carved the perfect place to play from. It's just stunning to witness. They know the win conditions that Trace would have wanted, what was available and what wasn't. But the plant, going to be denied for now. Not going to come down. Hunter's Fury on top. And Trent just blind, sending that perfect. Hebe and Loking, what are you meant to do here? That's what you're meant to do, fight your way forward. But it's a 1v2, and time is not on your side. Leaf makes sure of it, and G2 back with a 4th.
The op fails for G2 in main. Leaf shuts it down, and then kind of a half-measured approach from Trace into the site. Yeah, they're going to use the Astral, but they don't want to commit any more than that into the play down in numbers, and probably a good thing, too, the way that G2 are just taking those little angles around the smokes. Trent's ultimate, too, just precise, pixel perfect.
But I'm happy to see this timeout here, because kind of when we discussed the switch up from G2's, where we saw Leaf kind of his new position towards A, the pressure through middle from Jorg, and it didn't feel like Trace could come up with the answer on the fly here, right? They haven't found that solution they wanted. They haven't quite found the look. Time to pump the brakes, chat it through, see what they've got coming up, because they've got plenty of ults to play with. If they've got, a trump card coming up, hey, why not play it? Whatever you've got, let's see if we can lean back into that, because otherwise, I get worried that G2 starts stringing rounds together, that momentum starts to build, their ults come on for themselves. It's all going to be an absolute nightmare. So, good timing, hopefully, here for Trace to check back in and find their answer to this new problem that's basically Leaf.
Yeah, and I genuinely hope it's not this simple to read, but Trace, when they've got the knives ready to go, they really like running A-execs, where they sort of glide off over onto the right-hand side. They've got really heavy exec ultimate, so I would not be surprised if they moved in that direction, but I think G2 will just read that.
Are you telling me that if you know it, G2 might know it?
I think so. Genuinely, like, my read on how G2 were going to prep against Trace on Lotus is kind of how that map played out on the attack and defense side. And now, it Looks like G2 want to take this A main fight once again.
Positioning on this one. He's expecting it. Trent already kind of testing the waters here. This feels quite similar, but I mean, it's a very straightforward approach. It looks just straight out of main.
Trent's down on site. G2 aren't giving this one up at all.
Wait, how's Trent sticking around on this? Yeah, Funko might be in real trouble here.
This is weird.
Oh, this is bizarre. Yeah, Trent, I'm pretty sure was blind during this. What is this massacre happening on the side? Back and forth, but this time, G2 unwilling to relent on it.
And they're already
the last
aware
one
of the
he's just
left.
lurking up middle. And it feels like with
see
his
Vadim
silence becomes
holding.
deafening. It's so obvious that he's not with the pack, that this potential flank is now on the way.
Players are isolated. That's the only real hope, but it's a kind of a nasty off angle. Valens playing up towards heaven. Now he's made noise.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, look, Jaw's a little bit low.
I'm on board. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
And okay, that round was crazy. We're going to see in the replay. I'm pretty sure.
What just went on?
I think Trace paused and timed a pop flash through the smoke as it was coming down. But yeah, so we're flashed, and now the smoke is gone, and we're in. But G2 had just already rotated so many players over because Trace paused and waited that 10 seconds before going for the forward fight.
Down A. One enemy.
That can't be the answer. That can't be the answer,
Dude,
boys.
And that's a round where they had every ult in the book, and they didn't use any of them.
Huh.
I think Trace were expecting the site to kind of just be empty because,
Yeah.
you know, G2 were going to
Sure.
retake against those ults, but that's not at all how it played out.
High hopes and great outcomes. 5-3. You're going to hear the ult being invested. That's, of course, with Leaf over towards A. It does free up the rest of the players to kind of focus towards middle and still keep that eye towards B, which it actually looks like Trace are heading towards. So, if anything, working out quite nicely for G2 here, but let's see how they hold this side of the map.
We've only really seen Trace move towards B on the anti-ecos or frantically later into a round.
Yeah.
This is a good read to test this, see what the hold's going to be like, but sending that ultimate in early, this is the round where G2 have nobody actually home on the site.
And again, I don't mind people playing off-site on this one. I really don't. Play for that retake. You got so much to bank on. Why not? They haven't really had to depend on these ults either. Yeah, we had Leaf kind of going for his. That's fair enough. That's player's preference. But already Jorgamo going to invest. That's fine. Clear close. That's two spotted. Big info. Divide going to go in. And all the ults on top. Good luck. Have fun. We're away. Jorgamo hungry on the hunt.
And he's out.
I don't know how he's done that. I don't know how he does this.
And they're defusing too with Trent coming in on the flank. I mean, Trace, they have to stop this spike from being defused, but the flank has come in. Trent is destroying Trace in the backlines. A beautiful round put together by G2. Just take Trace right on out of it.
That was just perfect from G2 there. Again, the ult so stunning, and Jorgamo just feels like perfectly controlled chaos, right? I don't know how he does this.
Look at that
it.
play, and then he just jumped back through the wall. He's fighting in again with his flash. But this is what I'm talking about. G2 play like macro timing so well. When Jaw's going for that refight, 2 seconds later, Trent is then shooting them in the back. It's that combination that is just so hard to play against, especially for the first time.
Yeah, spot on. And this is 4 rounds now. This is all looking a little too comfortable for G2. I wanted that threat. I wanted to see that potential from Trace that a lot of people were excited for. And this expectation, this read in the game, no, it's just falling to bits, isn't it? The confidence just getting higher and higher. G2 looking like they can't miss a fight.
The second Leaf pulls the attention of 3 players, that's when Jaw takes the timing. That's when he snaps into mid.
Dangerous little 1-2 punch they are.
Especially playing the cheater agents, you know? Just TP. I mean, look, Leaf's full flashed, he's droned, he's whatever, and he's just out. It's frustrating to play against because you have to use the util to clear him, but then you have to stop moving because you didn't actually kill him.
This pause feels so blindingly obvious. Oh, Bianchi has to kind of get out of that one. And again, they commit close towards site. This position, we saw it taken before. I think it was Trent here last time. This time around, Jonah P finding the pixel to play from. It's lovely from Trent. Swings on in, and that confidence stays sky high. Bianchi, the last one, trying to pull off a 1v3. It ain't happening. G2 looking so large and in charge here. They look so damn good.
G2 got punished a couple of times trying to retake the A site, and they've never tried to play retake since rounds 3 and 4 when Trace won on those post plants. That's probably an adjustment that came in from Josh RT in the timeout, you know, around 5 when they lost that eco as well. But you've got a dart landing, you've got Jonah P jumping onto site. They're not going to let you through that choke point.
They are genuinely a treat to watch right now. This is genuinely very good Valorant from G2. I'm enjoying what we're witnessing. And we kind of, I kind of held them to a high standard here. I wanted to see big things from this team. If you're going to be that high tier, stand up to the test. Jorgamo again, absolute control, chaos, 3 big kills. And this man is just something else. Loking, have fun.
It looks like he's playing ranked. It's like, you're not supposed to be jumping there in professional play.
And not getting 3, not getting away with it time and time again. How many rounds is this man going to get under their skin? God. And you feel for him almost for Trace. They're not getting off these starting positions, right? Like, look at this.
Playing fearless. You even thinks he kills Bianca. Is like, I'll deal with you later.
Come back around.
Get the second one first. Just wild. But genuinely, think of the shift this team had. Between round 4 and 5, Josh calls the timeout. Okay, you throw away the eco round. Since then, they have been undefeated on this side.
Standing ahead. Really can't compliment that enough. They've been able to, one, adjust in this game, and adjust so well that there's barely been an answer. Trace can't come up with what they want to be doing to deal with this, and there's layers of adaptation now.
You can see the actionables too, right? Whether it's refusing to play a retake, flood into sight, whether it's abusing this mid space. We saw Jaw do it 3 rounds in a row. Now Leaf's here with an operator.
This is an unexpected one. They may still clear this with Util because of that presence from Jorg previously, but you've still got Leaf.
Yeah.
With the, you know, the big green basically at this point. Yeah, what are you meant to do? Like, how are you meant to clear this in any sort of way?
He's in front of the wall.
He is. Oh, another body drops. Hey, baby, they want to be punished this time. And Trace have to keep going. They have to keep trying to fight forward. They do find Leaf on his almost greedy re-peek, and this play back towards A.
That's huge, because they have the spike plant now. Really good stuff out of Kai, but you've got flanks on flanks coming from G2. Kai still playing into that mid space, but he's cleared by Jaw.
Jorg, are you going to do this to him again? Yeah, you are. You're going to try and set him up for success. Kai, can you get away with your life? No, you can't! The King of Chaos is back in the building! Jorgamo is just tearing him apart one by one. This time he's stopped. Finally a 3v3. Time is on their side. Until then, just turned away.
Loking was so deadly from backside back when Trace were winning their rounds. He's got to show up in a big way because it's him against the world.
Oh, Fung Fung a 1v3. He's got pressure left, right, and center. G2 just sophisticated dominance at this point. That's a 9-3 scoreline, and that is G2 in prime form here.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is this where you keep your heart? Locked up and broken apart. Let me in where you're gone. You said that enough is clear. And if we hold down through the good times and the bad, we'll make it home. And if we stay strong, we can get there, we can rise above it all. So kiss me.
And it feels like this first half has highlighted how faithful to their expectations G2 have been. A 9-3 scoreline is incredibly strong here. I don't know what more to say. If you're Trace on the other side, what are you meant to do at this point? Map 1, you felt there was a chance. Here, this feels like a different world.
Yeah, it's a hard situation. You're going into the defense side of Abyss. That said, though, me personally, I do think G2 on every map skew towards the defense side. I think the really important thing is making sure Kai can get an operator online early. Round 3 or 4, it doesn't look like they're saving to guarantee an op. If you save 400 creds on pistol, you can always get that round 3 op, even if you're losing and getting no kills. That said, though, I want to make sure he can have that, because I think if he can't be finding openers with the operator, G2, they're looking way too clean. They're going to run you over.
Pressure half here for Trace. G2, you can see it on their faces, looking calm, looking like they're having fun, right? Starting to come alive on these stages, looking really, really solid here. And rightly so after that first half. You should be proud of what you've achieved. Trace, it starts with a pistol round. Nice little high-low set on towards A. Can they hold what's coming towards them, though? Oh, no, the timing. Okay, Heybei has to just get out of there, leave Woking to his own devices. Oh, it's divide and conquer. G2 never stopped looking this competitive.
Ten is so freaking brutal on those pistols.
Yang K gonna be feeling that one in the morning as Kai and Fung Fung. You got a long way to go back towards A.
There's just not even a fight put up there. Dropping like flies. Yeah, Fung Fung and Kai, those are your playmakers, those are your fighters, but with G2 bundled up 5 players in A main, it's just hard to imagine a world where it can happen. Smoke's gonna go down, but I mean, look at the utility.
Jesus! Oh, that's a real souring moment to see that in this round. Valon and Leaf just dive on in. It's a team effort at this point. That's already 10 found, and if we were being honest, you kind of wanted to see them pick up that pistol, so it gives them just maybe a breath before the game gets closed out.
It's grim here on the defense side, but you might have to go for a force if you're Trace.
Yeah, I want to see what they go for here, because you're going to run it back the whole way.
Are you going to win on 13-11? I don't know. Or at the very least, channel some of that eco nonsense from Lotus.
What just happened?
Get yourself back into things.
What just happened?
Right there. It's a bad news when the coach that is crushing you doesn't know how his team is winning.
This just stars aligning, all good, no problems. We do see they opted for a very light investment of 2 Sheriffs, and that's it.
Unfortunately, the Sheriffs are mid and B right now.
And once again, G2 actually do get stopped at least with the plant. So, you know, we're talking sort of small silver linings. Maybe some of these flanks can come in a little bit quicker.
We'll ignore it that it's a 5v4 now for them.
Let me find hope.
Yeah, that's why we're ignoring it.
Got it, fair enough.
I'm on your side, no sarcasm detected.
I'm not used to that. Oh, well, the hope's fading quickly, isn't it? Kai, show me something. Get me back on board. Make me a believer right now. I kind of need something to give us a spark here. Valon is on the case, and he ain't dropping it. I mean, it's done for, right? Yeah. We're already up to 11. This is really hard, Val, now. For Trace, you're purely back to the wall, and you've got to somehow get through this game without Leaf having a round, Jorg having a round. I mean, list the roster.
Yeah, we forget that Trent was completely dominating on the first map, 23-11. Just snuck up on us out of nowhere.
Okay.
Similarly impressive performance on this map.
I shot around that guy.
But oh dear, Leaf has an outlaw, and there's 5 light/regens on Trace.
We'll see. Maybe it's fine. Kai, having a go. Don't drop this Vandal though, because it's really valuable.
Oh, wow.
Nice work towards Shaw. Gonna get that. Doesn't need to overstay here. He's got his man. He can just shift back a little.
Now's when Leaf is going to try to work this space. As soon as that smoke goes down.
He's God, that feels so scary up against these light shields.
A sigh of relief now. Leaf's been spotted. Trace can slow down this round. Bangokok gonna have to fall back into heaven after getting pinged out by that drone. But G2 aren't committing into the site. They've read that there's a stack over towards this angle. They're gonna put full faith in Leaf to have a second go of things.
Bite of the cherry waiting towards B. There is rotations coming in though. The penny is dropping. Trace don't like this.
That's a good
It's
read
gone
from Trace.
far too quiet. Oh my God, Leaf is seeing him just like a second too late every time, but he's getting closer and that scares me. And that's why Loken got curious and you heard what happened to the cannon. Now they're falling. And you're gonna walk that smoke? No, 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 Amy!
It's all going wrong!
This is a nightmare coming to life here. They had the start they needed. They took down Jogamo, they had good rotations, the right place. Leaf wasn't having that freedom, it was good. Now suddenly it's gone sour, down to 2, Bianca and Kai up against it. Deep post-plant Trent still with those shock darts as well. Kai trying to be set up here. Bianca trying to send him in, give him a chance of anything, and Leaf. He said, no, this is 12, and that is not how you wanted to see them get to 12 either. Trace are going to be gutted with that one. I feel like the pressure got to them there. It was
absolutely
unnecessary mistakes almost.
They had the numbers right, and then it turns into this situation where, looking, swinging into Leaf, trying to find his pick. Then Heibei feels like he has to do the same thing because now the site's falling apart, the pressure's on you. You know G2 are up on map point. And it hurts as well because Kai had a great shot at the start.
Yeah.
He was starting to feel himself get back into this game, something like that.
Oh man, this is a rotten timeout too. Just so you know, the timeout has hit here for Trace. Burning this, you can see the frustration and even the elation on the other side. Probably curious that they got away with it. That one.
Yeah,
I wonder what was said. But at 12-3. This is what we're saying. It was going to only ever take G2 or one of the G2 players to have that round, to have that one moment we have big impact. We weren't even accounting for the pressure that was going to be put on Trace to not make any mistakes. And one mistake kind of opened up a big key part of that round, and that's got to feel horrific now trying to face this. None of them even broken double digits kill-wise. This has been a one-sided affair here.
Yeah, and honestly, it felt like the first half of Lotus was really competitive,
Absolutely.
very tight. Could have even ended 6-6, just lost that final round on time. But since that second half, G2 have really locked in, and I don't think Trace has been able to really piece together the answers. It's been a while since we've seen Trace on a stage. Played much further back in China than all of the other international leagues. Made some adjustments coming into the matches today. Role swap for Feng Feng on this map onto the Omen. Off of the Cypher, but those pieces haven't really turned into anything substantial for them up against some tournament favorites in G2.
And you can look at the state of this buy. Look at it. No armor on Kai. Guardian out. Nothing there to supplement it. This is brutal to try and hold on to here. G2 on the verge of a very clean map. And they stick the landing.
I don't know if G2 blowing up mid was going to be on my bingo card coming out of that timeout, but actually maybe even just doing it a fake. They threw that Astra smoke down, had that teleport noise, so Trace knows something's funky is going down, but really G2, they're just going to have a free B site to get this plant down on.
Hey, red carpet's rolled out, perfect. All on the retake.
After the plant, Trent's just going to be one off ultimate as well, so G2 could just fall back and play a rolling post.
I love that Leaf still has his position, no threat of the lurk. Doesn't have to stick around too long. Jogamo already going to take away Feng Feng. Leaving just 3, and Kai copping a boatload of damage. Again, no shields to bank on here. Jonah P feeling confident, having a little go at things. Keeping them spammed out, keeping them down. Under the heel, G2 just need one more man, and they got it. Clean work. Playing to their own expectations, their own caliber, and crush any chance of this underdog story today.
That's the debut every G2 fan wanted to see. Coming in to Bangkok here with higher expectations than they have ever had, right? Coming in as the first seed out of Americas, the huge signing of Jogamo in the offseason. Started off a little bit wobbly in that first half of Lotus, but after that completely cruised through here. And Leaf has just continued his reign of terror since kickoff.
Leaf looked exceptional today, and to kind of touch base on Trace here as well. Map 1, there was chances. There were moments where we could have had genuinely a little bit of a closer game in my mind, but map 2 was all theirs. G2 looked a cut above, really looked a cut above, played like the favorites. I know a lot of people were looking for a potential upset here, and G2 are having absolutely none of it.
Absolutely, no, and I just love how calm Valen is looking up there, right? He's playing up to the crowd. In comms, we heard him as well, keeping it chill, you know, making sure the team takes things slow, doesn't overhype, which can be easy to do when your chamber player only dies 4 times in an entire map.
God, looking at that, yeah, bloody hell. This is a dangerous team.
Look at that, Trent too. The crowd loves them.
Yeah, hearts and minds being won out here. And again, this has been a tournament already of some very close games. A lot of regions being pressured here. A lot of favorites being put under the gun a little, but today G2, as said, didn't look that threatened. Yet map 1 had its moments, a 13-8 eventual scoreline, but this was something else. I mean, that one timeout basically put G2 back fully in control.
Yeah, lost the immediate eco round and then one out from there on. Obscene. This is when the highlight reel starts for G2 after a couple of sweet rounds. Lo King and Feng Feng. G2 just started working the map up against them, finding every timing too.
Just watching this back, I'm so impressed with this team. Again, I get to watch it as a viewer, I don't get to cast it, but seeing them here, they genuinely are really goddamn scary.
Oh yeah. And it's a lot of different things that are terrifying. Because first you have the individual ability, especially on the double TP agents as well. John, the Yoru, finding his timings, Leaf dominating space in A main. I mean, Leaf just insta-headshot Nop that was peeking him, didn't mind. But also their macro calling, what Valen and Josh RT have created in this G2 culture, just puts a leash on their star players when they need to, but also allows them to take those timings and get their kills when they need.
No, they do seem genuinely like the full package. That's what scares the life out of me for the other teams. It's like, hey, maybe we can ante, maybe get a good read, maybe get a good idea, but it's the individuals that can then step up. But speaking of individuals, you don't want to miss this one. We've got the Verizon post-match interview with the big man himself, Jorgamo.
ก็กลับมาแล้วนะครับทุกคนกับผู้เล่นคนนี้ครับที่หลายๆคนน่าจะรู้จักครับ Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for Jorgamo. All right, let's get into it. First question, okay? I mean, we know that you have a lot of background, a lot of history, and a lot of people know you for being the world champion once, right? Does that put any pressure on you in this tournament?
Oh, no pressure. My teammates are just as good as me, and everybody that I play with, and our coaches too. I mean, all of us are surrounding us is just like amazing.
Wow, that's great. สำหรับคำถามแรกนะครับก็ถามไปว่าการที่เคยเป็นแชมป์โลกในปี 2023 นะครับผมส่งผลอะไรทำให้เขากดดันหรือเปล่ากลับกลายเป็นว่าบอกว่าไม่มีความกดดันอะไรเลยนะครับเพราะว่าเพื่อนร่วมทีมรวมถึงโค้ชด้วยเนี่ยโหบอกเลยว่าสบายใจมากและทุกคนสู้อย่างเต็มที่ไปพร้อมกัน And the next question, I love the fact that you answer it this way because my next question deals with your team. But let me ask it in Thai first. สำหรับคำถามต่อไปนะครับก็คือว่าอยากรู้ว่าเส้นทางของเขากับ G2 เป็นอย่างไรบ้างจนมาถึงตอนนี้นี่ครับผม I just want to ask you, man, like how has your journey been so far with G2 Esports?
Oh, I love this org. This is my favorite org so far. I mean, it's my second team, but I already know this is where it's at.
โอ้โหก็ถือว่าบอกเลยนะครับว่ายังไงผมก็รักทีมนี้มากๆนี่คือทีมที่ผมรักมากๆจริงๆและนี่คือทีมที่ใช่ทั้งเพื่อนทั้งโค้ชทุกคนยอดเยี่ยมมากจริงๆครับผม and that would be it let's give another round of applause for Jorgamo wow let's do one more question
okay
right because I do believe that we've interviewed before. I want to know how has your journey been so far in Thailand? How has Thailand been so far? I mean, there's so many fans supporting you.
Yeah, I mean the tuk-tuks. I love the tuk-tuks. Every time I hop in the tuk-tuk, we have the speaker blowing with the subwoofers, and I mean, that's our team bonding right there. Simple as that.
That's your team bonding.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. ก็ถามนะครับว่าประเทศไทยเนี่ยมาถึงแล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างนะเขาบอกว่าโอ้โหเจ๋งมากนะครับผมตุกๆนี่คือที่ที่เขาไปเหมือนไปทำความรู้จักไปตีสนิทกับทีมตัวเองมากขึ้นเอาเป็นอย่างนั้นไปถือว่าตุกๆเราก็ดึงดูดชาวต่างชาติได้เหมือนกันเนาะ All right anyways Jorgamo so happy for your victory as well congratulations but it seems like all the Thai fans here they all really want to take photos of you want to say hi of course some wants your autograph I'll leave you to our Thai fans right here but in the meantime we do have something else for you. At the moment, congratulations again, and I'll see you soon.
Woo, thank you.
All right. Guys, this is not it. We do have more coming up, and because this is the end of the second day, we are now with our beloved Victoria.
Woo!
Hello. Yeah, we're gonna start the draw show for the round 2 of Swiss.
All right.
So the order that I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna draw the first participant of these 2 matches, and then their opponent after, and then I'll move to the 0-1 teams, and we'll do that. I will say, as far as schedule, it's not gonna be locked, but since G2 did play the second match today, they will play the second match tomorrow by default. We're not gonna make them do second match first
Got
match.
it.
So.
แล้วก็ขออนุญาตแปลนิดนึงนะครับผมก็จะเป็นการจับรอเนาะแล้วก็ในเมื่อ G2 เนี่ยได้เล่นแมตช์ที่ 2 วันนี้ก็จะถูกบังคับไปเล่นแมตช์ที่ 2 วันพรุ่งนี้ด้วย แต่อย่างไรก็ตามนะครับผมถ้าเกิดว่าใครสงสัยเรื่องตารางเนี่ยก็สามารถไปเช็คในเว็บไซต์ทีเพราะออเดอร์หรือว่าลำดับในการจับเนี่ยจะไม่ใช่ว่าเล่นแมตช์ไหนเสมอไปเนาะเพราะฉะนั้นก็ติดตามดูด้วยครับ and yes that was it for now please continue and because I believe all the fans are super excited already
Yeah.
all right
So out of our 1-0 teams, the first match we will have EDG.
EDG
All right, the first team for the other 1-0 match.
1-0 อีกทีมหนึ่งนะครับผม
Have
oh
DRX.
DRX นะครับ Do you have any teams you would like to see against EDG?
All of them.
All of them. Great answer, Victoria.
And EDG's opponent will be
TL. No, they
see
can't.
the fans are requesting. Oh!
G2.
All
Damn.
right. For those of you watching at home, ใครที่ดูอยู่ที่บ้านนะครับ the fans
That's a
is
high
screaming
game, like
out there.
that could be
at this point as
a
well.
champion
And
final.
the last
Like
but not least, Vitality.
maybe. Oh. All right.
so
another
Vitality
set.
could
Again,
go
G2
out
will
of
play
group
second
by
tomorrow,
beating the 2
so DRX
Korean
Vitality will
team
be
or the
first.
2 Pacific
All right,
team.
Vitality will be first.
Correct.
นะครับ
DRX, yeah.
ครับผมก็สำหรับแมตช์แรกนะครับก็จะเป็นทีม Vitality ที่จะไปเจอกับ DRX นั่นเองนะครับผม
All right, we'll move to the 0-1 teams.
ตอนนี้มาอยู่ที่ 0-1 นะครับผม
So tomorrow we have the
อีก
1-0
แมตช์
team.
หนึ่งครับทีม Liquid นะครับ
So
ผม
we
อ
are
อกมา
gonna have
ทีมแรก
2
เลย
people qualified tomorrow.
All right.
2 teams.
And for the other match,
And Sunday we have 2 eliminated.
and the แมตช์ที่ 2 T1 นะครับ
And I think Monday we have the rest.
and TL will face.
We have that's left, right?
Who will it be? Sentinels? Oh! We're on fire here, guys. ละครับและทีมสุดท้ายที่จะต้องไปเจอกับ T1.
There you go.
Trace Esports will be facing T1 on the second
TL Sen is gonna
Yes,
be
and the
banger
second match
too.
day, the order of those matches is still TBD, so we'll figure that out.
ครับผมก็สำหรับลำดับในแมตช์นะครับว่าจะเล่นอะไรตอนไหนก็เดี๋ยวเราแจ้งอีกทีก็ติดตามทางเพจโซเชียลมีเดียของเราได้ต่างๆเนาะ But yeah, thank you so much, Victoria. This is already very, very exciting.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is some of the best teams we've had, so very, very excited.
For sure. Anyways, thank you so much, Victoria, for all of this. And ตื่นเต้นไหมก่อน ตื่นเต้นไหม ดีมากครับ ก็ anyways, I think that is enough for us today. This is already very exciting. I'm looking forward to like watching all of this in the next couple of days. But guys, this would be it for now. I really want to thank all of you who's coming here into the stadium at UOB Live in Bangkok, Thailand, and as well as all of you who's watching back at home. And at this point in time, this is day 2 of Masters. I really appreciate all of you guys sticking with us until now. And I'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much, guys. ขอบคุณครับ
Oh, what a jaw show that was. Okay, we have a lot to unpack here. I'm personally very excited for Liquid Sentinels. What about you guys? What's the one that you're excited about?
I mean, EDG G2 is sick. G2 who looked so good that last map there, playing against the reigning world champion. You got Jojimo up against Kong Kong. That should be sick.
That's a huge one. I think both of those, like, 1-0 team
We know
matches
what
that we
he's
have
gonna say, yeah.
are incredible. I mean, DRX versus Vitality, it's a scary one. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, Vitality didn't have necessarily the cleanest showing here today. I think that they did get dragged down a little bit in that series versus T1. Wasn't kind of the level of performance that I was expecting from them, but they are a team that can obviously just switch it on. So DRX, it's going to be a really tough opponent for them, but I can't wait to watch it.
Okay, it might still happen as the tournament goes on, but I'm just so sad that we're robbed of Kong versus Durka again. They've never played against each other. I feel like at some point I want to see them play against each other.
Okay, here you go. I got it for you. Vitality loses the DRX. EDG loses the G2. They play against each other in the 1-1 draw.
Oh, shut
Boom.
up, Seth.
You finally get the matchup that you so desperately wanted.
Shut up, Seth.
Devious 1-1 matchup. Or we just get it in playoffs. Maybe the happier outcome.
I think that's what I would like. But of course, the winners will be playing first tomorrow, so you guys can see the schedule here. We will start with DRX versus Vitality, which is crazy, and then followed by EDG versus G2. Any early doors predictions? Because you guys are not on the desk with me tomorrow.
I'm off, and I'm going to be watching from my hotel room screaming, probably. So to my neighbors on the 25th floor, sorry. DRX, I think that they have what it takes to be able to win this one. I think they've gotten to sit back. They should have anticipated that Vitality was likely going to be their opponent, and they would have to do less prep against T1, or, you know,
Just
anyway.
only prepping for less? That's a bit weird, no? Sorry.
Anyway. Boo! Boo.
Sorry.
I think if Vitality is a team that they're going to have taken the closest look at coming into this, because everyone has had them so very high up.
Sure.
So I think that they've already probably got a decent foundation.
Predictions?
Vitality G2. I'm going with my tournament favorites.
Oh.
All the way through.
Okay, and I think
they're both in crazy close games, though.
I think you'd be in the majority for that. I will be here tomorrow, so I'll tell you guys my predictions tomorrow. Thank you very much, Kilios and Mimi, for joining me, and thank you to you guys at home for watching. Make sure you come back and join us, starting with DRX versus Vitality. We'll see you tomorrow. We have a lot of returning legends onto this stage right now. Champs winner, Masters winner, Lock-in winner, you name it, we have got it. This is the two super teams of 2025. Team Vitality taking on T1. It does not get more hype than this.
T1 want to try and flood into this. Tucked into the site. Is there any defense in order? Durka coming alive, and no one clearing this guy out.
But they brain-shielded him and didn't clear him!
One-man army!
They're not clearing him!
They're not clearing shite! That's an ace of Durka, man! Struggling to get past the smoke, but maybe brute force is the call, but oh my! You're into the blender now, son. Carpe gonna dominate this position, and he's going walkabout, he's going hunting! What a menace this guy is! Right into the sides! Styling on him!
That is a sick round from Carpe.
Flash into the face. Tiniest of margins, so Durka to just play around. He's a menace with this operator. He has been the entirety of his half that he's had it safe. Shuts him down. 12 now the Vitality. Vitality dominate the second half to sail it away here on Fracture for that early lead in the series. Tore down the stacks. IGL 1v3 pressured. 8 bullets left. 2 bullets left. 1 player remains. Upgrade obtained. Flash over the top. And stacks. The absolute beast. Buzz is still forwards onto this angle. Perched up. There was someone at his feet. He can't win that fight. T1 looking for options. Looking for answers. They're not going to get it. Durka stand in the right place on top of it. Initiative, it's a flash through, but anti-played, kicks, drops down, there was a difficulty. The smoke's going to be fading, fight one out! Kicks is a menace to society! Vitality clean it all up in the end. 13-9, 2-0, almost as clean as you can get it.
It is the final two contenders of Masters Bangkok. G2 Esports, the team that won it all back in Americas, and the ultimate underdog in Trace.
They managed to hold it in the door. Jogamo, though, from the back line, going to take away 2. This is his site already. Maybe a third. Yeah, it's a third. He's going to make up for the last round by basically getting you another. Jogamo is ripping them to shreds. Going for this on 10 HP.
Fully cleared out as well. I don't know.
I mean, okay. I'll shut my mouth. Time is running low, and the 10 HP demon is still striking. Take away these rifles. The round isn't going to be really going his way anymore. Bloody hell! What on earth is that man made of? There's some fire with these Trace boys.
Look at Leap though, hanging out here. He gets 1, he gets 2, and he's still looking for more.
Unbelievable! 13 seconds. You got to go now, Kai. It's game on. Oh no! Heartbreak for Kai. 15-8. Want to see big things from this team if you're going to be that high tier. Stand up to the test. Jorgamo again. Absolute control. Chaos. 3 big kills. And this man is just something else. Has to just get out of there. Leaves Woking to his own devices. Oh, it's divide and conquer. G2 never stopped looking this good. Oh, Valen. Oh, that's a real souring moment to see that in this round. Valen leaves. G2 just need one more man and they got it. Clean work, playing to their own expectations, their own caliber, and crushed any chance of this underdog story today.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go with Yui now, grinding a bit for the event and stuff. Still. So yeah, sure, here for Valorant. I'll see you tomorrow for the rest of the games. I'll probably post my pick'ems later. I was looking for the one. Yeah. I'll probably post my pick'ems later. Okay, okay.
If you're ever in sun,
The wall between life and death is crumbling.
Thanks, till we meet again, perhaps.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Fucking Fosen. Oh yeah, that's true. Now you come out just there.
As a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure, were the circumstances reversed, you do precisely the same.
Shore leave is over, Captain.
Oh, please.
Can I not have but a moment's respite? Neither the time nor the place.
Fair great.
If you must take... God hasn't abandoned us. Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Hmm?
Power corrupts and corruption empowers. Can I not have but a moment's respite?
At last, I have so much I wish to share with you. This is lost truth faith! Yes? Goodbye. Yes?
What little help I can... Take care.
I need a new weapon too.
I have nothing more to give. Why must men turn us into monsters? Savagery thrives all around me. Can I not have but a moment's respite?
I have seen. Keep your wits about.
Travel far.
You and the road.
I am a beast. Be well.
Hello.
I still need some move speed shoes. Need to keep an eye out.
have nothing more to give. Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Your trouble.
After what this land's become, your kind still manages to make it.
I have seen.
Return if you must.
Look in your eye. Goodbye.
The white.
go with the spirit.
Hello. Return, if you must. What troubles you? Going?
My help is yours. Goodbye.
What troubles? Return, if you must.
The men here should have listened to their hearts. Their minds were not their own. Can I not have but a moment's respite? I have nothing more to give.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
Don't forget. That thing! It slaughtered everyone! Help me!
Someone had to put an end to this cruel experiment.
Piety was...
Dioria. travel far. What do you want? Going?
I gave the Ebony Legion my faith and my loyalty, and it offered me nothing but fear and piety. Keep
The spirit. Goodbye. I have nothing more to give.
The mother 2 wants the mother 3. Whips Eternal.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Make it far. Exiles.
You be well.
Hello.
Hello. Goodbye.
Wait, what's the quest for the socket jewel?
exile!
I should have looked for boots. I forgot. Forget.
There's no resting on your laurels in Raycast.
Off you go, little beast! Away!
Your death is a mercy. There's your peace, Oak. The only peace that anyone can expect in Raycast. Can I not have but a moment's respite? not have but a moment's respite?
The King of Red. That was almost.
We, the Court of Reckoning, find you, Doidri Stamatis, guilty of the following transgressions against God. Perversion of God's creation. Promotion of heretical beliefs. Unlawful enslavement of eternal citizens. Torture of the innocent. Murder of the servants of purity. For these most severe crimes, I do sentence Doidri Darktongue to burn at the stake till naught is left but ash.
Can I
May
not
her
have
life
but a moment's
serve as
respite?
penance for the lives she has taken, and let purity sweep away the dust of her deeds from our firmament. High Templar Vol, Commander of the Army of Purity.
go with.
How can I help?
Yes.
How can I help?
Remember to live.
What troubles you bring now? Return, if you must.
Love hunting! You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be...
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
The first ones look upon this capture with pride, exile. You hunt well.
far too much baggage.
That was a great hunt, Exile. Einar will write a mighty poem about it.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
All right. Farewell. I could go with courage.
Exile.
Let's go to King Marsh.
Well, look.
I'm glad we have contract. Farewell.
Hey, Toodles. Well, for a brighter king.
Next. Keep me apprised.
Oh, always a pleasure. Let me
I've
just
got
grab the
quite the
next
list of
few
workers
applications.
already.
We've got a promising list of picks. I'll handle their induction right away.
The last thing returns.
Hello, hello, hello.
What can I do for you?
Oh, good. Name's too.
Don't give.
Why, hello.
One more for the mines. One more for the mines.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
These beginnings. We are now. Farewell. Decisions must.
Oh, it's a cornucopia of talent. Here's the next set. Great choice.
One more for the mines.
Okay.
Hail!
How long does it take? 9 minutes. I need 5. I'm just gonna wait that real quick.
Damn this leggage. Hail.
Should have maybe tried SSF.
We'll need good crews. Aye.
Hey.
Oh, who would you like to hire? I'll handle their induction right away. I'll give them the tour. Damn. Farewell. Quite a straight there.
I thought you were... Goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
While we live, we are blessed.
What do I need? I need the extra pulse strike target. I need to get there for the area of effect. I need the mana reservation too. I have to travel up there. Probably down there too. And then I'll need maximum elemental res, some life, some damage, fortify, some sword stuff, some great stuff, some warcry stuff. I have it here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the arena. The first ones are watching.
Oh.
The first ones are watching, Survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. See you.
Oh my god. No! If there's a way to put this right, I have to find nothing more to give.
Those wrestlers kills has plus. It's not bad.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Nothing like return if you must.
The end of learning is...
What? There's one. Keep your light.
Goodbye.
For all, fare you well.
Ah.
Can I not have but a moment's respite? Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Thank you for the follow, man. What's up?
The least we can do in life is tidy up after ourselves.
Nothing, I'm just sending the Fury. Playing the new event. The first year event stuff.
San, where emperors ruled and died, just like everyone else. Can I not have but a moment's respite? I don't mean...
It's just a swap of two images when I speak. Like when my mics pick up sound, it just swaps to another image. It's really basic stuff. With like filters on your mic, you can do
Don't
it.
do anything I would.
Be well.
Goodbye.
Hello. Bye. Yes? Watch yourself.
How you going? Good luck to you.
It depends. I don't have specific games I play. I do whatever. What about you? What kind of games do you play?
Can I not have but a moment's respite? Your death is a mercy.
Players don't know it's not yes in Dark Souls. Wait, so why do you watch Fury then? You just lost or something?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Out. Guiding witch. Like what? Build an extra bedroom or some shit?
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
Grading your channel art.
I'm so glad you could make it, my lady.
That's pretty
There
hurtful.
are answers inside you
I've done that
I'd
art
like
myself. Is it not good enough for you? Like, do you go into people's house and criticize the decor and shit?
Enough of this! Tolman's dead. General Talakota, go with courage.
I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to fit it.
Bring me back something
Maybe at
nicer.
some point. So what the fuck do you do in the PoE section? Like, talking about channel out to one your viewer people. Like,
Goodbye.
I need
you have nothing else to do?
Be careful.
No, you must leave me.
Are you a bot or something?
Victoria.
It's a nice stuff. Yeah, that's a nice fucking stuff. It's funny, isn't it? They're just everywhere, you know? Like McDonald's.
Good luck to you.
Ronald McDonald's. You know, the clown. It's like a circus in that bitch. Oh wow. That's crazy.
Oh, good. More work.
So you're telling me you are a professional and you're doing studies, and on top of that, you have the time to be in fucking zero viewer channels, chatting for like half an hour, 15 minutes, half an hour, stuff like that. What a schedule.
Now, what was the name of that wench last night?
Just a little tighter. Oops.
What can I do for you?
Hail!
Hail.
What do you need?
That shipment's got to go out. Today!
Sailor's luck, I hope.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
One more for the mines.
Oh, it's a cornucopia of talent. Couldn't have chosen better myself.
One more for the mines.
No, I'm not. I do my shit myself. I think it's more fun like that. Thanks. You too. Bye.
Decisions must...
With
Return
investments
to-
in my
yes.
outreach, I'm certain we'll start.
Yes.
We've got a promising list of picks. Here's the next set. Great choice.
Hey.
This soil. Back to work. Fair weather today.
Sonya will make good use of them.
Good day.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
We can now... Keep me apprised. A timely infusion.
Ahoy there. I really must visit Taeon. Hail! Oh, it'll be good to have a smithing hammer back in my hand.
Yeah. It's a cornucopia of talent. Let me just grab the next few applications. I'll give them the tour.
Sonya will make good use of them. A good apprentice for Danig.
Let's see what we can scratch up from new places.
Fucking retarded bots. They fucking follow you and then they just spam you and then they unfollow once you tell them to fuck off. It's so fucking annoying, man. And then every time you look, it's fucking banned accounts already or shit like that. It's so weird, like. It really feels like the fucking dead internet theory shit, like. It's like the only people, quote unquote, people you interact with are like fucking bots.
You are remembered only for the mess you leave behind.
Bots or scammer.
left to its own devices, all of Rayclast would
Oh
come
wow,
to be this way.
it's already 5. I don't know how long I'm gonna play. Almost 6, so yeah. I think I'm gonna just like I don't think I will be able to watch the games on like which are like elimination games.
Can I not have but a moment's respite? Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Oh.
emperor must bear two blades.
The Beatles.
Oh wow.
Bring me back something nicer.
Yes. See you. What is it? Watch yourself.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Fucking life regen mob.
Can I not have but a moment's respite? I've become a walking nightmare.
What is it? Be careful.
Still breathing, eh?
Don't do anything I would.
We still have half our We can now build. A timely infusion.
Housing is crucial to making King's March.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
To work and live.
Done. One more for the mines.
One more for the mines.
Oh, good.
Aye.
Hail! We'll forge wonders. Just you wait and see.
Oh, who would you like to hire? I'll get right on that paperwork. I'll give them the tour.
What have you got for me?
A good apprentice for Danik. A good apprentice for Danik.
Around here, far too much money passes through hands that aren't mine.
It seems that even time loses its will in Rayclast. Can I not have but a moment's respite? Your torment is over.
Oh, boots is interesting because if I can get move speed on them, and I can keep them for a while as my main link.
You are not a cockroach. What is that you have? The cockroaches. I like you. A dash. Leave me, not a cockroach.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Need some help? Bye.
You've tread carefully, exile.
Still breathing, eh?
I need gloves. Oh, wow. And now I get good boots.
Bring me back something nice, huh?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
God gave this world to man, not to you, little girl.
Hello. Be careful.
My place is at God's side. Where will your journey end, exile?
Men like you shall not inherit Rayclast. Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Talakura.
You're right.
Bring me back something nice, huh?
Despite... Now you must leave.
What is it? Bye. Need some help? Watch yourself.
Greetings.
Welcome to the Forge.
You should check out what Hail! That shipment's gotta go out. Today! Get those crates where they need to be! Yeah, more berths, more men.
Just a little tighter. Oops. What can I do? Back to work.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
We still have... We can... I'll handle things here.
Hail! Who would you like to hire? Couldn't have chosen better myself.
That will do nicely. One more for the mines.
Oh, who would you like to hire? I've got plenty more eager to sign up. Promising pick.
Sonya will make good use of them. Done. Sonya will make good use of them. Sonya will make good use of them. The choice is made. Sonya will make good use of them.
I know of only one woman capable of such depravity. Piety. Can I not have but a moment's respite?
I see it now, Wonder Child. You are but a reflection, a mirror that I must now break. You can't be human! You have no...
What is it? See you.
Neither the time nor the place.
Damn you!
You should should die. 1,000 times over for what you've done.
You have claimed the most. Go with courage.
Piety's off to meet them.
Don't do anything I would.
Wherever. Be careful.
Now you must leave.
What is it? See you.
You getting there?
Good luck to you.
You getting by?
Bring me back something nice, huh?
What little help I can offer is yours. Goodbye.
Hail! Exile.
Oh, good. I see ya. Local!
Hail. We're just getting into the swing of things.
Okay. I'm gonna go. That's it for today. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Not Sunday though. I don't think I'll stream Sunday. Yeah. Anyways. See you tomorrow for the games. Stay safe. Bye bye.